Listen up. Same deal as yesterday. The judge ruled if you stepped out, you won't be allowed back in until we go on a break, all right? Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody's here in their proper places. I'm not sure, but I think everybody's sitting in basically the same seat like church. So that's fine and dandy. All right, ready to move forward?
We are, Judge.
Misters, whichever Martin wishes to call the next witness.
Just for the record, can we make sure, because yesterday we handed up a deposition that had exhibits, and let's just make sure that those exhibits to Blaze Ward's deposition are in the record. They marked photos in the deposition, I marked photos, and so I'd just like to note for the record that those photos, you have them here in the record.
So this will be, whose exhibit? Doesn't matter to me.
They offered it, but there were photos within it. I just wanted to make sure for the record that we
Whose
know.
deposition are we talking about?
Blaze Ward.
Yeah, that's good. And we want, if,
Our video was 60 and our transcript, the video deposition, which was exhibit 60.
So the written, typed up version of that should be 68 with all the accompanying awkwardly numbered exhibits. They got different numbers because Mr. Moss made mention of that during the deposition. There's exhibits in the deposition are numbers differently than are in court, but they'll be within 60A. All right?
and I'd like the record to reflect that this can count up and over that all the exhibits that we've handed up be entered and made a part of the record.
And all those exhibits we've been discussing, I want a number, make certain a number for the record, but admit it for the purpose of this hearing.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, give Ms. Weaver a second to get her stickers caught up with my talking.
Okay. That's going to be, you're saying that the written transcript is going to be 60A because the video was 60.
Yes, that should be
Okay.
68,
Yes,
and everything within it is 68.
yeah, and that's got the exhibits. Yeah.
We're ready, Judge.
All right, call your witness.
All right, we're gonna play the 911 call and entering the evidence for the 911 call of Frank McMurray.
Very well. That is exhibit
No, this would be exhibit 2A.
2A.
Defendant's exhibit 2A.
We'll probably just run them straight away.
From the I can explain to you that process Judge, later, but it got complicated quick.
I can imagine. Let's just keep doing what we're doing then.
Horry County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I don't even know. I just came down from one second. I'm really sorry. Somebody just shot somebody in the middle of the road. I am at the corner of Camp Clark Road, and somebody just unloaded, shot through his windshield, and shot this guy. I'm at the corner of Highway 9 and Highway 9 and Palm Creek Road.
Oh, okay, what's your first and last name?
Frank McMurray.
All right. All right, can you spell your last name for me?
MCMURROUDS.
And the phone number you're calling me from, Mr. Frank?
Oh my God, 804-317-5534.
Okay. And what's going on? I know you said shots fired there.
Okay, so the guy got out of his truck, he was in a black truck, got out of his truck with a pistol drawn, the fire was open. He told the guy, do not follow me anymore. The guy in the white truck had his gun drawn, pointed at him, and, the guy in the black truck kind of like moved his pistol, the guy in the white truck just unloaded it, complete magazine at the guy, shot through his back window, and I think he might have hit him.
Okay. And what color of the vehicle was the vehicle that the individual was in that actually shot the weapon?
It's a white Dodge Ram with a trailer, they're both sitting there. I mean, the guy that's shooting the guy out of the truck. I'm not going to, holy shit. I mean, I was trying to buy bullets to go on.
And-
I'm like,
All right. You're okay. And this was into the black truck? What kind of truck was the black truck?
the black truck was in a Dodge Ram too. He shot at the guy and completely blew out his back window. I don't know if it was kids in that car, I don't know who's in that car, but it was unloaded to a truck.
Shots were unloaded. All right, I'm just getting that information in there, okay? And you said that you thought somebody was hit with the shots that went in there?
I mean, it looked like he was dead. I don't see the guy.
Okay, are you still in the area, or are you?
I'm right behind the barrier.
Okay,
It's the one that shot was a Dodge TRX white truck. The car that shot into is a black Chevy Silverado.
okay. So it's actually a black Chevy Silverado?
Yeah. Can't come on road, that's the corner.
Okay.
What is that?
All right, we do have a call in there for them. We are gonna have people responding out there, okay? I just want you to keep yourself safe as well.
Okay. I'm still,
Okay, I'm just listening to what's going on, okay? All right, where are you exactly in relation to those vehicles?
I'm on behind him. I just looked at the driver in the white truck. I'm back up off the small road on Highway 9.
I just want you to keep yourself and your passenger safe as well, okay? But we do have help coming out there.
I'm back up on the new side of the road.
Okay. Okay. All right, and are the vehicles pulled over at Highway 9 and Camp Swamp Road?
They're Camp Swamp Road. You pull in. There's a white truck. The driver's out talking. He was trying to tell people not to go up there. He's in the middle of the road. You really can't even talk. No one's trying to pass because that dude up there. There's what's going on. The guy has to stop.
Okay, but they're not on 9 anymore. They're off on Camp Swamp Road.
Right when you turn in at Camp Road.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to go ahead and put that in there for the responding officers. Okay.
Sorry, I'm calm now. I literally tried to buy shots are being fired by. I apologize for cutting.
That's all right. I understand. Thank you for calling in and letting us know about it, though. But I was just updating that information in there.
Thank you. Yeah, the guy in the black truck jumped out with a pistol. The guy in the white had the pistol pointed at officers. The guy in the black got a pistol. And that guy with the pistol moved it. The guy just shot.
Oh.
I don't know Oh, boy. I think he did. I think he was off in the woods and ran into the truck. I wanted to go through the bed, so I was shot.
Okay, that's no problem. I want you to keep you and your passenger safe in there, okay?
I think they've overturned fire and something. Nobody knows the devil and white truck is no one. Like, we can't see him.
Okay.
He's not. So, just for the I just want the office to be taken at that.
And you said no one knows where the driver from the black truck is?
No. Man, come on. Yeah. Yeah.
And Mr. Frank?
Okay. Ma'am, so just so you know, there's somebody else's car. The guy in the black truck was trying to run the white truck off the road. Like literally drove the white truck off the road. He was like way down at Long when it started. The guy in the black truck was chasing the white truck down, trying to drive him off the road. Then jumped. That's, I guess, when he got out of the pistol. So there's other people here that said this guy's been chasing this guy in the white truck for a couple miles now, trying to rock the road, off the road. So.
I am just updating all this information in there, okay?
Yeah, I just want to get as much BO as I can. So
Okay. Could you get me the license plate numbers on the trucks, if you're close enough and if it's safe enough?
Five, 7, 2. Oh, he's got a black truck. I cannot see the Chevy. I didn't see the Chevy.
All right, now you can get off the white truck is the 5572?
Yeah, I think it's like a 1 or B, but it looks like a 5572. That gentleman is also on the phone with 911. He's calling himself, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. And then could you tell for that white truck if it is a South Carolina license plate?
That's South Carolina license plate. You know, I'm knocking down here. The black truck does have South Carolina license plate. This one, I'm not telling. Kept one of those black things over it, so it's hard to see during the day.
Okay.
I think so. Oh, yeah. No, that black truck can chase this guy for miles, I guess. The black truck can chase this guy for miles. They saw the whole thing. And then the black truck stopped and the guy jumped out with a pistol. Yeah, I'm on the phone now. I told him. He got out, and then at a gun, he got his own shot. And I mean, you can't do that. No, what happened? He's dead. Guy's dead.
Okay. Which truck? The driver, which truck?
Driver the black truck, he's dead. The driver the white truck walked up and checked on him and said he's dead. Oh my God.
Okay. I am putting that in here, okay? We are having officers come there. There is an officer coming down Highway 9 right now.
Yep. Right now, there's some witnesses. The driver, the white truck, got a fire on him. Everyone's just calm down, but he just said he walked up and saw him. The guy's dead.
Okay. All right. We do have officers coming there, okay? Do not disturb anything in that truck. And if you can, go ahead and tell people around there not to disturb anything in there either, okay?
Okay. All right.
And you said you still don't know where the driver of the white truck is?
Hey, sir, you know where the driver is? He's in his seat right now. He's in his truck in his seat right now. They said he's the seat. They don't want us to go near the truck or touch anything. Okay.
Yeah, we do have an officer coming down there, okay? He's coming down Highway 9 now, but I'm going to stay on the phone with you until he arrives, okay?
That white pickup truck is a veteran South Carolina tag with 5572.
Okay. you guys are standing well clear of the traffic, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. Everyone's
Okay.
out of the way. You're not going to be able to turn. I can hear the sirens now.
Okay.
Officer at 5.
Okay. Okay, and then can I get a description of what vehicle you're in case the officer wants to speak with you there?
Yeah, I apologize. I'm facing the wrong way
Okay.
on 9, but way off, well to the shoulder. I'm in a gray Chevy Colorado. I like to place it to Virginia tag. Do you need that?
Okay. Just so the officer can identify you there.
Okay, TRM 4683. I'm on the side of the road, my wife.
Okay, you said 4683?
4682.
82, okay. All right. Is the officer there on scene now?
Yeah, he's talking to the gentleman in the white truck that shot with the other guy.
Okay, just keep yourself safe there. I do have all of that information in there. And then if anything changes or it gets any worse, call us back immediately, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Bye.
Judge, that is the 911 call, and we would, we have a transcript of that call. We moved in the evidence, the transcript of the call, a written statement by Mr. McMurrow that was made at the scene with those people. The interview by Mr. McMurrow at the scene by officers that was videoed, just as Blaze Ward and Terry Wright was, and we've got the deposition of Frank McMurrow. We'd like to enter all of that into the record.
Purpose of this hearing, so I'll admit it.
Yes, I think it's in there. Are you going to play the deposition then?
Yes.
We can, first of all, let me hand out the written statement. I'd like for the court to see
Let's get it.
the written statement. We'll place that, but what we want to do is, and I'm thinking in the order is that, the audio video of McMurrow, and then the deposition.
All right. Written statement will be 29.
The judge exhibit, defendant's exhibit 9 is a transcript of the 911 call that you just heard.
That's exhibit 9.
This written statement, put that up there first.
That's what I just read.
Yes, sir, that's what you just read. So you don't need to read it again, do you?
No.
All right, then go to the video on the scene. Judge, this is, again, for the record, the interview of Frank McMurrow, the detective in Queen of the Horry County Police Department. On clarification, this is again, the video of Mr. McMurrow with Detective Queen at the scene. And then in addition to that, we've got the deposition testimony, and we've got a video of Mr. McMurrow's statement to Damon Viscosi. That will put everything that we have on Frank McMurrow into the record.
So, yeah, I'm Detective McQueen, Horry County PD. You have your ID with you? It's in the truck, sir. We can grab it. Yeah, that's no problem. We'll grab it afterwards. Okay. All right, what's your name, sir?
Francis McMurrow.
F-R-A-N-C-I-S.
Then MCMURROUGH.
All right. Your date of birth, sir?
12/31/1986.
Your day before, after me, a couple years later, so, well, earlier. All right. And a good phone for you?
80.
2172. All right. And then I'll get the address from you later. Can you explain to me where were y'all headed?
Okay, so I was coming from Richmond, Virginia.
Okay.
I'm heading to the Vista Resort for a business conference. And that's what brought me on this road here.
Okay, come down.
So I'm coming down this way, so yeah, so I'm about to take a left. I think this is 9, right?
Yes.
On 9. So I was coming up this way.
All right, so you were coming down Camp Swamp?
Yes.
Camp Swamp towards 9. All right, and then what all did you see once you were coming down the road?
So when I was about, where the black truck is, I saw a black truck stop quick in the road. And I kind of slowed down, it's a country road. And when the car door flew open, and I saw a guy get out with a black pistol screaming.
Okay.
At that point, I yelled my wife a gun and kind of pushed her down and so I started coming past. And at that point, the white truck kind of had come to a stop. And then when I looked over, sorry, you okay? When I looked over, I saw the guy in the white truck. I just saw a pistol like this, kind of pointing at the black truck. And then that's when I looked in my rearview mirror and I saw the guy with the black gun. And the guy with the black gun's pistol was coming up. And then I just heard shots and I saw glass exploding from the windshield and I just punched the tick off. When I turned the corner, we called 911. I went up and took a U-turn and kind of came back here.
Okay. So you said the guy in the black truck got out of the car with the gun?
Yeah.
Out of the truck?
And I told 911, because I was literally right here looking at him and he jumped out, he had a gun, and the slide was back. I don't know if
it was right.
It was when you have on a block, it's right, you push the button, engage one, it was back and locked.
Okay.
And then that's when I saw him kind of go like this, and I looked at the white truck. Sorry, I'm just real nervous. So as I saw the black pistol, he was moving up. I looked at, so I was looking looking like this, and I saw the guy in the white truck point his pistol and just gunfire, and I just kind of shot this way and turned around.
Okay. Did you see any of the exchanging gunfire?
The gunfire was happening right as I went past the white truck. And once I saw that pistol, I screamed to my wife, stay down, and then I just heard, it was mayhem. The guy in the white truck, didn't roll down his window, didn't get out of his car, and even when I turned back, because I pulled back around, I was on the phone 911, and I didn't see the gentleman from the black truck, so I slowly pulled up, and I told the guy in the white truck, sir, can I check on him? And he said, dude, just get back. And then I think he might have been on the phone with somebody, and then I just backed up right here, so the phone 911, somebody got here.
Okay. basically in the review as you're trying to get out of the middle of it.
So, like I said, I saw a guy jump out with a pistol, right? And I was looking like this in the rear view, and that's when I saw the gun go up. And as I looked up, that's when I made, like I was coming this way, I could see this part here, and all I saw was a pistol like this, right?
Oh, so he had his pistol up here?
He had his pistol on the dash, just pointed. It's hard to see though, because like the window's kind of like tinted, you know what I mean? It was dark, but yeah. And then as I got right here, I just heard friggin' shots, and I punched the guy. Like punched it this way, went up, made a quick U-turn, came back. And then when I was back here, the guy in the white truck kind of got out of his truck. You know, he set his gun down by his side, and he walked up a little bit on the curb, like over here, and looked in the truck, and he just looked like the wheel. I think he saw me, and he just looked at the wheels and came back here and was like, you know, just put his pistol away and sat and just was kind of, you know, freaking out.
All right. Can you write that down on a statement form for me, if you don't mind? Yeah. No, you don't have to do it right this second. I'll let you go to your truck and do it.
Yeah.
I don't have an extra clipboard, so I'm just gonna give you the one that I do have.
Okay.
And then I'll interview your wife just to kind of get everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
And then this way you can grab your ID as well. So I'm gonna give you that. Okay. Just ignore the top part there.
Just fill as much information
Just as much as you can, and then just make sure you sign down there. Don't worry about witnessing. If you need more paper, let me know. I have another film.
I'll try to write some out for you.
That's not big deal. Like I said, if you need more, I'll you're all good, man. I get it.
Sorry.
You know, you don't expect to come down and see that, so.
I'm from Boston, so I'm from Boston.
So you kind of get it.
All right, I'll go fill a second, right back to my ID.
All right, yes, sir. I'm
You
gonna
don't have to wait till you flag me over or whatever, is that cool? You'll just sit there with me?
Yeah, absolutely. And then because I'm gonna give your wife one as well.
Yeah.
And then I'll come kind of probably exchange like that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, there's some left there. The rest of that, I'm told, is a statement that the officer took from Frank McMurray by Lindsay. We haven't offered that, but we're happy to. You want to finish playing it?
And I presume she gave a statement and was asked to write it down as well.
Same things.
I can follow pattern. No, I mean, if y'all don't want to introduce it, it's,
I think she said she didn't see anything. I'm not sure she wrote that.
well, it's been consistent that he said something and pushed her down, so her vantage point wasn't good at best.
And I believe that's what she said, so I don't.
And I think you'll hear that on the next, we have another statement, and I think you'll hear that very thing on the next video.
I think it's redundant, but we're not trying to.
You're not talking me into watching. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, we got another video with.
This is the studies.
We've got another video of another statement by Mr. McMurray to an officer.
This will be an excerpt because the officer was walking around talking to a lot of people.
That's correct, Brian. This is, the body camera is over an hour long. This is an excerpt of his conversation with Mr. McMurray.
Can we confirm how many, one is one of those, can we confirm how many pictures we actually know?
I just need one man. I just want no fire engines or anything else. Just
Okay.
Judge, since they're presenting this and there's no real cross, I just want to know for the record that what this officer has said is, we only need one ambulance. So he's asked for the ambulance, and that's what you just heard. We need an ambulance to haul the body. Go ahead. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's okay, sir. What's your name?
Lindsay McMurrow, Lindsay.
I'm sorry.
Lindsay. And it's the same last name.
Same address. All right, so what did y'all say? So
I was looking at my phone, all I heard him say is gunshots, and I'm dead, so I don't know.
I'm driving this way. On this road? On this road, sir, coming up here.
This way.
So I'm about, like, right where that car is, and this guy in the black just locks his brakes up, jumps out with a pistol, and I go, holy shit, pistol. And then I saw him bring it up.
right? And then as I'm going by, I saw this gentleman just holding, like he was just like drawn, and then it just went by.
He was out of the car?
No, the gentleman in the white truck was, both of them were in the truck. The guy in the black truck locked up his brake, like stopped quick, jumped out with a pistol. I saw it when he got off the truck, he had his pistol like this, screaming and hollering. And at that point, I saw the pistol come up, and I told her, gun, she got in the door board, I looked at him, he just had his gun drawn at that point in the white truck. But the guy, the guy in the black truck jumped out with his pistol.
What I'm getting at is he got out first.
Oh yeah, no. The guy in the white was still, I think, even moving. The guy in the black stopped, jumped out, hit his pistol. I said, "Babe, pistol, get down." And I saw him lift his pistol up, and I looked. And at that point, this gentleman hadn't fired on anything. And then as I got past him, I just heard shots, and I freaking took off like this way, like a bat out of hell. Called 911 and turned around. But yeah, the guy in the black jumped out with a pistol drawn.
What was he wearing?
Looked like a blue shirt, if I remember correctly, and possibly a pair of shorts. Looked like he had brown hair. Probably about the same age as me and these two guys here. But yeah,
Any shorts?
I think he had shorts on. Yeah, I know he had a blue shirt on for sure because when the firing started, he kind of like ran, because he was out of the truck the whole time. These guys never got in the truck. Never opened the door, didn't roll the window down. I do know that. And
So they were going this way. You were
they were coming this way. And I saw the black truck like stop. You know, the door fly open. I was like, whoa! So I slowed down right here. And then when I got shot to him, I see a gun, and I'm like, holy shit!
white or black or
Looked like a white guy. It looked like it was a black gun, a black pistol he had. Like I said,
not a white guy, right?
yeah, it looked like a Caucasian, about 3 bars. I didn't notice a beard and like guys in my hat. Yeah, it looked like a white guy. He was freaking screaming.
When y'all came by, what was out there?
So when I came here, I literally cut this way. I was so freaked out, I stopped. She told me to keep going, so I know.
Then we ended up over there.
By that time, we had 911 on the bank, and U-turn. I came here and then pulled over here and then back up.
We saw Kent Swan Grove, because we're not from here, we're from
Yeah,
Virginia.
And y'all were the ones that called?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the 664?
Yeah, that's the number on my cell phone, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. I tell you what.
633-319.
Give me like 5 minutes. We got a detective coming.
Yeah.
They may not need you to stay.
No,
So if you give me 5 minutes,
Yeah, because
I'll let you know.
that's awesome.
Are y'all going back home?
No, we're actually 12 miles from the Vista. We're going to the Vista for 5 days.
Hey, well, welcome to
Welcome to South Carolina.
I got you. All right. I'll let you know. I got you.
319 County.
Go ahead.
Just about, we have a witness and a victim. Her vehicle was shot at when all this occurred, and she is supposed to be on Highway 9, just in from Camp Swamp Road, headed toward Flores. She's waiting to meet with an officer there.
What's the vehicle description?
She should be in a white knee concert.
Step one, I'll get someone here. Just let her know. We'll get to her skin.
Your Honor, just like Mr. Tinsley said there, that at the very end of that, to give you some context, the witness that he's being told about on dispatch is Blaze Board, who you've already heard from. And at this time, the defendants would like to put into evidence the deposition of Mr. Frank McMurray, which I believe Mr. Tinsley's got keyed up for us.
We are, Your Honor. I want to give you a little bit of context. You know we had problems. We go to Virginia, so what you'll see at the beginning, I began to ask him questions before he's even sworn, because he's threatening me at the very beginning of this deposition. You'll almost immediately see a very abrupt change. But just to give you some context, I finally just told the videographer to turn the camera on, and I started. So that's what you'll see.
Eastern. This is the ordered deposition of Mr. Frank McMurray. This is being heard in the case of the estate of Scott Spivey et al. Versus Charles Boyd et al. This case has been filed in the State Court of South Carolina and the Circuit Court in the County of Richland. The case number is 2025-CP-26-03798. The location for today's deposition is 4870 Sandville Road in Glen Allen, Virginia. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. If there are any objections to proceeding by counsel, please state them at the time of your appearance. At this time, would counsel please state your appearances and affiliations for the record, beginning with the noticing attorney.
This is Mark Tinsley. I'm here with Natasha Hanna. We represent the Spivey family.
I'm Kenneth Moss. I represent Charles Weldon Boyd, and I know you resided in Richmond, Virginia. Case number, our case number is 2024 CP26-03798.
Thank you, counsel. Those showing on the screen.
Morgan Martin, attending Madison on behalf of Bradley Williams. Robert Lee on behalf of Bradley Williams, attending by Simmons as well.
Mr. McMurray.
Counsel, at this time, we need a court order to please swear in the witness.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McMurray, as you know, we're here to take your deposition. Simply the means allowed by law for us to ask you questions about what you saw that day. Not trying to harass you or won't belabor this. We're presently in Glen Allen, Virginia, and you live in Virginia?
Yes.
And come back on September the 9th, 2023, you and your wife were traveling from Virginia to Myrtle Beach, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall being on Camp Swamp Road? Is it near the intersection of Highway 9 and witnessing the shooting event?
It's been a long time.
But you generally recall?
I remember something happened on that day.
Okay. Do you remember seeing the gentleman get out of the black truck? You said this had played through your mind 1,000 times or something to that effect.
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you going to answer any question today?
Like I told you numerous times, no.
Okay, so every question I ask you, the answer is going to be you don't recall.
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the transcript of your 911 call?
No, sir.
Do you know if that fairly and accurately depicts what you saw that day?
If you're not reviewing it, I wouldn't know.
Would you like to review it?
No, sir.
Okay. You said in the 911 call, said, okay, so a guy got out of his truck. He's in a black truck, and he got out of his truck with the pistol drawn, the slide was open, and you saw that day?
That's what it says, that's what it says.
Okay. If that's what it said, if that's what you told the 911 operator, that's what you saw?
I don't recall.
You wouldn't lie to the 911 operator, would
It
you?
was 2 years ago.
Would you have lied 2 years ago?
It's going to be a long interview.
You were trying to give truthful and accurate information, correct?
I do not recall.
Right. You said he told the guy, do not follow me anymore. You recall that? But if you said it at the time, it was accurate? Most probably? The guy in the white truck, the guy in the white truck had his pistol drawn and pointed at the guy in the black truck. And you demonstrated in one video, I'm going to mark it as exhibit number 1, how a guy in the black truck had his pistol pointed. That's you in that photograph, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're demonstrating a two-handed grip on a pistol pointed over the dash, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you saw?
Yes.
And almost immediately thereafter, that gentleman in the white truck unloaded his clip through the windshield?
Yes.
And that's what you saw?
Yes. Question.
And
Jackson, on the question.
do you believe in your rearview mirror that you saw the gentleman in the black truck struck?
Yes.
Okay. And you punched it and you got away from the scene at that point?
Yes.
But you did see, you were able to see the gentleman in the white truck shot and his vehicle shot up, and you told the dispatcher what you saw, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you.
Mr. Laura,
Counsel, please, microphone.
Mr. Laura, I'd like to hand you a copy of an exhibit that I'm gonna call Defense 20. And that's the exhibit we get. statement you gave to the Detective Jones or to the Horry County Police?
Yes, this is what I wrote after the interview. I believe in his car.
Okay. And, in another, you spoke to multiple officers, would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm trying to piece together my understanding of what happened based upon comments you made to multiple officers. And so one of the things I'd like to ask you was, at the time that you saw this gentleman in the black truck stopped, was there anything unusual about that stop?
Other than it was, where Small Creek meets Route 9, it was about 200 yards in. It was odd to me. Even where I was coming from, it was just that two trucks were stopped. I didn't know. Yeah, there was two trucks stopped in the road.
Okay. And I'd be happy to show it to you, but in one statement, you had stated that the stop of the black truck seemed to be abrupt. Mm-hmm. And that was attention getting. Was that a fair assessment of what you recall?
Got my attention because I was paying attention to make the left-hand turn. I noticed a truck just stop. At first, the reason I slowed down and stopped, I didn't know if there was an animal or something out in the road. That's why they had stopped. So I initially started slowing down.
And so the vehicle behind him would have been the white truck my client was driving. At the time that this gentleman got out of the black truck, that would have been Mr. Spivey.
Yes.
At least in one encounter with one officer, I believe you indicated that the white truck was still moving or rolling. Do you recall that as we sit here?
Well, as I was coming up, the black truck had stopped and the white truck had to stop. Yeah, so he was rolling to, I saw the black truck stop first and the white truck had to stop because the black truck had already stopped. But they had just pulled out.
Right.
They had just, like I saw them turn on and they had, black truck stopped and the white truck had to stop because it was driving behind it.
And you didn't observe any of them driving before the rolling on the Camp Swamp Road?
I pulled up and I saw two trucks turn the road and then stop. I was coming from a completely different direction.
Okay. And when the gentleman in the black truck hopped out, your description of that was that he got out of the truck gun in hand, and you mentioned that the slide you think was back on his gun. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned in a couple of places that prior to the shooting stopping, you saw him raise the gun, but I didn't see anywhere where you demonstrated that or that you described that further that he started to raise it. And I was wondering if you recall, and you're welcome to look at these statements, but
yeah,
but I'm interested in what you recall about the motion that he made or how he tried to raise it.
So when I was coming down, I saw him when I got out. He was close when he jumped out, and I'll give you from the time I saw, because this all kind of plays in. Mr. Spivey got out of the truck. The slide was in the rear, because it was in the rear. He jumps out. I heard him say, "Stop following me." But I pushed my wife down because I saw the gun. At this point, I don't know what's going on. Now I'm paying attention to the white driver because I know what's going on. That's when I see the white driver hands like this, and I immediately go, "Oh my God!" Push my wife down. As I look in my side mirror, all I saw was his arm slightly move, and then all hell broke out.
Okay.
Like I told the officers, his hand, it could have just been his hand slightly moved, and all hell broke out.
And at that time, you would have been seeing this, I guess, through your side window, your rearview mirror, or how?
So, literally, it's a two-lane road, very small country road, so I pulled up, I saw Scott, I could hear him, they were so, close, and then when I pulled up, I could see it clear as day like this. He was already drawing, pointing, and that's when I got real nervous because I kind of figured out why they had stopped, and I looked in the side to see what he was doing. His truck door was open, he was just next to his truck, and then, like I said, I didn't even get to, I saw the motion of his arm just, like it says here, kind of come up to an upward position, like just moved it, not draw, not come up, like his arm barely moved, and everything went crazy.
So from reading the statements, you expressly said you didn't know who fired first. Is that?
Yeah, I had no idea who fired first. I didn't hear a single pop, not a bunch of pops. I just heard pop, 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 pop.
So you recall you and I had some telephone conversations last December, and about a year ago, and at that time we talked about the passenger in the white truck. If I recall what you told me correctly, you didn't see a passenger or know that it was a passenger in the white truck when you first went by. Is that?
Yeah, no, I didn't realize, because like I said, I immediately saw the driver, and the front of the windshield is like half tinted down, but you can see the steering wheel. Like you can see the first 8 inches above the steering wheel from that type of truck window. So I couldn't make out, it was so quick, but I did, I didn't realize there was a shooter until after the fact. And until another shooter until after I actually already left. But then once I stopped turning and came back, I noticed there's another gentleman getting out of the truck.
And actually, when you stopped and turned and came back, nobody had gotten out of the white truck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right, because I pulled up, I spoke to Weldon, I spoke to the passenger on the 911 call, so yeah, you're right. I realized that after the fact, that there was somebody when I pulled up, back up. I didn't know there was 2 people in that truck, and the whole reason I pulled back up is I didn't know how many people in the black truck.
Well, I was left with the impression that no one had gotten out of the white truck until you had turned around and come back.
Yes, sir, that's right, yeah. So I came back, I spoke to Weldon, to all the 911 call, then I back up, then he got out of the truck, he went over to Scott, to the black truck, looked inside, said he was gone, and then that's kind of like, he got out and the other guy got out, and then they were just walking around the street.
So you were on the scene until Weldon left?
I didn't touch anything, stop. I didn't even look at it, Judge.
When I looked around, all y'all were sitting down in it.
But I think Morgan was moving.
I decline to make any statement.
As you should.
Yeah, but I want him to see it.
You say one TV's on and my TV's off? Huh. It's kind of a turnabout. The media's keeping secrets from us.
My daddy always says turn it off and set it back on.
That used to work. That's not a bad idea. Let's take 15 minutes and see if Brandon can get it going. It's on you. This is my girl. She's gonna work on it. I don't know what to make of that. His first lawyer could do anything other than talk.
They said the judge was close to the TV power cord fell out back up.
Well, Judge, before we accept that, I'd like an opportunity to cross-examine.
Come forward and be sworn.
I plead the fifth.
All right. All right. I'm glad we got the TV fixed and we get opportunity for a break, so we're back in order. I guess start playing again from the top we paused from.
At that time, we talked about the passenger in the white truck. If I recall what you told me correctly, you didn't see a passenger or know that it was a passenger in the white truck when you first went by. Is that?
Yeah, no, I didn't realize, because like I said, I immediately saw the driver, and the front of the windshield was like half tinted down, but you can see the steering wheel. Like you can see the first 8 inches above the steering wheel from that type of truck window. So I couldn't make out, it was so quick, but I did, I didn't realize there was a shooter until after the fact, and until another shooter until after I actually already left. But then once I stopped turning and came back, I noticed there's another gentleman getting out of the truck.
And actually, when you stopped and turned and came back, nobody had gotten out of the white truck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right, because I pulled up, I spoke to Weldon, I spoke to the passenger on the 911 call, so yeah, you're right. I realized that after the fact, that there was somebody when I pulled up. Back up. I didn't know there was 2 people in that truck, and the whole reason I pulled back up was I didn't know how many people in the black truck.
Well, I was left with the impression that no one had gotten out of the white truck until you had turned around and come back.
Yes, sir, that's right, yeah. So I came back, I spoke to Weldon, it's on a 911 call, then I back up, then he got out of the truck, he went over to Scott, to the black truck, looked inside, said he was gone. And then that's kind of like, he got out, the other guy got out, and then they were just walking around the street.
So you were on the scene until Weldon left with law enforcement?
So when I left the scene, no, because there was a bad storm coming in, and I'd already been on the side of the road, so once they were done with my stuff, it was well into dark though. They left. I was there the whole entire time. Nobody left other than maybe a couple witnesses. No, everybody's still on site when I left.
And just for housekeeping, that document in front of you, the defense 20, that is your handwritten statement, is that right?
Yes.
And it's got your signature on the same page, is that right?
Yes.
I'd like to move to admit that statement. So, did you see a young woman there speaking with the police?
In a red car? Yes. Yeah.
Did you talk to her at all that you recall?
We tried to calm her down because she was so hysterical. We had brief conversations and were comforting. It was, she had made comments that would happen before then, but she was so hysterical. It was more or less just trying to talk to her, make sure she wasn't all right behind. Just, really, there's a lot of people and stuff that were talking. A lot of people. But I do remember a young lady with blonde hair in a white car that kind of pulled up. Yeah, we spoke to her briefly on the side of the road a little bit until things got sorted out. Because we're all kind of held in one area. We couldn't leave a certain area.
So, it'd be fair to say, when you were talking to 911 dispatcher, and thank you for calling, by the way, you learned things during that call from other parties, eventually in the conversation. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Well, for example, you spoke to my client. I think you told Rosemary that you spoke to him, and you relayed information that you learned from him.
Yeah.
But you also spoke to other witnesses too, and you relayed that information, right? So what I was trying to parse out is the distinction between what you actually observed and relayed your 911 call versus what you actually learned from someone else and relayed the 911 call. And that was the purpose that I wanted you to look at your 911 transcript, and I'll be happy to show it to you.
I don't remember exactly what I saw until I spoke to your client. If that's a question, I can depict it to you perfectly clear. I was just relaying information as it was coming to me. This didn't, what I said in my interview I wrote down had nothing to do with what I've learned after the fact.
Well, correct, and that please today, if you respond to a question, if you're relying on something you learned from somebody else, please tell us that. Otherwise, I will assume it was your personal observation.
I haven't given any statements that I learned from anybody else yet today.
Okay, well, I understand. But they do show up in your 911 call. Now, in my conversation with you a year ago, do you recall I asked you specifically?
Did I see his dash thing on the front of his car?
Well, I did ask you that a year ago. Did you see anything on the dash of his truck?
No.
Okay.
When I see a gun being pointed, I kind of zone in on that.
Well, I understand that.
That was everything else.
I also asked you if you saw my client acting in any way aggressively or in a way that you felt like was threatening.
No, the only thing I told you was his demeanor changed when the police got there that we all noticed.
Okay. But prior to the shooting event, did you see anything that you thought was aggressive?
Prior to the shooting event, I didn't see him except for pointing a gun at somebody else.
Okay.
So I don't know what he did up until that point. I don't know anything other than when I drove by and bullets came from his truck. So I can't comment on anything prior to me pulling up to that incident. I don't know anything else that happened before me pulling up and seeing what I saw.
Well, even in the turn on the Camp Swamp Road off of Highway number 9, which would have been turning towards you, I guess, did you see anything about that driving from either of the drivers that seemed aggressive or abrupt prior to the stop of the black truck?
No, because I only saw them turn on Swamp Creek Road and they stopped pretty quick.
Okay. In some of your statements, you had relayed to the 911 dispatcher that my client shot him through the back window of the black truck. And I think you said you didn't know if there was any kids in the car or whatever. It was kind of traumatic, I understand. But in other statements, you referred expressly to him being out of the truck and moving his hand when the shooting started. And so did you actually observe or see Mr. Spivey move from a position outside the truck to a position inside the truck?
No.
You didn't observe that?
No. I didn't know where he was when I turned around. Because the last thing I saw him standing outside the truck. I took off after the gunshots. I came back around, and Weldon didn't know where he was. That's why he got out. Because after after that happened, we didn't know if he was in the woods. We didn't know what had happened if the guy had been hit. So Weldon got out with his gun and kind of looked around and then looked in the truck and realized he was dead and came back and told us all.
And you saw Weldon approach the truck, right?
Yes.
Now, what do you recall about his approaching the truck in terms of his body position versus the truck? Was he walking?
Very comfortable to walk up to the truck after the shooting.
Okay, well, I guess when
you're asking my opinion,
well, I'm asking more about what you observed. And did he walk in the highway? Did he walk on the side of the highway?
To the left of the road, going out, kind of like coming up to the side, approaching the truck, looking, and then he, I guess realized there was no threat, got closer, looked in the truck, then came back.
Did you ever see him touch the truck? Are you close enough to touch it?
He was close, but I can't recall how close. I don't want to, like, he looked in the truck, but he never got, like, there was no point that I can recall that he, like, touched the truck, went into the truck. I believe it was more of a lean to the truck, close to it. But I mean, he could reach out and touch it, but no, I didn't see him touch it.
Well, I'll submit to you that he described he looked from across the lane from over where the white line was. Do you think it was different than that?
Yes. Yes.
You think he was closer to the truck?
I think he looked at the truck.
Okay. You think he was close enough to put something in the truck?
Like I said, he could reach out and touch the truck from what I saw.
Okay.
Because we could see the front of the truck, the door was open, so there's nobody like in the front side. Because when we kind of were all looking, we couldn't see. You had to actually go up to the truck and look in it. So.
Did you see anything that made you think that Weldon didn't get in the truck? Or?
No.
Okay.
Not from what I saw at that moment.
Okay. So in your statements, in your written statement, appendix 20, you said that you did see the driver of the black truck look like he was getting hit by paintballs. You see that? Mm-hmm. Would that have been when he was outside his truck?
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, when he was inside his truck, you wouldn't have seen that, right?
No. So that's when I saw the pistol being pointed from the white truck. I looked in the side mirror, just on and moved, and it looked like he was just, I don't know if he was trying to get away or what, like move, and that's the last we saw.
Okay. And you didn't actually see him get back in the truck?
No, because that's when I was going. Like when I looked in the mirror and when I heard the gunshots, and I was straight. I just wanted to get out of there. So I didn't see anything from. Yeah, like I said, we didn't know if he was in the truck in the woods or where.
Well, you mentioned earlier that the bullets were coming by you, and that must have been very terrifying. But logically, and of course we all lawyers Monday morning quarterback things, so logically my client would have been shooting in the opposite direction from where you were.
Shooting at the direction I was driving into. He was shooting this way. Okay. So that's why I say flying by, and on that road, his truck was only 2.5 feet from me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a narrow road.
It's real small. So I say flying by because I was literally, we were like nose to nose. Our trucks were nose to nose, like right here. So
where do you think you were when you first heard the shots in relation to Mr. Moore's truck? Were you abreast of his door? Were you past his truck?
I'd say my headlights were at his door, his rear view mirror.
Okay.
So my truck's here, we were right here when those shots happened. Just like this.
Okay. And so did you actually see the shots, see the muzzle flash or anything from Mr. Moore's weapon, or did you hear it?
No, I can only hear it. Because that's when I was on the side, and with the heat, the windows inside were completely black, but I tinted too, so you couldn't see the muzzle flash.
Okay. And did you, of course, you turned, I think, to the right when you got to number 9?
Moved to the right, went up to the first little cut through, did a U-turn, came back in the Swamp Road. Yes, came Swamp Road, offline.
Okay. Do you recall any conversation with Mr. Williams at all?
I don't know. No. No, I don't.
He'd have been the passenger now.
Yeah, no. Nobody had conversation when I first met him. At least he didn't get something. He walked up to Weldon, took his, I couldn't believe it, took his firearm. No, I didn't know he had a conversation as soon as I could see her. No.
Now, at the time you were on the call with 911, others were also on the phone with 911. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay.
No, wait, I think they might have said that maybe that somebody called in or something like that. I don't know, possibly. But no, I didn't know anything was going on prior to that stop on that road.
I think from my conversations with you a year ago, you mentioned this was your first time coming to Myrtle Beach, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Myrtle Beach area? And that was for a work-related trip, is that right?
Yes.
And so if we gave you the date of September 9th, 2023, would you have any reason to think that was not correct when you came down to this trip and witnessed these events?
would that date not be correct?
Would you have any reason to think that's not the correct thing? Because earlier, when Mr. Tinsley asked me, you weren't sure.
If you guys tell me this, I mean, I'm trying to block this out as much as I can from a certain point, you know, thinking, you know, so if I don't have that date, I just know I have, if that's the date that's on there, yeah, I'm not gonna argue that.
Okay, now, other than, I know you talked to Mr. Tinsley on the phone because you mentioned it, and you talked to me on the phone a couple of times back last year. Have you talked to any other attorneys involved in this litigation?
Unless it was just you maybe on the phone with somebody, it was Mr. Williams one time, or it was just you out at one time, or I don't recall. But other than y'all right here, no, nobody else.
Okay.
I bet I can recall other than maybe if it was you telling me that somebody else was on the call listening, I think maybe.
I want to think Attorney Lee and
I think he told me he was listening, but he didn't have any questions or comments after. I don't believe from our conversation.
Okay. So you and I talked on back in February, which is the day that I was going to take the deposition by Zoom, and then for whatever reason, when it came time for your deposition, you didn't respond to my call. And so I don't know what happened on the 20th, because it seemed like you were set up to be deposed, and all of a sudden you just didn't come. Do you recall what happened on the 20th?
I didn't feel comfortable with you sending me the package and all the documentation, asking me to read and refresh my story again, because I kind of felt like I was, you know, I didn't like it. I felt like it was a force. I really didn't like it, so if you want the truth, that's why I didn't show up.
Well, and thank you for that. My letter actually I offered it for your benefit if you wanted to see it, but it's you to read it also. So. Okay. Let me go through a little bit of the highlights here. I mentioned a moment ago that she heard the gentleman in the black truck that jumped out yelling. Mm-hmm. And as you see here, you recall exactly what he said.
You better stop following me, boy.
Okay. Because that's a little bit different than, I mean, it's the same general message, but it's a little bit different in terms of the exact words. But you're pretty sure it was, you better stop following me, boy. Okay. Any reason to think that my clients heard it? I mean, did you see a response from him, or he kind of?
I don't know if your client had music on, the windows were up. I have no idea if the client heard it. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, but you didn't see anything that you saw was a responsive communication, like, you know, a gesture, hand
I just saw the gun still on, withdrawn.
Okay. And you never saw the passengers come?
No.
Okay.
I didn't even see the passenger.
So, as we see here today, though, you understand there was 3 people shooting that day?
No, I don't. I can't recall any. I don't know who was shooting.
Okay.
I've told you that before. I don't know who shot or did what.
Okay.
So I can't recall 3 people shooting.
Okay. If we gave you a 911 call with audio recording, which we have here that you might hear, if we gave it to a court reporter, like the court reporter sitting in front of you, and we asked the court reporter to transcribe that, would you have any reason to think that that would not be a fair and accurate depiction of what you told the court reporter to call 911? Well, I mean, on that day, you were doing your best to relay information that you were perceiving to 911 dispatchers, is that right?
Yes.
And there's no reason reason that you would have tried to tell him something different when you proceeded, right?
No,
You were trying to get help, is that fair?
I was worried about the people in the black truck.
Right. And that time,
Yeah, that's why I called them.
and that time you didn't know if there was one person in the black truck or more, is that fair?
I initially thought there might have been a family or something.
In fact, you said that, there could have been kids in that truck. So at that time, you were trying to relay everything that you perceived to the 911 dispatcher, is that correct? So if they had that recording transcribed by a court reporter, would you have any reason to think that that's not what he said?
Like take it and type it,
Yes, sir.
my words and type it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that would be what I said.
Okay. And we did that. And that's one of the things I sent to you so that you can review it if you wanted to.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
And so, and we have it here today, but we'd like to know if you can authenticate that that's what you told the court reporter. That's the purpose. I'm sorry.
said is what,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you don't need to keep, what's typed down is what he said that day.
And Detective McQueen, you met with him in his car. That was from the photograph, I think, where you were demonstrating how the gun was held up. Detective McQueen had a body cam. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah, he set it up on the dash circles.
So he recorded that.
Yes.
And same general question, if we took that video recording and we gave it to a court reporter to transcribe, do you have any reason to think that's not an accurate depiction of what you stated that day?
No.
And the purpose of this question is for you to authenticate, yes, that was my statement. You know, it seems kind of silly to have to do that because we obviously saw that even in a recorded interview with the detective. For intervals of evidence, we have to have you authenticated if you're not going to be in court. And that's what this deposition is about. So, in that conversation with Detective McQueen, it seems like you, one point, were very clear at where you saw escalating this situation. I'm not finding your words and to see if that's what consistent with your recollection. Where would we all find a statement? So, there was an officer on the scene walking around the body cam. He was interviewing me too, and that's I'm referring to the record that finishes at number 3. The officer said, the question was, what I'm getting at is he got out first, and the response, the court reporter transcribed of you, I can read it and tell me if you think it's accurate. This statement was attributed to you. Yeah, no, the guy in the white truck was still, I think, even moving. The guy in the black truck stopped, jumped out, and he had a pistol. I said, "Babe, pistol, get down." And I saw him lift his pistol up. And at that, I looked, and at that point, this gentleman hadn't fired, done anything. And then as I got past him, I just heard shots, and I freaking took off like this way, like a bat out of hell. Called 911 and turned around. Yeah, no, the guy in the black truck jumped out of his truck with a pistol drawn. That was your statement I submitted to you, to an officer that you transcribed. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, like I said, the black truck stopped. He jumped out. The white truck had to stop. Yeah. So, shot out of the truck first.
You said the white truck hadn't stopped. Let's talk about that for a minute, because you were in your own kind of lane, right? And so
We were driving in the back of the black truck. He didn't stop.
So you had, and as far as backing up, did you ever see any time he tried to back up?
No.
Okay. So his 3 options would have been get the black truck hit you or back up, right?
I his options should the words come from the opposite side.
Fair enough. When you said the guy in the white truck hadn't done anything, back to your statement, and at this point, this gentleman referred to my client, hadn't fired, done anything. Were you referring that to his conduct in driving, or referring that to anything about weapon or shooting? If you remember.
What I was referring to is the black truck pulled up and the gentleman jumped out. I didn't see anybody in the white truck do anything. You know, get out, because he asked me who's out of the truck. So the guy in the black truck got out. The guy in the white truck didn't get out until after the shooting. Is that what you're asking? I'm confused on that.
Well, here's what I'm trying to understand. When he got out of the black truck, Mr. Scott, gun in hand, from what you observed, and only from what you observed, do you know if, or did you draw a conclusion that he jumped out of the truck because of anything Mr. Boyd had done?
No, like I said, when I initially saw him out of the truck, I slowed down because from the country, I thought there was a dog or deer or somebody going on, and I didn't realize there was any indication until I saw the gentleman in the white truck pointing a pistol at the gentleman in the black truck.
Okay.
I didn't think the black driver was overly aggressive when he got out of the truck. Either of them. You know, it's like, honestly, it could have guys stopping, saying what they were out of the shade there.
I was under the impression that the abruptness of the stop was what drew your attention. And,
Because if anybody, when we drive on a two-way road in the country, you out of nowhere, and here you're not around, and you don't know anything, you see somebody stop in the middle of the road, that was it draws your attention. What's going on? Cautious, you're aware. Is there a hazard? Is there something going on? So it immediately drew us to slow down here.
okay. And when you jumped out, when he's doing, you said the slide was back. My recollection of what you told the officers. Did you ever see a period of time when he looked at the weapon by pushing the button or anything?
From the time he got out of the truck and the slide was back, no, I didn't see, I didn't see him slide the chamber floor. No, I didn't see any of that.
Did you see any walking motion by Mr. Spivey, or any kind of motion with his arm other than slightly raising the gun?
No, the way he was holding his pistol in his body, it was not intimidating to me. It was more down by his side and the slide in the rear. I mean, that's a clear indication of him, No, he didn't make any movements. He wasn't jumping around. He just said, stop following when the gun was down on his side, like this. Like I told the cops, the slide was in the rear. And he wasn't, there's no other crazy behavior or anything erratic behavior. In fact, I didn't get nervous until I saw the gun in the white truck. And I was like, oh.
So other witnesses described a gesture or a move, almost like moving right when he raised his weapon. You didn't see any of that.
Like I said, all I saw in the side mirror is him slightly move his arm. Not,
okay.
You draw a pistol, you draw fast. No, it was not an aggressive draw of self-defense. I've been around guns my whole life. I've taken multiple training courses. I've done many things. When he was brandishing a firearm down by his side, is what I think. I didn't see any motion of him raising that up in an aggressive manner or pointing it or anything like that at all. No. What I saw was his arm slightly moved in my side mirror. All hell broke loose. I don't even think he would have had the time to raise his gun to chamber and fire in that time. I don't.
And you went about what, in these kind of situations, witnesses describe seconds in 9 minutes, but do you have any idea what kind of elapsed time we're talking about here?
Even 25, 30 seconds.
The whole encounter wasn't more than that. So.
No, like what I saw.
Okay. So, from the beginning of the shooting to the end of the shooting wasn't more than 30 seconds. So,
Could have been.
I may have another question too, but let me consult my notes. These other attorneys may have a question for you as well.
Were you ever told that there was a dash cam video that captured any part of this?
I was told that Weldon was I believe by the attorneys, he was recording the whole entire thing.
And did it cut off just as you showed up?
Cut off. It somehow, they told me that it somehow cut off as I showed up. So it played a 911 at the video and did.
The dash cam video?
The dash cam video.
And were you ever able, did you see, because we know Weldon took pictures of Scott Spivey. Did you see any of that?
No, sir. No, I have pictures of maybe the trucks from 100 yards away, but no, nothing that would indicate anything inside the vehicle.
Mr. Moore, I appreciate you.
Yeah, no.
Questions.
Morgan, I've got a few questions for Mr. McMurray. Mr. Morgan Martin here, and I represent Bradley Williams, who was the passenger in the white truck.
Mr. Martin?
And,
Mr. Martin, pardon me, would you like for the witness to see you ask the questions? Or are you okay being on?
yeah, that'd be great if you can. It doesn't matter to me, but it may be better communication if he can see me.
Of course, give me one moment, please.
That's not me.
Okay. Mr. McMurray, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, first off, thank you for coming and being here and answering these questions, because I know it's not really what you want to do. But have you ever talked with me before?
The only thing I really recall, sir, I think is wait, this isn't Lee.
No, it's not me.
Oh, no, I just noticed your name. I don't think so.
I don't think you have any.
No, sir. No,
I'll check it.
Yeah, I don't believe so, sir.
First time you and I have talked, would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me ask you, we've been talking about what you heard and what you saw. Do you have any division problems at all?
No, sir.
Do you have any hearing problems at all?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, and as you came that day approaching Camp Highway 9 down Camp Mont Road, how far would you say you were from the black truck at the time it stopped?
About 100 yards.
Okay. And so for that 100 yards, you were able to observe the black truck and Mr. Spivey's actions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how far were you from Mr. Spivey's truck when you saw him get out of the truck with the gun?
30 feet at that point, because like I said, I've been 45, 55 and slowed down immediately.
And what kind of vehicle were you driving?
2021 Colorado. Chevy Colorado. Pickup truck. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your driver's side window up or down?
They were down because the AC broke on the truck halfway down through the truck. All four windows were down.
All four windows were down? All right. And we would say you're 30 feet when you saw Mr. Spivey get out of his truck. And when he got out of his truck, he had a gun in his hand.
Correct.
All right. And when you first noticed the gun, were you the 30 feet from that truck in your estimation or closer?
I was, when I saw it, I said he jumped out, the truck stopped, came to a complete stop, and I was about 30 feet away. I was going slow at this point. When the door opened, he got out. I saw him, I was about 10 feet away. I was going slow, but I had driven past him. I was close. When he got out and yelled, or when he got out, I'm sorry, I don't want to, what are you asking? When I saw him get out, how far I was running when he spoke?
Well, you told me that you were about 40 feet away when he got out. You were about 30 feet away from
he had the gun in his hand, so I came up next to him.
All right, so then would you say that you were side by side with him when you saw the gun?
Yeah.
And, of course, did you ever leave your lane of travel during this passing?
I kind of hit the embankment to get out of there quickly, go to the right. I didn't go in the left lane at all, but no, like when I was in my lane of traffic until I heard the shots, and then I kind of went to the right and just to get space from the thing. No, I was in my lane the whole time. Other than when I took the corner, I might have been in the side ditch a little bit. Remember kicking gravel.
When you say that again, you might have been in the side ditch a little bit when?
Turning on to Route 9.
Okay, all right. So when you saw Spivey get out of the truck, he was in the highway.
No.
Was he? No. Where was he then?
On Campsite Road.
Right, I'll say that.
Oh, I'm sorry, highway, I thought you meant right now. He was in between his, he was next to his truck in the road.
All right, and was he by the door, or did he walk back towards the back of his truck in any manner?
He was by his door.
He was by his door?
No.
All right. And he was between you and his truck when you drove by?
Yes.
And it was at that time that did he have a gun in his right hand, or do you recall?
And his right hand down by his side.
All right, and at that point in time, had you seen any other gun?
No, that's not, no.
All right, and at that point in time, you said that you turned your right gun and pushed her down.
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was because you had seen the gun and the gun frightened you.
Yes, yeah, I wanted to be cautious, yeah.
All right. You wanted to be sure she didn't get shot.
Yeah, like, I mean, I just, yes, I wanted her to get some type of cover because I didn't know what was going on at that moment, so yes, I wanted to make sure my wife was safe.
Right. And when the black truck came to the stop on Camp Swamp Road, there was nothing that caused it to stop, like a cat or a dog or an animal or a person. It just came to what you described in several of your statements as an abrupt or fast stop.
Yes.
Right. And we would agree with those characterizations today that it was an abrupt or a fast stop.
Yes.
All right, and as you drove on past Mr. Spivey, and you drove towards Mr. Williams, where would you say you were when you observed a pistol pointed out of the white truck windshield?
Like I said, we were almost nose to nose left when we were close.
You were close, all right. And you didn't hear any gunshots until you had driven past the white truck.
I was side by side with the right truck. My nose was at his side. I wasn't clearly past him, no. I was not out of the danger zone, if you will, when those shots rang out. No, I was right next to that white truck.
You were next to it, not in front of it, but next to it, but not past it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yes. I wasn't past it. Yes.
All right. And you said that you don't know who shot first, whether it was Spivey or the guy in the white truck.
No, sir, I don't.
Now, you gave a statement, I think, that handed you there, which was your statement to an officer.
It was 20.
20, and that's what you got that there, Mr. McCord, so you could look at it with me quickly.
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to read through it and be sure that this is house at Weldon came to a fast stop, correct?
Yes.
A guy in a blue shirt jumped out of the driver's side with a black pistol yelling, correct?
Yes.
The slide was back as when it's in the back position to ready to load. Is that correct? Did I read that correct? Maybe you can read it better than I can.
Yep, that's right.
All right. I saw the driver of the black truck start to bring his pistol to an upward position. Correct?
Yes.
I yelled at my wife, "Go!" and pushed her down. Correct?
Yes.
I looked into the black truck and saw the driver had a pistol aiming towards the black truck at that point. Correct?
Yes.
I pushed my wife down again and heard gunshots. Correct?
Yes.
I sped off, took a right on Route 9 and called 911. Correct?
Yes.
I did see the driver with the black truck look like he was getting hit by paint balls. Correct?
Yes.
And the next page says from the driver's side mirror. Correct?
Yes.
Now, a couple different things. You said there a blue shirt. Are you sure about the color of the shirt?
Absolutely not. At this point, no. I can't remember what color, no.
Okay. I understand that. But it would be fair to say that you said earlier that you tried to put this event out of your mind as a precedent for various reasons, correct?
Yes.
All right. So it would be fair to say that the statement that you wrote down in the minutes following this event may well be the best recollection that you have ever had of what you saw and witnessed that day.
Check to a form. I mean, yeah, I guess so, yeah. That'd be right.
Yeah, and the statement that I just read to you, that at the time I case number 2023-11-1009, is an accurate statement to the best of your recollection, Mr. McMurray.
This is not how I remember it, though. This statement.
This was not how you remember it?
No, it's mixed up in my memories, like what's written down. Like I said, I put it up and I saw the black gun, I looked at the white truck, saw him, looked in the side mirror. This statement is not how I remember it since how I've, but yeah, I mean, I guess this is. I think I've told a different, this seems different to me. Because it says I saw him raise his arm prior to then seeing the gun. That's not what I remember at all.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
It says here that I saw the black driver bring his pistol to an upward position. I yelled, pushed the wife down. I looked in the white truck, saw the driver had a pistol, aimed towards the black truck at that point. I pushed my wife down. And I remember seeing the black truck with the pistol, the gentleman in the white truck pointing the pistol, and I looked in my side mirror is when I saw him raise his pistol, and that's when the shots rang out.
All right, I mean, you saw him raise his pistol. What are you talking about?
Scott Spivey, I don't want to say raise his pistol, move his arm in an upward position.
All right, so what you're saying, and I'm trying to follow, you said a lot there, is what you said is that when I saw him raising his gun was when I was looking back in the mirror?
Yeah.
As opposed to when you were right by him, is that what you're saying?
Yes, when I noticed that Weldon had a gun pointed is when I looked in the side mirror, and that's when I noticed him start to raise his arm and all hell broke loose. I don't remember, if I'm being completely honest, my memory of it, the way I see it, the way every time I replay it in my head, I yelled at my wife, gun, push her down. I looked into the white truck, so the driver had a pistol towards the black truck. At that point, I pushed my wife down there.
That person with that phone right there did it.
Uh-oh.
I only fix them, Judge, I don't tear them up. I noticed you looked at me immediately.
I did.
No, it's mixed up in my memory, so it was written down. Like I said, I pulled up and I saw the black gun, I looked at the white truck, saw him, looked in the side mirror. This statement is not how I remember it since, how I've, but yeah, and I guess this is. I think I've heard a different, this seems different to me. Because it says I saw him raise his arm prior to then seeing the gun. That's not what I remember at all.
Say that again, I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
It says here that I saw the black driver bring his pistol to an upward position. I yelled, pushed the wife down. I looked in the white truck, saw the driver had a pistol, aimed towards the black truck. At that point, I pushed my wife down, and I remember seeing the black truck with the pistol, the gentleman in the white truck pointing the pistol, and I looked in my side mirror is when I saw him raise his pistol, and that's when the shots rang out.
Pardon me, you saw him raise his pistol, who were you talking about?
Scott Spivey, I don't want to say raise his pistol, move his arm in an upward position.
All right, so what you're saying, and I'm trying to follow, you said a lot there, is what you said is that when I saw him raising his gun was when I was looking back in the mirror?
Yeah.
As opposed to when you were right behind, is that what you're saying?
Yes, when I noticed that Weldon had a gun pointed is when I looked in the side mirror, and that's when I noticed him start to raise his arm and all hell broke loose. I don't remember, if I'm being completely honest, my memory of it, the way I see it, the way every time it replays in my head, this writing is not the best depiction of what had happened, if that makes sense. I don't know why. This is actually my first time sitting here, him reading it through to me. I mean, when I reviewed it, this doesn't. The driver of the black truck started to bring his pistol upward. I yelled at my wife, gun, pushed her down. I looked into the white truck, so the driver had a pistol towards the black truck. At that point, I pushed my wife down and I heard gunshots. I didn't notice him raise his firearm until I was looking in the side mirror after I already saw Weldon Boyd have the gun pointed.
Well, and either way, either as is written in your handwritten statement, or as you're telling us today, you did see Mr. Spivey at some point in time raise his pistol and point it towards the white truck before there was any shooting.
No, I didn't. I have never once said I saw Scott Spivey point a pistol at the white truck. I said he moved his arm in an upward position is all I saw. I never saw him point a gun at that white truck ever.
And where was the gun pointed as it was being raised in an upward position? Towards the white truck or in the opposite direction?
When I heard everything go down, I mean, the gun would have been pointed 2.5 feet in front of him at the ground still. Scott Spivey.
You said in both statements here that one is detecting the queen on video and one in your written statement that he
started. It says that he started to bring his pistol to an upward position. I never once said it was aimed or I saw him point that firearm at your client. No, I never said that. I never witnessed that.
All right, well, let's go back this way. Who got out of the truck with a pistol?
Scott Spivey.
And to use your words, side.
Brandishing is just an expression used when a firearm is out of its holster. But that's my definition of it.
Okay, he's holding it in his right hand.
Yes.
And it's not in a holster.
Yes.
And he is facing towards the white truck, which has just come to a stop.
Yes.
And he's yelling, presumably at the people in the white truck.
Yes.
And he's facing the white truck.
Yes.
And he has the gun in his right hand, and at some point in time, there is an upward motion of that gun.
Check 2-4. I'm sorry, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Started to make an upward motion. He started to make an upward.
Well, again, there had to be something that puts the word upward in your mind.
When your arm is down at a right angle and you move it a little bit up, that's upward. You're coming upward.
I got you.
His arm, the gun of the pistol was by his pocket.
And he starts moving up.
Like I said before, his arm moves forward. I mean, like I said, all I saw was like this. It wasn't this. When your arm is down at a right angle and you move it a little bit up, that's upward. You're coming upward.
I got you.
His arm, the gun of the pistol was by his pocket.
And he starts moving up.
Like I said before, his arm moves forward. I mean, like I said, all I saw was like this. It wasn't this. It wasn't this. I just saw, his gun was here, and that's it. Like I said, when I say start, I mean his arm barely moved.
Well, and you're moving it now, from down and moving it up, barely or slightly upward, correct? But there's no doubt that there was an upward motion to the gun, however slight it may be.
In my mind, if you're going from your pocket anywhere forward to your thigh, it's an upper position, yes, sir.
All right. And at that time, no shots had been fired, had they?
That's when all hell broke loose.
All right. And you don't know who fired first.
No.
You don't know how many guns fired.
I can tell you it wasn't. If you're asking me if I heard like a pop, 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 and a pop, 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 numerous guns, no, I just heard pop, 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 pop. There was no pause in the gunfire. There was no like, I didn't hear like a pop out, pop, 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 like that. It was just a pop, 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 like,
When, to go back when Mr. Spivey stopped in the roadway, if Mr. Boyd had attempted to go around him, he would have run into you coming towards Highway 9.
Yes, sir.
All right. So and Mr. Spivey's truck was parked in the roadway in his lane of travel.
Yes.
All right.
This is notice for the trial, Morgan. The deposition was notice for the trial.
Well, I realize that, that still doesn't change my question. Why would, what is the evidence there, Mr. McMurray, just bad memory, or what is it?
I don't like the fact that the police department's involved with a multi-millionaire, and I felt like I was painted a narrative by y'all. When you guys explained to me how he was just a good guy driving 9 miles, trying to make 911 calls, and I got more information and more narratives from Weldon Boyd's team, and it didn't make me feel okay, and I didn't like it. I felt like I was being coached into, prior to that 20th, kind of like, did you see this? What did you see? Are you sure? Really review this? Really hone in on this? And I didn't like that.
And you said you received some information from the Boyd team.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the phone, no, I never found that out from you guys. I just said after the fact. You know, you start getting police, getting fired, and all this stuff in this small town, South Carolina. I'm sorry. I mean, I just don't want to be involved. That's how I saw it. That's how I want to do it. It's too involved. I got 4 children, a business owner.
All right, seven. Okay.
And I was reached out to by the New York Times and multiple media posts, trying to get my interview, call me my wife, saying I'm going to publish our name, publish the story, all this other stuff. So it was a lot. It's a lot.
All right, so to encapsulate, you feel like that you got information from both the Spivey and the Boyd camps at some point in time after this?
I have received no information from the Spivey. I've actually refused to communicate with them. The only lawyers I have talked to were in a very brief conversation with Mr. Tinsley. It was last Tuesday. And I reached out to him.
All right, I understood you to say that you have received some information from the Boyd Spivey camp.
It was
not correct.
What it was the narrative. You know, when I get a call about my testimony, what I saw, I don't know why I was told all this stuff about prior to. It was almost like it was trying to lead me or persuade me to think that this situation was something that I didn't need to know about. I didn't need all that information. I don't know why I was being told all this stuff. Why he was in the phone for all this time. Why he did this. Why he did that. He was just trying to be a good citizen. What does that matter?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Okay, I understand that. But let me say this to you. You heard and seen, and various people have tried to contact you since this occurred.
Mm-hmm.
But you would agree that the statement that you wrote for the police and that you just read into the record was a statement that you made before you received any outside information about any of the people involved in this case.
100% accurate.
All right. And you wrote that statement to the best of your ability to tell the truth at the time.
Yes, sir.
You didn't put anything in there to deceive or mislead anybody.
No, sir, I wouldn't do that.
And when you made the 911 call, the same is true. You provide that was made before you received any information other than what you had observed that day.
Yes, sir.
And you did your best to accurately and correctly transfer what you knew to the 911 operator.
Yes, sir.
And you did not in there tell anything wrong, misleading, or inaccurate intentionally, did you?
Absolutely not.
And then you also were body cam video by Detective McQueen in his automobile in which you made a statement, and that in the recording was made outside information about any of these people. And it was immediately after you had observed what you observed on Capstone Road.
Yes.
And at that time, you did not provide any incorrect or wrong or inaccurate or deceptive information to Detective McQueen, did you?
Not that I can recall.
And you would stand by, just like you stand by the statement to the Horry County Police Department, you would stand by your 911 call and the statement you made in the interview with Detective McQueen today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Check the form. Yeah, but yes.
That's all the questions I have.
I've got some more for housekeeping. So, Mr. McMurray, the 911 call we talked about a little while ago, we took the recording, we gave it to the court reporter, and the court reporter transcribed it in written form, and I have it here. And he did it clear.
No, can
you read everybody? And they had the language 2 and 9.
Which one?
2, against 2. I'd like to show you what I've asked the reporter to mark as it's 2. And I submit to you that this is a written transcript of the audio recording between you and the 911 operator. You're welcome to read all of you like to read or any of it. My question to you is, do you have any reason to think this transcript is not an accurate depiction of what you described to the 911 operator?
Well, you see, in this right here, it contradicts my handwritten statement that I saw on the 911 call.
Well, I don't know if it contradicts
It does. It says right here, do not following the guy in the white truck had his gun drawn, pointed, wait, I'm sorry, he got his truck with a pistol drawn. This is how I remember it. He told the guy, do not follow me anymore. The guy in the white truck had his gun drawn, pointed at him, and the guy in the black truck kind of like moved his pistol. And the guy in the white truck just unloaded a complete magazine at the guy. So that's why this is confusing to me, because this is a completely different depiction than what I put on 911. Because this here says that I saw the guy in the black truck raise the pistol, and then the white guy pulled it, and that's not what I remember. This right here is the most accurate description of my memory.
So I'm going to break that down for a minute. What I handed you in this too is the transcript of the 911 call. Did you understand that?
Yeah, that happened immediately after. This was 2.5 hours after sitting in Hungary with the window projectors. Hour and a half later it was. I don't know.
Do you believe that this defendant's too is an accurate depiction of what they told the 911 operator?
I have to do the whole thing on the first page. Okay, so I'll stipulate that it is, Kenny. Yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, both are, right? This is my recording, this is my handwriting, but they don't match.
Well, then, I'll submit to you, eyewitness testimony is oftentimes not perfect between one narration story and the next. So that's not something we're being critical of, we're just trying to understand. Let me show you number 9, which reference. This is, I submit to you the transcript of the body cam recording that you had when you were in the car. Detective McQueen. So that's 9. And what I want to do is, just take a look at it and see if you have any reason to think this is not an accurate depiction of what you told Detective McQueen.
I'll stipulate that as well.
Okay. And you can, with the stipulation, I mean, you're welcome to all of them if you'd like to. That's what I'm trying to do is authenticate it, so you have that stipulation. Like the one that was 22.
Yeah, I mean, I just. Yeah.
So, I'm going to show you next 22. I'm going to copy that to you. I submit to you 22 is a letter that I sent to you. and where I enclosed the USB drive, looks like one of these drives. And on that, I had enclosed electronic copies of Defendants 2 and Defendants 9, which are around one call. Is this what you said you do in the trash?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever actually pull up and look at it?
Never opened it.
Okay. So this is the communication you received from me. You recall receiving any other from me?
I remember you sent me a letter, and I got a big round envelope with your name on it, and I put it in the trash.
Fair enough. So, did you read the letter?
No, I didn't even open it.
Okay, so you didn't even read the letter?
No, no.
So you don't know if that's the letter you received or not?
I have no idea what was in that package.
Okay.
It literally came, my wife handed it to me, I put it in the trash bin.
So let's talk for a minute about Blaze Ward. Do you know who that is? They use the name.
Who is it?
They use the name Blaze Ward.
Blaze Ward?
Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. Earlier today, you said you did see another person there at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
A young woman.
Yes.
In a sedan, I think you said.
Yeah, the one I'm referring to is longer lane in her 20s, a little white car.
Okay. So you recall seeing her at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing her car at any time during the immediacy of the shooting?
I believe she was directly behind. I believe that car was directly behind because it was a white car, and then there was a white SUV that pulled up with an oil couple in it. But I believe she was behind them. There was a car behind them, I don't know if it was her. There was also a girl that kind of went up and came back around. So I can't recall if that was Blaze. There was a bunch of people there. But I do remember the girl that we talked to was really upset. I do know there was a car behind him. I don't know if it's hers or not. I don't know if she was the one that, there was one person that kind of didn't turn in, that went out and turned around and came back and started looking. There's people there hysterical. There was another couple. There was a few people. I don't remember if it was her or I can't recall if it was her car, but I do remember a car being behind the trailer. But that could have happened, well, after the fact right there, and I don't remember because once I didn't realize he had a trailer on his truck until after I turned around, if that makes sense. So I couldn't tell you if there's, where people were staying or anything like that.
So do you remember if there was a car behind him as the shooting occurred?
I do, but I don't know if it was her car or not. Okay. But also I don't want to confuse if it was the SUV with the older couple in it. There was like a bigger white silver Escalade also that was kind of off to the side of the road. So I can't recall who was directly behind them during the shooting. Okay. Honestly, when I pulled her out, because I don't know. But I do remember a young woman being there and started when I spoke to her. Pretty okay.
I don't have no further questions for you. Thank you for your time and attention.
The last ones, the written statement, fairness to you, just didn't have the details that maybe you had in the 911 call.
Yeah.
Or the details that you've been asked today.
Yes.
And this idea of don't know who shot first, the first person you see shooting, as you said in the 911 call, was the guy driving the white truck who appeared to unload his magazine through the windshield. Mm-hmm. That was a yes.
Yes, that my depiction. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all I have, and that's it.
Anyone with additional?
That will be it for Mr. McMurray.
And so for the record, all of the statements, 911 call, 911 transcript, interview on scene, body cam, transcript, video deposition, and the type transcript. 6 things more or less. They're all in purpose of the hearing.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Only thing we don't have is him.
That's correct. We tried.
All right.
Judge, it is 11:47. You want to move to the next witness or take a break?
Tell me what you got.
We called an Officer Kerry Higgs with the Horry County Police Department. Your Honor, he probably was crossed 45-minute witness.
Need a break? Let's try to get him done before lunch.
Thanks for calling Officer Kerry Higgs.
affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Speak into the microphone.
Carrie Hicks.
Officer Hicks, how are you?
Good.
Excited to be here? Okay. Where are you currently employed?
Horry County Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Horry County Police Department?
I was hired in October 2022.
2022. So in what capacity were you employed?
Private first class police officer.
And in 2023, the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what exactly does the private first class, what are your primary duties? What capacity do you?
Call responsiveness, traffic, similar things to that. Any 911 calls,
Okay.
wellness checks.
Do you respond to call? Part of your duties is to respond for calls for service.
Sir.
Okay. And did you respond to a call back on 9 September of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And was that that to Camp Swamp Road and Highway 9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the time you got that call, do you remember what it was for?
The call started out in the North Precinct. It was called for road rage, with someone following and depicting where they were going.
Okay. Say that for me again a little clearer there. It was a call for what again?
It was a call for road rage incident that started off in the North Precinct, which is prior to my sector, before the river. And then it ended up coming into the West Precinct, going up towards Camp Swamp.
Okay, and you mentioned just a second ago, the call came in that somebody was doing what?
There was a road rage incident where a vehicle was driving people off the side of the road, a gentleman with a firearm. There was actual multiple calls going for it.
And was it being relayed to you at that time that somebody was on the phone with 911 directing
Yes.
where this vehicle was at on the roadway?
Yes.
As a police officer, if somebody calls 911 and they're reporting a dangerous driver, whatever their conduct may be, they're reporting that on the roadway. You obviously are going to try to get out to where that person is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you find it helpful in your job if there is somebody who is on the phone with dispatch helping to give you direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you the first police officer to arrive on that scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
And do you recall about what time? First, I'm going to hand you this just so you got it. This is marked as Defendant Exhibit 20. It's the case report from the Horry County Police Department. I've got it flipped just to help you and save some time to the page of your report in case you need it. But do you recall about what time you arrived on the scene?
The dispatch time was around 18:04, which is 6 p.m., around 6 p.m. I believe that I arrived at Camp Swamp around 6:10.
And can you sort of walk the judge through what you observed when you first got on scene, what you did?
When I got on scene, it was a little hectic with traffic. Camp Swamp is a route that people go to and from Tabor City often. Pulling up, there was multiple vehicles coming from Camp Swamp towards Highway 9. There was also a couple vehicles that were behind Mr. Boyd's truck trying to go around. There was actually a vehicle with a boat on a trailer behind trying to go up, and I had to veer my cop car around them to be able to get out and out of Highway 9.
So when you first arrived on the scene, who do you see out there? What is everybody doing? Kind of help paint a picture for us. We're going to play your body camera in just a minute, but I'd like to hear your recollection.
Okay. I did notice there was a bunch of cars in the median for a turnaround on 9 while I was coming up. There was also cars parked on the side of the road on the left side prior to Camp Swamp. the vehicles that were in the roadway trying to go around everybody. When I got around to the back, there was a white SUV, there was a truck and a trailer. Mr. Boyd was out of his vehicle. When I exited my vehicle, he was approaching me. I did notice that there was a gentleman in an orange shirt off to the right side by the white SUV.
You see the gentleman in the orange shirt, do you know who he is, or do you know now today who he was?
He was one of the witnesses. I can't recall his name.
Terry Wright, maybe?
Sure.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I'd like to play a defendant's exhibit 56, is that correct? I got it? 56, which is the body camera from Mr. Higgs. If you'll hit pause real quick, Mary Catherine. Your Honor, just so the court's aware of this body camera, the full body camera will be entered into the record, but just for the court's time, there's about, I think, 15 to 25 minutes of it at the beginning that I'm going to publish. And certainly if they'd like to play the whole thing, or if you want to play it later, you can. Go ahead. Where were you coming from that day?
The lower section?
Okay.
I believe actually that right there is going to be business 9 coming through the middle of Lower.
I'm just responding by coming out of Camp Swamp Road. They're saying they think they vehicles were firing at one another, and then that's where the drone from the black truck is out at this time. That's fine. That's
At this point in time, are you made aware that there had been an actual shooting of any kind?
It was dispatched over that there was a shooting between the two.
After you got in the original car?
Yes.
There came an update that there actually had been a shooting.
Receiving updates while I was in route.
County. I'm being advised both of these vehicles are going to be on Camp Swamp Road at this time. The white one's on there, and the black one's about 30 yards from there. So subject that was not involved for this, but they were picking up their vehicle, got shot at 1801 East Highway 9. Apparently the Denver road race, the 328 is aware of it. Hey, Conway. 654, correction, 934, 630.
Okay.
Now they're saying they think the driver on the black Silverado is 10-7.
Is that for we got EMS? On standby?
Hey, Conway. The incident, it says that the male and female were fighting. I think we have the female on the line. If I understand this all right, sir, I just been all this trying to figure it out. But I'm pretty sure it's the female with the male in the white truck that's telling us this information. Based on location so far, I've gotten a couple of things in here saying that both vehicles are on Camp Swamp Road. I'm not sure how far.
Camp Swamp and 9 out here.
Copy. I'll get a temporary discount. Go to the alternate. I'll get a temporary go to alternate.
We've got 5:45 here that's elapsed on the clock, so, you know, you return this, is that about how long it took you to get there is what I'm asking?
I believe that it took approximately 10 minutes for me to get to being on the scene.
Okay.
Is the time up there, I just want to clarify, he knows why the time's up.
What he's asking, Officer Hayes, is at the top of this body camera, it's got a date and it's got a time stamp on it. It does not appear to line up with what actual time of day it is. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, the hour.
Yeah, the hour on that. Can you explain it?
For Zulu time?
Zulu time. Yeah, that's what he's asking about.
Okay. It's a time dictated by, assuming the body camera company for time changes. Also,
The point is that it's 18:05, 18:09:55.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Richard.
What's going on? Give me a second.
They saw everything. He held a gun to us on the interstate. He ran us off the road. We were calling. I was taking pictures of his license plate. When I turned in here, he got out of that truck, had his pistol, he racked it, aimed, and shot. Me and Brian started shooting back. I mean, I can't. He was shooting at us. Why would he do that? They saw everything right there. No, we're good. He's deceased. They saw. I got my pistol. You want my pistol?
Where's that?
It's right here.
Leave yours. I'll take yours.
It's in a appendix clip.
What that gun do you have?
I think it's Glock. So I'm a veteran. I did not do this. I did not. Well, I shot him, but he shot us first.
He shot at you?
He shot 100%. I was trying to back up and get away, and then he started discharging the firearm. Yeah, it's
We can see in that corner of the frame there. What are you doing there?
Placing his pistol inside my vehicle so I can secure it.
Clear the weapon, make sure it's not armed.
Sure.
And you want to secure that weapon in your vehicle. So
Yes,
it
sir.
could not be nobody could get to it?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, okay.
I can't tell you what to do. Keep going, please. Checking on the other vehicle, black Chevy, North Carolina Fleet, Romeo Charlie 1538. Sorry. I need a couple more years just to try to get some of this traffic down. Example where this one is definitely intensive.
I want to just ask you a question about this. When you arrived on this scene, we're watching you walk back and forth. There's some distance between these vehicles.
Yes, sir.
They are not very close together, are they?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
I got the main caller. Did anybody try calling in everything earlier on 9? Something about somebody bringing in this. Just have a seat. That way you come. Sit around. I got multiple witnesses saying that the victim had jumped out, brandished pistol, shot at them, and then jumped back in the vehicle and they shot back. Nah, I don't want to get everybody up on it.
What are you doing right now?
I'm repositioning my vehicle since the other cars aren't there to try to stop any other vehicles from coming into the scene.
Second car Dodge, pickup truck up here at 28. Sir! Sir! Step away from that side. Sir! Yeah. What was it? No. I want you to sit.
What did you just remove from the passenger seat of Weldon Ward's vehicle?
That was going to be the passenger's firearm that he stated that was in the passenger seat of the vehicle.
You're doing the same with it that you did with
Yes, sir.
Weldon's gun, which is...
Securing it in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Rick.
I might try to get somebody's live traffic off of 10 Swamp coming to 9. Yes, sir.
pointing at there?
Trying to wave them to stop their advance so they can turn off. There's a side street into a development right before where that sign is on the back side of it. Goes into one of the newer developments that are out there that way they can go around the crime scene and stop going through it.
Understood. Well, now I've got the.
Here, calm down. Listen. I understand.
This is self-defense.
I understand. I just want you to sit down, calm down, take a breath. There's nothing to be sorry about. Just sit down and take a breath, sir. Okay.
What are you doing right now? Well, you got something out of the back of your car and you're going, you keep playing.
My crime scene tape, so that way I can section off that side.
And what's the point of doing that?
With attempt to secure the crime scene.
Okay. All right, let's stop it there, Ms. Catherine. I'm not gonna play any more of that. We saw you on the body camera video there with your cell phone.
Yes, sir.
And you were taking, first off, let me ask you this. When you arrived on the scene, was the driver's door to Mr. Spivey's vehicle open?
Yes, sir.
Was any other of the doors open?
No, sir.
Okay. We saw you walk around, we saw you open the doors.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you do that?
To make sure actually that no one else is in there,
Okay.
and to get a little bit more information.
Okay. When you say a little bit more information, what information would you be looking at?
With any position of firearms or anything like that and how in the vehicle that may be crucial to not be moved.
And you take pictures with your phone, is that right?
Yes, sir.
They're not with your body camera, but is there an app that's connected to it?
Yes, sir. This
Okay.
Exxon app goes through the.
And you can take photographs with that, and then they're there.
You upload them on evidence.com.
Okay, so it's all one system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants 37G, F, E, D, C, B, and A. I'm not going to publish these because of the nature of them, but I want to walk through these if you'll hold them up so the judge can see here. And I'll go through them. What can we observe back here? Or did you, let me ask it this way. What did you observe?
The main reason for this picture is for identification of the vehicle, tag number. You can also see that there are multiple rounds going in, but there's also rounds coming out of the tailgate.
Coming out of the tailgate?
Yes.
Okay, indicating that there was gunfire coming from inside out of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the purpose of this photograph here?
The purpose of this photograph was to solidify where the firearm was in the vehicle.
And where was it?
By his right hand.
Let me ask you something else about this picture. What do you see there in the top left corner? You recognize that item?
Yes, sir. It's an extended magazine.
An extended magazine.
Yes.
You say extended magazine, I'm sure.
For larger capacity
Larger
rounds.
capacity rounds. What is this photograph here? I will explain what you've done there.
It's a shell casing on the outside of the vehicle. It's Mr. Spivey's driver's side front tire. The reason that notepad is there, that's my personal notepad. All those notepads are 2x4, so it shows the distance from the tire where that casing was in case it gets kicked or it gets moved.
Okay. And it getting kicked or getting moved, that could be a potential problem out there on this crime scene, couldn't it?
Yes.
Why?
It kind of has the shell casings act very weird when they hit pavement. They tend to roll, they tend to move, they're very light. Wind can move them, cars driving by can move them, cars can run them over. All of those things.
And if cars run them over, what could happen?
They can actually be removed from the crime scene.
Okay. And we saw, just watched your video, we had quite a few cars coming through that crime scene. You reviewed that footage prior to today, right?
Yes, sir.
You have any idea, just a guess of how many cars drove through that crime scene before you could tape it off?
Before I could tape it off, as soon as I arrived, I noticed one vehicle already exiting. 2 others went by, the one with the boat trailer. In total, there was 19 vehicles along with that boat trailer.
19 vehicles, which you
Yes.
counted. Okay, I was going to show you pictures, but you already got a count, so that's good. We don't need to do that.
Yes.
And this shell casing here was found outside of Mr. Spivey's vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this picture is just...
Again, it's for positioning, magazine,
And the
other options,
position of the arm.
items in the vehicle. Yes.
This is just another photograph of the same, correct?
Yes, sir. A little bit closer up to where the firearm was located.
And this photograph.
Sir, it's a gunshot wound into the side.
Okay. All right, thank you. And Officer Higgs, I'm almost done, and I'm sure this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask it, so please don't be offended. You did not manipulate this crime scene in any way?
I did. I opened the doors.
Well, other than your investigative work, I guess what I'm asking, You did not remove any items of evidence, you did not add any items of evidence, you did not
No, sir.
change the position of the weapon or the body or anything of that nature,
No,
right?
sir.
Okay. Of course, I know, Your Honor. Last question. You don't know Weldon Boyd?
No.
You don't know Bradley Williams?
No.
You don't know Terry Wright or any of the other witnesses that were out there on the scene, do you?
No.
You don't know anybody connected with this case?
No, sir.
All right. No further questions. Officer Higgs, I'm sure Mr. Tinsley has something for you.
Mr. Moss, you don't have any,
Mr. Moss, I think,
just want to make sure for the record, I'm off.
yeah.
All right, Ms. Tinsley, you up?
Thank you, Your Honor. Quarter of mine, eh? How about?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're ready.
And Your Honor, while he's marking those, I just want to make sure for the record, we're putting 37A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
Okay. A through which?
You didn't say H, you said through G?
A through G, yes, sir.
Okay, I'll make that record in a moment, and if we could do it, I think.
I'm all back.
That's okay.
Tim?
All right, hang on.
I'm good.
Waiting on her. What you got in your bag? You can do that.
No, I'm good.
All right, for the record, the defense introduced and placed from the video several photographs, 37 A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and there for the purpose of today's hearing. Mr. Tinsley's now marked plaintiff's exhibit 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I presume no objections from the defense as to his photographs, which will be introduced for the purpose of today's hearing.
No.
Very well.
Yeah, none, Your Honor.
Yeah, and just so, and I'll hand it to you, officer, before I start asking questions. So, Mr. Martin, we saw in the video you were taking pictures, right?
Sir.
And you're taking those with your cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And then you upload them into the, what is it?
It's the Axon Evidence Act.
So, and that's Horry County's evidence
Sir.
system, correct?
Yes.
And so what I've handed you is the actual photos after you uploaded them, right? And just look through those and tell me if those, the same photos. I think some of them are the same as what he's marking. We just see the timestamp on these. I'm going to show them. I just want you to verify, and then I'm going to use them.
Did you unplug your computer?
No.
Okay. Sure.
The second most important person.
I don't know, she might be most important.
You're probably right.
She has to listen close to all of us.
These are all photos you took, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, one of the things that you're doing when you're coming to this scene is, it's just an ordinary course, as a matter of policy and practice, what you do is, you're there to secure the scene, right?
Correct, sir.
And you know you're not the detective who's going to do the investigation, and whatever's going on, you're doing your best to secure this thing.
Correct.
And we see you walking around the scene with your phone, but your body cam's on, and you know that, correct?
Yes.
And as you're walking, you're looking for evidence.
Yes, sir.
And all these cars, the 19 cars or whatever, did you meet at Mr. Martin's office to count those, or you did that on your own?
No, sir, I did that on mine.
Okay. But all those cars, as they're coming through, you're still watching the scene, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you're doing the best that you can do to make sure nothing's happening to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Because it's important.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see anything happen to the scene, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't see any shell casings carried away, did you?
No, sir.
And in fact, because that door's open and we see in Exhibit A, and this is a photo that you took. It's a lot easier when I got somebody else running, but you took this photo at 6:17, and we saw in the video we watched, but 6:17, the door's still open, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've opened the passenger door and left it open.
Both passenger doors, yes, sir.
But you didn't touch the driver's door, did you?
No, sir.
And so as the 19 cars came down Camp Swamp Road, you agree with me, they didn't drive in the vicinity that's immediately behind the driver's door. Right?
Back and forth, yes.
This area of the pavement that we see right here, you agree they're not driving in that area?
Correct.
And on the video, the 19 cars, you never saw any cars driving that area either, did you?
No, sir.
They came around, they might have crossed over into that lane, but that was back in that big wide distance that Mr. Martin told you about between the two trucks.
Sir.
You don't have any reason to believe that any shell casings would have been carried off by cars passing as slow as we saw in the video.
If there was more casings out there, they would have been.
If there were casings in the area behind that door, down the side of that truck, or immediately behind that truck, you agree with me they would not have been, correct? From the yellow line to the tire.
No, sir. If there was any casings that were by the yellow line, they could have been moved by the vehicles going by.
From the yellow line to the tire behind that door, no car went in that area.
No,
right?
sir.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you looked, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is Exhibit 9, and you take, it's hard to read, 633, but that's the shell casing that you found, and we're going to go back. It's almost under the tire, right there, correct?
Sir.
You don't know when that shell casing came to be there, either, do you?
Prior to my...
Prior to your arrival.
Sir.
How it got there, you don't know, do you?
No, sir.
And then you laid a pad by it because you're actively looking for shell casings, right?
Correct, sir.
That's the only one you found, correct?
Yes, sir. By the vehicle.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate that. Look, that's the only one you found in Mr. Spivey's vehicle.
Correct.
But you did find one outside of the vehicle on the running board of Mr. Boyd's vehicle. That's Plaintiff's Exhibit 11, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you took a picture of that.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been in here, and you've been hearing some of the testimony, and you heard the 911 discussion with Mr. McMurrow that Mr. Boyd's windows were up at the time of the shooting, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You agree with me that most probably fell out at some point in time when they're getting in or out, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that Mr. Boyd was outside his, this is the driver's side, correct? You took another picture. See the yellow line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's Exhibit 13. That shell casing doesn't tell us anything about when it got there, does it?
No, sir. And
remember, I stopped you at the beginning, because at the beginning we talked about the fact that the Zulu time and what time you got there?
Yes.
And you said 6:10, and it was 5 seconds from that to 6:09:55, right? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So if Mr. Boyd has photographs of Scott Spivey's body that were taken in base stamps, timestamp, metadata, at 6:05, 20 seconds, and then again at 6:05 and 57 seconds, that would have been before you got there, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
There wasn't any way to see that body until you got up there and got in that door, was there?
No, sir.
Okay. You heard on the 911 call that EMS is inbound, and you know they had already ordered a wagon to come and transport the body, right?
It's the process of it. If there's a deceased person, that a ambulance would be the ones to identify that person was deceased, and then the coroner would be notified through the ambulance.
Well, but on 911, point of fact is that Damon Vescovi had already told him he needed to transport one body, correct?
I don't know what time he stated that.
You didn't, I didn't say what time. He says it at the beginning when he gets there. You don't dispute that, right? I mean, we can go back and play it. But you don't-
If you'd like to, I would like that. I wasn't listening for
Sure.
his directives.
Let me ask you this. This photo we marked as Exhibit A. I'm going to have well, I'm sorry. I'll come back.
Can we confirm how many, one is not alone, can we confirm how many patients we actually have?
I just need one wagon. I just want no fire engines or anything else. Just
I just need one wagon. You heard him tell that?
One ambulance, yes.
To transport the body, right?
If that's what he was speaking about for the coroner.
Now that was...
That'd be an ambulance though, not the coroner. Coroner's separate.
Okay.
They have a wagon that comes after.
Regardless, it says, I just need one wagon, right?
Correct. For our policy, if there is a large crime scene, and the way Horry County Fire works is they will send one ambulance and one fire truck towards the scene. I don't know what he's exactly speaking about, but anytime that I have been the lead on a case similar, shooting or anything like that where someone was injured, I would make sure that only one person would come in to that crime scene to verify that that person was deceased.
Okay. So let's talk about policies of Horry County, since you pulled them up. Policies of Horry County dictate that you would separate the witnesses, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you didn't do that, did you?
That was not my job.
But you didn't do it.
I did once I recognized that what was happening, sir.
About an hour later.
Sir.
And we saw the gathering with the Wrights and Weldon Boyd and Bradley Williams there, but for an hour they talked, right?
I don't know if they were all speaking together about certain
Okay.
things.
I want to, this is unfortunately, because I'm technologically challenged, this is how we're going to get it up here so we can save time. Can you zoom it in? All right, so now we see the clock is, it's almost a full hour later, correct?
I'm sorry, Mark, I missed for a second. This is more of his body cam, right?
I don't believe this is his body cam. We're going to see him in 1 second. But you, same Zulu time, now we're a full hour later, right? And who is that gentleman there?
That's our night watch commander, Lieutenant Doug Deschamps.
He's above you.
Yes, sir.
Is he above everybody else that's at the scene at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Everybody wants to go see what happened. And the
That's
thing
you,
is,
right?
you live down here?
Yes, sir.
You know how to go to the
Yes.
There's 3 different ways to
I've
go.
all the way through home. That's what I don't know. I don't want the witnesses talking to the people involved. I don't want them discussing, talking together. That's why we need to separate witnesses.
Hey, y'all stay away from each other for the time being.
I'll pause it right there. So he first asked Officer Vescovi, is that thing on? Talking about his body cam. And then he tells y'all he doesn't want witnesses talking to each other and then this is when you go and separate.
Yes, sir.
But before that, in violation of the policy, they had been allowed to talk for an hour. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. You heard Mr. Boyd in the video that we watched say that he shot Scott Spivey. That's what he told you, right?
Yes, sir.
You heard him say that he was trying to back up and get away, and that Scott Spivey started discharging the firearm, didn't you?
Correct.
Your Honor, do you still have Mr. McMurray's deposition?
Is it right there?
That's gross.
The 911 call. I'm not sure I've had that with
Need to.
I don't listen to it this morning.
I believe you're correct, Your Honor. You did not have it.
No reference to the bunch.
I'm going to have him read the statements again. I'm kidding. I apologize, Your Honor. All right. So this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and you saw that video. This is Detective, is it McQueen or Quick? I get them confused.
That one would be McQueen.
Okay. So this is the in-car video, and all I did was took a screen grab. Can you scroll just to see this exhibit 1? You agree with me that if Weldon Boyd is doing that at that point in time before he shoots, he is not trying to back up?
Correct. If he didn't have any hands on the steering wheel or anything like that.
Patience is not my strongest. Officer Higgs, you looked at that driver's door, didn't you?
Sir?
And you didn't see any bullet holes in that driver's door, did you?
No, sir.
And you're taking this photo, the purpose of this photo is to take pictures of all the bullet holes that are in the back, the tailgate of Scott Spivey's truck, and into the cab of Scott Spivey's truck, correct?
The purpose of that photo is to try to get the entirety of that vehicle.
Okay. Earlier, you looked at the bullet holes. You were discussing
Yes, sir.
it. And the only place you see bullet holes is essentially where I've described them, into the back of his truck.
Yes, sir.
Is it also the policy of Horry County that body cams will not be turned off as long as the suspects are still on the scene?
No.
That's not the policy?
The policy dictated at that time that they can be turned off after you were told to do so by a supervisor.
Okay. And that's what happened shortly after you separated the witnesses, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
At some point later, the body cams all get turned off. Yes?
Yes.
At some time after that, most of them get turned back on.
Yes, sir, some of them.
Okay. You don't know why that happened, do you?
So sometimes when people come into an area and their body camera turns on, it's an aerial issue, not an issue, but an aerial thing with all the body cameras. If there's one that turns on, it will turn the rest of them on.
Do you remember Damon Viscovi asking you how to mute the recording of his dash camera?
I do.
And would you like to see the video?
Sure.
So the time is 23:56, correct?
According to that, yes, sir.
Yeah.
How do you turn the mic off on the cameras? I have no idea. I have no idea. Hey, who's it? Higgs. Hey, Higgs. How do you cut the mic off? The camera. No, to turn the mic off. I want to mute it. You'd have to go on the, there you go.
During that conversation, Weldon Boyd's sitting on the trailer of his truck, correct?
Correct.
That wouldn't be in accordance with the policies of Horry County, would it? To mute the mic so that it couldn't be heard what was happening?
I don't believe so, sir.
That's the opposite of what you were trying to do that day and document the evidence, wasn't it?
Correct.
That would clearly be a violation of the policy, would it not?
Correct.
And nonetheless, they got turned off, correct?
All of our body, my camera was
That
off
one did.
way before that. I can't dictate when he turns his on or turns his off.
No, because you weren't his supervisor, were you?
No, sir.
And the supervisors were controlling what was happening at that point, weren't they?
At that point, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Mark?
Just one quick question. You also heard Frank McMurray testify earlier here in his deposition video that he also did not even see that there was a passenger in Mr. Boyd's vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
All right. Deputy, you're done.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Heat Departments, let's take a break. It's 12:40. I think 2 o'clock sounds good. Give everybody an ample lunch break. Enjoy. Be back here at 2 o'clock.
My name is Mandy Matney, creator of the #1 global hit Murdoch Murders podcast, the show that started it all. Now known as True Sunlight, my partner in true crime, journalist Liz Farrell, and I are taking on new cases while still pursuing justice for those we met along the way. Luna Shark Media's True Sunlight podcast is the antithesis of true crime. True Sunlight values accuracy over access journalism. True Sunlight shines with empathy, not exploitation. True Sunlight is the intersection of true crime, journalism, and systemic corruption. True Sunlight's mission is to expose the truth wherever it leads, give voice to victims, and get the story straight. True Sunlight continues to shed light on Stephen Smith's case and the Murdoch's co-conspirators, but we also take deep dives into other cases around the country, from Grant and Gracie Solomon to Sarah Lynn Colucci, Micah Miller, and beyond. True Sunlight empowers listeners to understand their legal and judicial systems with our unique brand of pesky journalism. Listen to True Sunlight wherever you get your podcast, or visit TrueSunlight.com to learn more. Years before the name Alec Murdaugh was splashed across every major media outlet, I was a local South Carolina journalist, and I had an instinct that something wasn't right in the Low Country. The powerful Murdaugh dynasty dominated rural South Carolina for generations. Few dared to publicly utter a harsh word against them. From the newsroom to the courtroom to the kitchen table where we recorded the #1 global hit, the Murdoch Murders podcast, I invite you to learn more about my new book, Blood on Their Hands, a propulsive true crime saga, an empathetic work of investigative journalism, and an excoriation of the good old boy systems that enabled a network of criminals. Blood on Their Hands is a harrowing first-person narrative of battles against systemic subversions of the truth, overcoming institutional sexism, corruption, and threats to my personal safety to expose a network of horrific crimes and give voice to victims. Blood on Their Hands gives readers an exclusive inside look into the Murdaugh saga and its sinister web of deceit, theft, and murder. I share the challenges of reporting on the many heartbreaking cases involved while pursuing justice for the victims and their families. And I am so excited for the next bit. Are you ready for it? Our Hire Soak Up the Sun members get access to playlists, audio, and videos that match chapters in my new book, Blood on Their Hands, which releases November 14th. Visit lunasharkmedia.com/membership to learn the best way you can stay tuned, stay pesky, and stay in the sunlight.
Welcome to a special year-end episode of True Sunlight Podcast. I'm Kate Thomas, Luna Shark's digital librarian. I'm grateful for the opportunity to look back and reflect on everything we've accomplished in 2025. Mandy Matney and Liz Farrell have spent the year shining sunlight into the darkest corners of South Carolina's justice system and beyond. Today, we're journeying together through the year with audio clips from each month, revisiting the cases that defined Luna Shark's work and reminding ourselves why this fight for accountability matters so deeply. So let's look back at where we've been, because understanding how we got here is essential to changing where we're going. In January, Pastor J.P. Miller's legal campaign against his critics reached new heights, with the pastor filing lawsuit after lawsuit in Myrtle Beach Magistrate Court against protesters and online commentators.
We told you how JP had listed fake addresses for at least 3 of his legal targets, and he appeared to be playing some sort of sick joke on 2 of them by directing their summons to a gay bar and a Weight Watchers clinic. And we told you how none of the 10 people JP has filed complaints against had been served yet, so none of them knew exactly what JP was suing for. They just knew what the public index said, which was they were being sued civilly in Myrtle Beach Magistrate Court by JP, which is basically the equivalent of finding out that you have been called to the principal's office because you're the kid who's always in detention for his hallway outburst and his repeated lying reported you for telling a teacher that you saw him cheating. Anyway, those 10 complaints meant that JP now had at least 11 lawsuits filed related to his effort to silence people.
In February, the True Sunlight podcast broke major news. Pastor J.P. Miller had been accused in a lawsuit of raping a 15-year-old girl at his father's church in 1998 and sexually assaulting her again in 2023. Mandy and Liz sit down with Rock Hill attorney Randy Hood, who represents Jane in the case, to discuss why he decided to take on this fight.
Well, I came from a medical malpractice background. I've done it since the beginning. And then about 10 years, I started doing sex abuse cases and started doing them heavily and have been very successful at it. And at the end of the day, I'm a survivor. My people around me know, everybody knows, the people that love me and care about me, and my law firm knows, but I'm a survivor. And I think that when you're a survivor, honestly, I made enough money to where about 10 years ago, I was like, I got a chip on my shoulder. So let's go start taking some people out. And to be frank with you, the people that I represent, the people that I take care of or try to take care of, are the most gracious, incredible people, because what they've been through is the most horrific things that anybody could ever imagine. You couldn't, if you think about your child going through that, it would just destroy you.
In March, Mandy and Liz examined a troubling development in the case of Bowen Turner, the South Carolina man convicted of assaulting multiple young women, including Dallas Stoller, who later died by suicide. Carl Stoller, Dallas's father, and an Orangeburg County deputy sheriff had been silenced at a parole violation hearing, denied the opportunity to speak about his daughter or his concerns about public safety as Turner faced yet another violation.
As the Dallas's father, obviously I would have spoken about my child and what she was like, and then what she was like after this situation took place, and then what ultimately led up to what, obviously I think had a tremendous bearing on her death. And I would certainly spoken to that behalf. And then as the deputy sheriff of Orangeburg County, I would have said, my concerns protecting the citizens of this county from somebody who is a habitual offender and has no regard for the law or the regulations he's having to adhere to. I find that very concerning for the citizens of the county. And I would be remiss if I didn't speak out to that. That's public safety is everything, and that's certainly a risk to public safety, in my opinion. But I wasn't ever allowed to say it, so that's where we are.
In April, Mandy and Liz celebrated a major victory in the case of Lee Gilley, the Houston, Texas man accused of strangling his pregnant wife, Krista, to death in their home while their 2 children were present. After more than 5 months of waiting for autopsy results, with the growing concern that the case might slip through the cracks, as the 180-day indictment deadline loomed, Krista's family and friends feared Lee might walk free.
Last Tuesday, Krista's autopsy report finally came back after more than 5 months of waiting. This was a big step. Lee Mongerson Gilley was finally indicted by a Texas grand jury on 1 count of capital murder, and that is a big deal. The indictment states that Lee, quote, intentionally and knowingly caused the death of Krista Gilley by applying pressure to Krista Gilley's neck and upper back, and intentionally and knowingly caused the death of an unborn child by applying pressure to Krista Gilley's neck and upper back while Krista Gilley was pregnant with the unborn. Krista was 9 weeks pregnant with their 3rd child. Krista and Lee's 2 children were in the house at the time that Krista was allegedly strangled.
In May, the True Sunlight podcast continued its investigation into the killing of Scott Spivey, the North Carolina man shot to death on a rural South Carolina highway in 2023 by shooters who were never charged. Body camera footage obtained by the team revealed a stunning moment discovered by Luna Shark journalist and researcher Beth Braden.
Scivey took photos of Weldon's and Bradley's licenses on his phone, then texted someone in his contacts. And this is where it got dirty. Act like a victim with the word camera written under it. Scivey then walked that note over to Weldon and showed it to him. Weldon's eyes darted to the notebook and then around. Act like a victim. Act like the thing you need to be in order for the stand your ground law to apply. Self-defense. You, Weldon, you were the victim.
In June, the True Sunlight podcast audience witnessed a devastating setback in the decade-long quest for justice for Sarah Lynn Moore Colucci, who was allegedly murdered in 2015. After the jury had been seated for what was supposed to be a 2-week retrial of Sarah Lynn's husband, Michael Colucci, Judge Roger M. Young quashed the indictment and dismissed the case.
Now, there are 2 big things I want to say here. One is that I fully put the blame of this decision on Megan Birchstead's shoulders. If this was just an oversight, the result of a mistake, and if she cared one bit about this case being tried, she would have come to the courtroom correct. She would have been professional and open and not hostile. The second point is this. Here is what Attorney General Alan Wilson said Wednesday about the Colucci case. Yesterday, in a court hearing regarding the case against Michael Colucci, Judge Roger Young quashed the indictment without prejudice, which means the state can reevaluate the case and remedy any issues addressed by the court's order before another trial. We respect the decision of the court and note that Judge Young did not find intentional misconduct by prosecutors from the Attorney General's office. Excuse me, Alan? Judge Young did not find intentional misconduct? What? All misconduct would have some sort of intention attached to it, I would imagine. But where did he say that? Oh, right, he didn't. He said that he wanted to make it clear that he wasn't talking about the prosecuting attorneys per se, meaning perhaps the ones at the table who did the right thing both times they were presented with information about this conversation.
In July, Mandy and Liz investigated the troubling timeline surrounding South Carolina State Representative R.J. May, who was arrested and charged with 10 federal counts of distributing child sexual abuse materials, despite federal agents raiding May's home in August 2023, seizing devices containing what prosecutors would later describe as videos of men sexually assaulting children. May was allowed to continue serving in the state legislature, living with his young children, and even winning re-election in November 2024.
In late October, just weeks before the 2024 election, the federal government filed a motion confirming that the Department of Homeland Security was investigating R.J. May and asked the government for an extension to search through the devices they had seized from May's home. That motion, which was granted, was again briefly and vaguely covered by the majority of press in South Carolina. Why didn't they just charge him then?
For whatever reason, the feds took their sweet time with this investigation, and R.J. May was reelected as a state representative in November 2024. And get this, even after his home was raided by federal agents, he still kept making money through his consulting business. And worse, RJ May was living with his wife and 2 children during the course of this investigation.
In August, the True Sunlight podcast examined the hours leading up to Scott Spivey's death, revealing a crucial piece of context that investigators seemingly ignored: shooter Weldon Boyd's state of mind on media posts and phone records showed Boyd spiraled throughout the day over his pregnant ex-fiancée, who had just returned the vehicle he gifted her and her engagement ring, concrete signs that his months-long effort to win her back had failed.
So yeah, Weldon was talking about Lily's ex-husband, a physician, and how he was thinking about scheduling an appointment with him to talk about Lily. In his affidavit, Weldon simultaneously accused Lily of having a relationship with a married man and still being in love with her ex-husband. When he got off the phone with his mama, he texted the manager at Bowie's a screenshot showing that his fans had arrived earlier that week. Then, he texted his granny back, responding to the message in which she had advised him that no one was talking about him, where she told him to not put anything on Facebook and told him to let it die. But Weldon had something else on his mind.
In September, Mandy and Liz revealed one of the most damning pieces of evidence in the Scott Spivey case, a recorded phone call between shooters Weldon Boyd and Bradley Williams that investigators seemingly ignored. In the call, Boyd and Williams can be heard workshopping their narrative, discussing bullet trajectories and wound patterns, and coordinating their stories about when and why they continued shooting at Scott.
I would love to know where Weldon was getting information that said that there was a significant number of casings outside Scott's truck, and why he would think that was at all true when he literally saw there wasn't, and that is possibly why he was so worried. Weldon went to Scott's truck possibly as many as 3 to 5 times before police arrived, based on recorded phone calls and other records in the case file. Also, did you notice how Weldon recited to Bradley the story of what happened? It was almost like a mantra to remember, a list to check off. He engaged us from outside of the truck, got back in his truck, we quit shooting, he started shooting again. The only reason to do that is to solidify that story with his co-shooter, because Weldon could have left it at, "It confirms our story."
In October, the True Sunlight podcast examined the charges, or lack thereof, against fired Beaufort County Deputy Billy Squires, who was caught on viral video holding teenagers at gunpoint in a Hilton Head neighborhood. After SLED took a full month to charge Squires and his neighbor, Brian Stolliber, the affidavit revealed troubling omissions and inconsistencies that raised questions about whether law enforcement was truly being held accountable.
We are not advocating for police to overcharge people for funsies. We are not advocating that anyone stack charges on Billy or his buffoon neighbor, but we are saying charge them with what they did wrong. Charge them with what we can see in video. The thing is, there's still time for prosecutors, David Pasco and Duffy Stone, to consider adding more charges. Ones that seem provable, at least from where we sit, like assault and battery and kidnapping, to name a few.
In November, the True Sunlight podcast uncovered a troubling story of alleged retaliation at Horry County Police Department that began with a sexual harassment complaint and ended with 4 officers and the county public information officer resigning. When CIT investigator Kelsey Manamite reported Deputy County Administrator Randy Webster's behavior to her superiors, she expected accountability. Instead, she and the others were forced out while Webster quietly retired.
Last Wednesday night, we got a tip about Randy Webster's sudden retirement being connected to a complaint made by an Horry County police officer named Kelsey Manamit, who reported Randy's behavior to her superiors. We were also given the list of names of the people who had also resigned as a result of being in some sort of sex triangle. As we were trying to verify what our tipster told us, Horry County Police posted a lame press release on their Facebook. doubling down on their annoying vagueness.
The Horry County Police Department recently conducted an internal affairs IA investigation that resulted in the discovery of violations of the Code of Conduct stemming from internal personal matters. In light of the investigation, 4 officers with the Horry County Police Department submitted their resignations as of November 6, 2025. Horry County expects our officers to maintain the highest standards of professionalism and the public trust.
Oh, look, Horry County saying nothing while claiming to be competent and transparent. Again.
In December, after nearly 20 months of reporting, the True Sunlight podcast reached a long-awaited turning point. John Paul Miller was federally indicted in connection with the death of his wife, Micah Francis. After filing countless Freedom of Information Act requests, combing through police reports, court documents, and recordings, and documenting JP's alleged pattern of coercive control abuse, we finally saw accountability arrive for the Myrtle Beach pastor.
On Wednesday, John Paul Miller was indicted in connection with the death of his wife, 30-year-old Micah Francis Miller, who was found shot to death in a North Carolina park on April 27, 2024. That is a big deal. It is a good day for justice in South Carolina, and I do not say that lightly. So many women who have faced this kind of coercive control abuse that Micah endured have rallied for this day to come. While many wish that the charges carried a heavier sentence, we are still stunned that this man is facing any accountability at all. Good old boy pastors like JP Miller rarely face days like today, where the walls are finally closing and their lies have caught up to them at last. As we said before on this podcast, federal charges are no joke. They are carefully crafted and investigated, and they are rarely ever escapable.
Welcome to the special year-end edition of Cup of Justice. I'm Kate Thomas, Luna Shark's digital librarian. As we close out 2025, we're looking back at some of the most powerful and revealing moments from the past year, the audio clips that stopped us in our tracks, moved us, and reminded us why this work matters. So let's dive in, starting with January. Sometimes justice depends on one person willing to look twice. In January's Cup of Justice, episode 114, Detective Misty Caruso told us about connecting the dots in the Denise Huskins case, a kidnapping that Vallejo Police Department and the FBI had written off as an elaborate hoax inspired by the book and movie Gone Girl. While Denise and her boyfriend, Aaron Quinn, were being dragged through the media as liars, Misty was building a case against the real perpetrator, Matthew Muller.
And yet, here's this poor couple who was just completely thrown under the bus, and nobody did anything to, double check the evidence, go back and check the facts. And if they, that's on them. So yeah. I gathered all of my stuff up. I was able to contact the Vallejo PD. They gave me the information to Detective Sesma at the Agent Sesma at the FBI. I contact him. I say, hey, I have this case. This guy's in custody for home invasion. Sounds very similar to the home invasion in Vallejo that you guys called a hoax. He did not like that I said that. And I'm like, whatever. Just... I have this. Do you want it or not? Come on, people. Work with me here. Please, somebody work with me.
You got something big.
Yeah.
I can feel it.
And it's silver plattered. It wasn't like you had
here
to
you
do
go.
much of
anything. I've solved it.
And he's in jail. So that's even more important.
All the work's done. It's tied up in a big bow.
In February, Russell Laffitte's legal team, led by Mark Money Badger Moore, filed a motion seeking to expand his jury pool beyond the Low Country, but the filing itself became the story. He devoted quite a considerable amount of space to critiquing Luna Shark's coverage, including footnotes that stretch longer than the page itself and bolding specific jokes from the show, like Mandy's description of Russell as a, quote, doofus.
Did you see the filing that Mark Moore made in Russell's case, trying to get the jury pool from just being from the Low Country to all of South Carolina. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm. It was a long
starring who?
You guys.
That was one of the most petty filings ever, and it was wonderful. Like, I applaud him. I was so happy to see my name in there. Mandy, crowning glory, got a bolded word on her joke, doofus, calling Russell a doofus. I cannot think of a bigger compliment than writing a joke in an episode or on Twitter, and then seeing that joke that we've written about this awful person being bolded by one of the pettiest lawyers in all of South Carolina.
In like the longest footnote ever. The footnote was longer than the page.
It was.
It was so funny. It was like, why we hate Liz and Mandy.
March brought us an incredible conversation with investigative journalist Julie K. Brown, whose reporting on Jeffrey Epstein changed the course of justice for his victims. Julie walks us, the listeners, through how she first approached the Epstein story. From ordering case documents that were only available in paper form to the moment she realized the true scope of what she was uncovering. She describes the painstaking process of finding victims whose names had been kept out of public documents and the sobering reality of discovering how deeply their lives had been affected by the abuse.
Just finding the victims turned into a project of itself because, of course, they were all minors and their names weren't in any of the documents. So if the idea was to reach out to them, that was going to be a lot harder than I initially thought. You know, by that time, they were in their late 20s, early 30s. They had gone on with their lives. Some of them, I came to realize, had never told anybody that this has happened. They'd never told their husbands. You know, they had children. It turned into a bigger project. Was sort of like an onion. The first onion is you got to find out who they are, and the second peel is, well, wait a minute, they've been so traumatized they don't want to talk to me. And then the third part of it is, you know, the fact that they were literally, as I was discovering who they were, their lives were turned. You realize, you know, they had drug addictions, they had domestic problems in their backgrounds. It was just, started doing a spreadsheet, and a lot of them had arrests. You know, that event, however many times, even if you were a victim only one time, it changed the trajectory of all their lives. And I just realized at that point, this was going to be a really big story.
April gave us a surreal moment that none of us were quite prepared for. The first look at actor Jason Clarke, fully transformed into Alec Murdaugh for the then upcoming Hulu original series inspired by shocking real-life events and, of course, the Murdaugh Murders podcast. When photos surfaced online, the resemblance was so striking that it triggered genuine physical reactions from those who covered the case closely.
It's really scary, Eric. Like, honestly, I think if any therapists are listening, like if you're doing some sort of exposure therapy with your patients, you might want to get have them invest in some Hollywood makeup and costume people to make a version of their enemy or the villain in their life, because it was I was just sitting, minding my business on the shuttle bus, looking at all the people dressed like Beaufort County Sheriff's deputies and hospital victims and whatever. And I turned to the right and I could not get the words out to alert Mandy, because it's not that I think Alec is inherently going to a dangerous person who is a threat to me or anything. But there was a moment of just this person that I have not seen roam free since 2019. I don't think I never saw him past that. Did you? I didn't ever see him out at bars or anything after the murders.
No.
In May's Cup of Justice episode 129, our focus turned to Horry County, South Carolina, where systemic transparency issues were becoming impossible to ignore. Mandy and Liz share their experiences fighting for basic information, from addresses of public shootings being completely blacked out to the exhausting back and forth with public information officers who don't respect the role of journalists.
So I remember one time specifically at the Beaufort County Sheriff's Office, which is the transparent one compared to Horry County.
Exactly.
I remember one time I got a police report about a shooting incident or something. It was a crime that I wanted to write about, right? And the entire address of the shooting, including the city, was redacted. I was like, this is so insane. Like, I can't even say that it happened in Hilton Head or Bluffton. So I called the PIO and challenged it and was like, come on, like, you guys need to, I can't tell what's going on here. This is absurd. And in that case, when you have a good PIO who does respect you and your job, it makes things a lot easier. But a lot of times it's just a huge fight. A lot of times you have to hire lawyers. A lot of times you have to have somebody like Beth that you're paying just to go back and forth with somebody like all day of like what, and then we say like, now tell her this, now say that. And it's just, it's very frustrating.
June brought another powerhouse interview, a conversation with Bishop Venters, whose mother, Sarah Lynn Moore Colucci, was allegedly strangled to death by her husband, Michael Colucci, Bishop's stepfather, in 2015. Just days after Michael's murder charge was dismissed due to prosecutorial misconduct by SLED in the South Carolina Attorney General's office, Bishop sat down with Mandy and Liz in Cup of Justice episode 135 to discuss her fight for justice.
What would you say to Alan Wilson if I was Alan Wilson right now and contemplating whether or not to indict Michael Colucci for the murder of your mother?
I'd be like, hey, Alan Wilson, how are you today? Just letting you know that this has been like 10 years of my real life that like I've had to live, and I get up to this moment and it gets thrown out and I'm having to start with a completely new slate. And then I'd be like, please, please, please do this. Like, I just need some peace in my life. You know, I understand we plan to re-indict this, but I really wish that you would like push it like to happen more than 10 years from now. My biggest fear is that I have a child and then I have to explain, hey, mommy and daddy can't watch you today because I have to go to court. Like, I don't want to have to explain this. Like, I don't want to have to put my child through what I've had to not only be explained of, but explain, I guess just explain, period. Like, I don't want them to have to experience what I've experienced. When it comes to like the justice system and whatnot.
July marked the 10th anniversary of Stephen Smith's death, and over 120 people gathered in Hampton, South Carolina to walk the route Stephen would have traveled that night. The conversation captures both the frustration of a decade without answers and the profound impact of community support on Stephen's mother, Sandy.
That's something that I've learned in this entire crazy journey that we've been on the last 5 years. Like, it really, really matters, the energy that you give to people and the hope that you give to people and the showing up to something like this, and people that drove all those miles just to hug her and tell her that they were standing by her. That means a world of difference. When you're Sandy and you feel like this last week could have been absolutely devastating for her, like 10 years going by not having any answers.
Yeah, I mean,
very, very tasty. One thing about traveling I like is get to taste different things, because Conway's food's different than the food I get back home, so very good stuff. All right.
Hey, Judge.
Yes, sir.
We can call the pathologist Angelina Phillips.
All right, Dr. Phillips.
USC.
Come forward, Miss Moore.
Well, listen, oh, okay.
Y'all just showing off now, aren't you?
Yes.
Trying to. Ready to work here.
Mark's got the field.
He's figuring it out now.
All right, what's your young man's name right beside you?
Hugh.
How much time he spent with you this morning? Teaching you all this stuff?
Good answer. That's
He's gotten you in early and catching you up. Trying to learn to.
Degree in human nutrition from Columbia University in New York, 4 years of medical school upstate New York, and then 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology training before one final year of forensic pathology training here at MUSC in Charleston, and that's where I stayed on and worked for the last 10 years.
You got warm weather and stay.
That's why I stayed.
I figured you out.
We would offer her as an expert in the field of pathology.
Any board member for the witness being qualified, an expert for the purposes here?
Yeah.
All right, she's so qualified.
Dr. Phillips, did you perform an autopsy on the person of Scott Spivey that was the subject that is the deceased in this case?
Yes.
All right, and when did you do that?
That was in September of 2023.
Okay. And you did this in your capacity as an examiner for the Medical University of South Carolina, correct?
Correct.
All right. And if you would explain to the court, we don't have a jury in this case, it's just the judge here. If you would explain to the judge what you did and what you found.
Okay. So the basics of the autopsy is an external and internal examination of the body for the purposes of determining the cause and manner of death. In this case, the cause of death was deemed a gunshot wound to the right side of the back. He also had a second gunshot wound, which was a grazed gunshot wound on the left cheek, and there were some minor injuries on his legs.
Okay, and let me ask you this. When did you actually perform the autopsy?
The specific date of the autopsy is the 12th of September, 2023.
All right, and what time of day would you be talking about?
That would be in the morning. I don't recall the specific time.
Okay, and did you establish the cause of death?
Yes.
Tell the court what the cause of death was.
I determined the cause of death to be the gunshot wound to the right side of his back.
Okay. And the other injuries that you noted were not fatal in any nature?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So we're talking about one gunshot wound to the right side of the back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. In terms of where the gunshot wound entered the body, was there anything unusual about the gunshot entry wound itself?
The gunshot entry wound is slightly irregular. It has the usual features of an entrance wound, an abrasion or a scrape margin along it. The edges of the wound where the bullet goes in and creates a scrape or an abrasion on the outer surface of the skin. There was no soot, there was no stippling. The location of the gunshot wound is on the right side of the back near the axillary region or the axillary crease, where your axillary crease is basically your armpit and the crease is behind your arm.
And you described that as the ancillary region?
Axillary.
Axillary. You spell it for the court report?
A-X-I-L-L-A-R-Y.
And that would be under the armpit area?
Yes, the axillary region is that armpit region, and when I say axillary crease, it's the crease that forms on the back and front of the arm when your arm is down.
Hey, wait here, come here. If you would, how about use this young man as a model, and if you would show the judge as we get a little closer, where she not want to come down. I don't know. Will you ask her?
Y'all love free movement.
Okay.
Okay. So on the right side of his back, the axillary crease would be where the line or seam of his jacket is, right here. Armpit region, obviously armpit. And the gunshot wound was in this region here. So that muscle fat area that is just behind where the armpit crease is.
And that is the ancillary area of the body?
Axillary.
Axillary, I'm sorry. Now, again, if you would describe to the judge the path of the bullet through the body.
So the bullet enters here on the right side towards the armpit region and travels through the body towards the front. And I pulled part of the bullet out from underneath the pectoral muscles, which is on the chest here. And another part of the bullet remained in the chest cavity on the right and was on the diaphragm, which is the muscle that sits below your lungs. So it separated once it got inside of the body. One part continued to the left side of the chest, and one part stayed in the right side of the chest.
All right, and if you use this rod that I have here, the bullet would have traveled through their body from right to left.
So it would have been right to left and front to back with a very slight upward trajectory.
You said front to back.
Sorry, back to front.
Thank you.
Correct.
All right, and again, there was no bullet that entered directly in the back and came out the front side.
Correct. It did not go directly in the middle of the back, and the trajectory was not straight forward. It was across the body.
So would I be fair to say, instead of, though there was an angle to it, the bullet traveled through the body from the right side to the left side?
Yes, it did.
Moving ever so slightly forward as it traveled that way.
It moved forward in comparison to where it entered the body towards the back.
Okay. And was the bullet wound that you found consistent with having struck the body of the deceased while the right arm was in an upward position?
That is one position that he could have been in to expose that area for the gunshot wound to enter where it did and travel across the body in that trajectory.
And if the arm had been down and in a backwards position of any way, the bullet would have entered, could have entered, would have entered, or struck the tricep as well as the back area where it entered into.
There we go. If his arm is down in this position, the gunshot wound enters here. This muscle would be in the pathway of the bullet and would have likely gotten injured. So the arm probably had to be up or somewhere over to expose this area.
And if the arm had been in this position with a pistol in the hand, and somebody was making that turn, is that consistent with the bullet having entered the body in that way?
Yes, that would be consistent in that this area would be exposed if the projectile is coming from this direction, going across the body.
Okay, thank you. If you would have a seat. Let me show you what has been marked as exhibit number 44A, and Judge, we're not going to put these on the screen because they may be somewhat graphic. Tell the judge what that's a photograph of and hand it up to him.
This is a photograph of the left side of Mr. Spivey's face taken at the time of autopsy, showing the grazed gunshot wound.
All right, and show you exhibit 44B, saying, describe to the judge what that is and pass it to him.
So this is also a photo taken at the time of autopsy, showing the body laying on its left side, exposing the area for the gunshot wound so that I can photograph it and show the general location. The arm is pulled upward and forward, so it may create a bit of an artifact or change that wasn't necessarily there when the body was positioned as if he was alive.
All right, and let me show you defense exhibit number 42A and ask you if that depicts the gunshot wound.
This is a picture of the body at the scene as it was found, and we can see the gunshot wound in its location on the right side of his back near the armpit region.
So, here's that autopsy. Now, as part of the autopsy report itself, how do you do a toxicology test?
Yes, all of our forensic cases, we will draw samples to submit for toxicology, and that was done in this case.
All right, and do you test for do the toxicology test at MUSC, or you forward it to the National Medical Science Laboratories?
In this case, it was submitted to NMS, or National Medical Sciences Laboratories. That's where all of the forensic toxicology testing was performed.
And did they report back to you what their findings were?
Yes, they did submit the report back to us. I did not include it in my autopsy report because the report was completed before those results were available.
All right. Do you know what the toxicology reports in this case were?
Yes, I have a copy of it with me.
Yep, share that with the court.
In this case, his toxicology revealed ethanol or alcohol in the blood, and that's blood collected from his heart. There was also caffeine in the heart blood. We submitted urine for testing. It was tested for testosterone, creatinine, and ethanol was also tested in the vitreous fluid, which is fluid from the eyes.
All right. Exhibit 46 is the autopsy report. Does it have toxicology?
This is the toxicology.
All right. Is it in the evidence?
Not yet.
Not yet. Can you put on the toxicology report? Exhibit 46, Judge, is the toxicology report associated with this autopsy.
Which is the one looking at now?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. And that if you would go over that with the judge again, Dr. Phillips, blood alcohol concentration is what?
So the blood alcohol concentration is 0.130, and that is just another way of stating the blood ethanol up at the top, which is 130. It's giving it in a percentage, and that's what people commonly hear when they hear about blood alcohol testing. They hear about the BAC, or the blood alcohol concentration. So that's a percentage of the alcohol in the blood at the time of testing.
And that, in a common vernacular, 13?
Yes.
All right. And your field study prepare you to testify about that effects on the body, potentially, of that type of blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, I can give you a general description of what that blood alcohol concentration would do to a person, but I could not tell you what the effects were on Mr. Spivey.
And the general effects you would expect would be what?
As your blood alcohol content increases, especially up to a 0.13, you start to lose the higher executive function, and you can be disoriented, you can be sleepy, you can be aggressive. There's multiple different reactions that people have to alcohol. But commonly we just think of it as a disorientation or eventual loss of consciousness as it gets higher and higher.
And I noticed an anabolic steroid screen with the urine.
Yes.
And do you know what findings of the toxicology report said about that?
That is referring to the testosterone in the urine, and that is one of the steroids that we can identify in urine. And it is a hormone that is naturally in the body for men, and it is sometimes used by bodybuilders and other people to help build muscle.
in your findings of the gross anatomy and your examination of the body itself, did you find anything unusual at all related to the arteries of this young man and any diseases of the body itself?
I would have to refer back to my report, and I can tell you that in his cardiovascular system, his heart weighed 340 grams, which is within a normal range for someone his age and size. His coronary arteries, although they were patent, meaning there was space for blood to flow through them, did have a moderate degree of atherosclerosis or cholesterol plaque buildup in one coronary artery. That is the left anterior descending coronary artery. It's a blood vessel that runs on the front of your heart, and 50% of the lumen of that vessel was narrowed, meaning of the circle for that vessel, half of it was plugged up by cholesterol plaque.
Is that abnormal in any way for, and how old was Mr. Spivey at the time of autopsy?
I believe he was 33 years old, and it depends on his lifestyle, his diet, a number of things, but it is not entirely unusual for us to see cholesterol plaque buildup in coronary arteries of some patients.
And I know you're not a toxicologist, but as a pathologist, does that indicate to you the possibility of steroid use in the past?
It does not.
Okay.
I'm
Now,
sorry. I can't
she
see
said,
it.
I'm sorry.
It
She
does
said
not.
it does not to her. All right, and
Does not.
I'm sorry, it does not what?
If the use of the testosterone does not
Indicate.
indicate for the snaring of that artery.
Okay, thank you.
all right, and let me go back, if I could, with you and ask you on page 9 of your autopsy report, if you would describe for the record the location of the gunshot wound.
Page 9.
Page 9.
I only have
You
7
don't see
pages
that?
of my autopsy
Okay.
report.
Evidence of injury. Do you have that portion of the autopsy report there with you? I'm talking about this.
I think that is the total pages of everything together.
Yeah.
In the evidence of injury, for me, it's on page 3 of 7
Okay.
of the autopsy report.
Yes, and what does that show?
The gunshot wound to the back is located specifically at 9 inches to the right of midline and 6 inches below the top of the shoulder, and that is right side of the back near the axillary region.
Okay, and if you would turn to the portion that relates to the cheek wound there, and clarify, was the wound to the cheek from front to back?
The wound to the cheek had some features that led me to believe that it could have been from front to back, and I said apparent trajectory because I wasn't very sure that that was the trajectory.
That's the way you reported in the report, is from front to back, correct?
Right, apparently from front to back.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Moss?
None, Your Honor. I proxy.
Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Tinsley.
So, I just want to be clear. Can I borrow your stick more?
Yeah.
Your report says, page 7, you had up there, gunshot wound to the back, right?
Yes.
And I don't mean to be crass or insensitive, and I apologize. But I'm a hunter, okay? And so how about take this stick and put it the best approximation of where that bullet ended up in his left pectoral muscle.
Gotcha. So it would be described under the evidence of injury, gunshot wound to the back, which is the second paragraph down. Recovered projectile consists of copper-colored jacketing, and that is recovered from the right hemidiaphragm. And then the gray metal partially flattened bullet is recovered from a hematoma in the left pectoral muscles. So your chest muscle attaches on the top here, comes down across, that's your pectoral. It's in a hematoma or a big blood clot collection inside of that muscle.
About here.
Yes.
All right, now, I want you to step down here. And if the judge is the shooter, he has to, you have to line up where the bullet enters to where it doesn't exit, but where it's going, right?
Correct.
So turn me so that the judge is shooting me.
You have to be facing him this way, but you're towards the back of the right side of his body, because the gun would have to be pointed at this area for that bullet to enter, and it enters right along here, because his armpit, I'm sorry,
okay,
is right here. It would be on this part of his back, so it goes in that way, across towards the right side.
Yeah, but I want you to get behind me, and I want you to line that hole up with this so that we see.
Can I use the stick?
Yes, ma'am. No, I want so if we were imagining the bullet's going to exit my chest, okay? We know it doesn't. It stops under the skin, correct?
Correct.
At least, so the lead center separates from the jacket. The jacket goes into the diaphragm or ends up in the diaphragm.
Correct, on the right side.
And then the center part, the lead continues and it ends up in a collection of
blood in the left pectoral muscle.
Okay, and we placed it here, and so now what I want you to do is if you were going to put the bullet through me, run the bullet through me, I want you to line it up so that from the judge's perspective, the bullet goes in a straight line, right?
Relatively speaking,
Okay,
yes.
so line me up to the judge.
You'd be at this angle.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you. The judge is going to hear a fair amount of testimony that Mr. Boyd says that he saw Scott Spivey's shirt wrinkle or crinkle or words to that effect when he was shot. Based on your examination, that was the only wound that would have been indicated by a crinkle or wrinkle of the shirt. Fair?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I mean, if he had the shirt tied up over his head, it would have. But other than that would be the only time he could have seen that, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you have an opinion in terms of whether or not I'm going to say, care of this body before the blood sample is collected? Because there is testimony that the body was left in the car, was towed from the scene in the car, it remained in his truck in hot temperatures for a long time. Whether or not that makes the blood test or affects the blood test in terms of alcohol.
The alcohol level does get affected by the time frame between when the person died and when we collect it. However, I don't think that it is a significant level of change in this case, and I wouldn't comment further on it because it doesn't necessarily reflect on the cause of death, which is the purpose of my autopsy.
That's right. And the cause of death is he bled to death, correct?
That is the immediate cause of death. The mechanism of how he died is blood loss.
Okay. And if you can, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty about how long Mr. Spivey would have lived with that wound?
With the injuries that he had from that chest wound, injured all of the organs in his chest, it affected the large vessels coming off of his heart, both lungs. It can be anywhere from seconds upward of a minute or more until the blood pumps out and fills the cavities.
And if we go back to, we don't have the toxicology screen where, let me just hand you mine. We don't need to go back, but it says there in the center, and this is Defendant's Exhibit 46, testing requested, correct?
Yes.
And that was requested by Horry County PD, correct?
The testing panel that we did, the post-mortem expanded blood, that's our standard request. The anabolic steroids screen and alcohol panel specifically on fluid, those were specifically requested by the coroner's office to be performed.
Of Horry County?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the court's clear, there were at least, we deposed Mr. Bauer, the toxicologist from the lab, there were at least 27 different ways that they checked for anabolic steroids and none were found, correct?
I can only tell you what the report tells me.
And it tells you none were found, correct?
It tells me there was testosterone there, but I can't say if it was what's normally in the body or something that was administered.
And in terms of the cardiovascular disease that you found in Mr. Spivey's heart, that would not be inconsistent with a person with a severe family history of heart disease, would it?
It could be consistent with family history of heart disease, poor diet, poor lifestyle, a number of things.
To try to say that that was a result of a specific anabolic steroid use would be speculative in your opinion, correct?
For me, yes.
But you're the one that saw it, right?
I can't tell you that the specific anabolic steroid caused it, so I would be speculating.
And you're the one who actually saw his heart?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
One question, clarification. In terms of after that wound was sustained, it eventually was fatal. I think you and I had talked about the fact that in this instance, if the deceased was shot outside the truck, he would or could have had the ability to get back into the truck and continue to shoot his gun for some limited period of time.
There is potentially a period of time where he could have done that. I wouldn't be able to say that that happened because I wasn't there, and I can only tell you what I saw at the autopsy.
But the injury that you saw would have allowed that, would have allowed time for it.
Yes, it's possible that he would have had time for that.
That's all.
All right, you're done. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
And now, Judge, we will release Dr. Phillips. And we would offer the deposition of toxicologist Justin Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R. Judge, this is a video deposition that was
Now on the record.
just last week. Dr. Justin Brower, he is the toxicologist that did the testing on this case for National Medical Science Laboratories.
Time on the monitor is 10:10 a.m. Today's date is February 12th, 2026. It's a video recorded deposition of Dr. Justin Brower in the matter of Jennifer Spivey Foley as personal representative of the state of Scott Ryan Spivey versus Charles Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams. This deposition is being conducted remotely through Zoom. Counsel, please introduce yourselves, after which our court reporter will administer the oath.
Natasha Hanna. I represent the estate of Scott Spivey along with Mark Tinsley.
Morgan Martin and O'Brien Martin, who represent Bradley Williams.
This is Kenneth Moss, I represent Charles Weldon Boyd.
Okay. Dr. Brower, if you raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Brower. We briefly met moments ago. My name is Natasha Hanna, and I, along with Mark Tinsley, represent the estate of Scott Spivey in a case where he was shot and killed. I wanted to know a little bit about you. Can you tell me your name, title, and your position at NMS Labs, please?
This is Dr. Justin Orion Brower, B-R-O-W-E-R. I am a forensic toxicologist with NMS Laboratories.
And it's my understanding, Dr. Brower, that you kind of worked your way up the ladder as far as being a forensic toxicologist. And you have, it looks like, more than 17 years of experience.
Correct.
Okay, and I believe you started out at, as a laboratory supervisor for the North Carolina Office of Chief Medical Examiner, and then worked your way up to Associate Chief Toxicologist. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you actually have a lot of experience in the very reason why we're here today, which is certifying postmortem drug and alcohol toxicology reports and even developing LC-MS confirmation methods. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and now you served as a forensic toxicologist for NMS Labs for about 4 years, it looks like?
About 3.5, correct.
Okay, great. Dr. Brower, as a forensic toxicologist, the work that you do is actually very important. Sometimes you answer questions that other people can't. Is that right?
Correct.
And even more so, it's important in the sense that you can answer questions and even provide families some closure.
That is correct.
All right, at this time, I'd like to offer Dr. Justin Brower as an expert witness in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Brower, do you have your the 3 reports that were produced in this case in front of you?
I do.
And it's my understanding you provided a pretty substantial litigation support package from NMS from NMS Labs, but what we're going to be talking about today is the toxicology report that I believe encompasses about the first 13, 14 pages of that document.
Correct. I just have the toxicology reports pulled up because that's really the most relevant document for today.
I agree. All right. So it looks like there are 3 reports that were done on September 27th, 2023, October 10th, 2023, and October 24th, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
And the 2 reports that you signed were October 10th and October 24th, 2023.
Let me just confirm that. Correct. The initial, the first report was reviewed and certified by William Schroeder, and then the case was, I believe, transferred to me because he was unavailable for testimony, and then there was additional testing added, which generated the 3rd report. So that is correct.
And William Schroeder, is he a colleague at NMS Labs?
He is correct. He's a colleague, a forensic toxicologist.
Okay, were there any quality concerns or disagreement about the findings between the first report that he did and the second one that you did?
No, the reports are identical. If a case has to be reassigned to another forensic toxicologist, we review it just like we do any other case, as if we've never seen it before, because obviously we haven't seen it before, so we review it exactly the same way. There's no need to discuss anything with the other forensic toxicologist because we're just reviewing the data, making sure everything is correct and accurate. We're not coming up with any opinions or anything like that when we certify the report.
All right, and so you... Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We need to go off the record the moment we can, but quickly, he referenced a 14-page toxicology report, if I heard him correctly. I don't think, a 14-page toxicology report. I have the 3 to 4 pages that were attached to the autopsy. Is there something else?
Yeah, let's go off the record for a second, if we can, please.
Good. Time on the monitor is 10:18 a.m. and we're back on record.
Dr. Barber, it's my understanding when you sign a report for a case, you're personally reviewing the analytical data before signing and you're surveying the results are accurate, right?
That is correct.
So let's look at, and I'm going to isolate questions to the two reports that you did, which was October 10th of 2023 and October 24th of 2023. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. So it looks like your October 10th of 2023 report shows 3 specimens were collected: heart blood, urine, and vitreous fluid that were all collected on September 12th of 2023. Is that right?
Not exactly.
Okay, tell me that.
On the first report that is certified by me, we had 2 specimens, the heart, blood, and urine. And then for the third toxicology report that was issued on 10/24, that is when we have the vitreous fluid that was then sent to us for additional.
Okay.
So really, if you want to just keep it very simple, all we have to really do is discuss the final report, because that has all of the specimens and all of the testing. We don't have to bounce between reports.
Okay, I like that. So, but I guess the point I was making that all 3 of those specimens were actually collected on September 12th of 2023, regardless of when you actually did the testing, right?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, that's what we have.
Okay, and then on your report, both reports on page 1, it shows collection date and time, September 12th, right?
Correct.
Okay, and are you aware that Mr. Spivey died on September 9th of 2023 at approximately 5:58 p.m.?
No.
So the specimens weren't collected until about 63 hours after death, according to the report and the collection times, right?
I'll trust your math on that one.
And does that 63-hour delay raise any concerns to you as a forensic toxicologist?
It is a longer postmortem interval. The postmortem interval is the time between death and the time of specimen collection, typically at autopsy. Usually like try to get an autopsy as quickly as possible. It's not of a great concern here, just due to the nature of the drugs that were not found. It can play a role in certain drugs due to postmortem redistribution, but since there was very few drugs detected, namely we just detected ethanol and testosterone and no other like illicit or prescription drugs, it's not a great factor unless you were to tell me that the body was markedly decomposed. But due to the nature of the death, I would imagine that the person wasn't laying around decomposing outside for that 63 hours, so they made their way to the coroner's office or autopsy facility for proper storage.
Okay, so I understand you were not aware that there was a 63-hour window of time between death and the time it was collected. Were you told that the body sat in a vehicle for about 5 hours in September heat before it was actually transported?
Was I told that?
Yes, sir.
No, I know absolutely nothing about this case.
Okay. Would that information be relevant to you as far as being able to do this toxicology report, that a body sat in a vehicle for 5 hours after death, and then blood wasn't taken for 63 hours after that?
It's not a great concern. Most bodies aren't initially collected and transported, immediately after death. A lot of deaths are unattended and unwitnessed. So it's fairly standard that, bodies may be laying around for hours in a home or in a mobile home or outside or in a vehicle, prior to being found and transported to the proper facility.
Okay, I understand that, but it's interesting that in your comments on page 2 that you say that ethanol can also be a product of decomposition or degradation of biological samples. So if a body were sitting outside, whether it's standard or not, it could be, it could alter the test results, couldn't it?
To a small degree, there is post-mortem production, or post-mortem production of ethanol is possible. It's typically in cases where there are some marked decomposition, or they're found outside. We often see it when they're like in drowning cases and they're in like ponds and dirty, brackish waters. Typically though, that post-mortem production is fairly low, typically less than 20 milligrams per deciliter.
So let's talk about one of the first specimens you received and tested, which is the heart blood. In forensic toxicology, is there a preferred type of blood for postmortem analysis?
We prefer a peripheral specimen. Heart blood is what we would call a central specimen because it's central to the body cavity in and around the heart. We generally prefer testing or at least drug confirmation on peripheral specimens. That would be like in iliac, which runs up and down the groin, or the femoral up and down the leg. And that is solely just to reduce the occurrence of postmortem redistribution, which could artificially elevate concentrations greater than what they were at the time of death.
So heart blood is a less reliable form as opposed to peripheral or femoral blood?
I wouldn't say less reliable. It would be greater in the heart blood and more detectable in the heart blood than in the peripheral. The concern comes with the quantitation or concentrations found in those central blood specimens, such as the heart, where certain drugs that are prone to postmortem redistribution could be higher than what they would be at the time of death. But since there were no drugs that are prone to postmortem redistribution, such as SSRIs and antidepressants and drugs like methadone or hydroxychloroquine, it's not really a concern in this case.
Well, isn't it a concern that relates to the testing of ethanol?
No.
Okay, tell me why.
Ethanol distributes fairly evenly throughout the body, whether it's in central blood or peripheral blood, it really doesn't matter.
Okay. Now, did you receive any peripheral blood in this case?
We did not, no.
Okay, so you had to rely on whatever Horry County took as far as specimens and samples to send to you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the heart blood ethanol was 130 milligrams per deciliters, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Which equals a BAC of 0.13.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Based on what you now know as far as a body sitting in a hot car for 5 hours and the specimen not being taken for 63 hours after death, does that give you any concern as far as the reliability of the heart blood and the BAC?
Not to a great degree, no. Like I said, it's possible there could have been some postmortem production. If it did occur, it would be low and fairly negligible compared to the 130. We also have the alcohol in the vitreous fluid, which matches fairly closely to that of the blood. Usually the vitreous fluid ethanol lags behind that of blood. It just takes a little bit longer for the ethanol to diffuse into the vitreous fluid in the eyeball. So it's generally lower than that of the blood. But because they're approximately the same, I have no concern about the concentration of the ethanol in the heart blood.
Well, as a forensic toxicologist, isn't it true that you use a ratio of 1.15 to 1 when you convert that?
No.
Okay, tell me what ratio you use.
I don't use any ratio. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Are you able to convert vitreous blood fluid to a BAC content?
No. That's not something that is done.
You just typically don't do it or aren't asked to do it?
It's not something that is done.
Okay. All right, so tell me about...
That's not something that toxicologists do.
I understand.
Or good toxicologists do. You might be able to find someone that could do that for you, but it would not be proper.
Okay. After death, isn't it true that alcohol can move from the stomach into the heart blood?
It can typically when there's blunt force trauma. So if, like, say, a car crash or someone jumps off of a building or someone, say, is stabbed or shot in the stomach and the gastric contents are ruptured, then yeah, you can have spillage or leakage and diffusion of any alcohol that could be in the gastric contents into that central cavity, and that can impact the alcohol concentrations of any collected central blood specimens, such as from the heart or the aorta. And that is one of the reasons why we, in cases like that, we like to test an alternate protected specimen, such as the vitreous fluid in the eye.
So in this case,
We're muted.
So can bacteria in a decomposing body actually produce ethanol on its own?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I was coughing at the time.
That's okay. So it's my understanding that bacteria in a decomposing body actually produces ethanol on its own, and heat can even speed up that process.
It can. Bacteria, yeast, other microorganisms, yes, they can all, it's all possible that they can create the post-mortem production of ethanol.
But you weren't provided any of this information when you did your testing?
No.
Okay, also, Dr. Brower, you also were provided with urine and to test on that, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and it's my understanding the testosterone level in the urine was 4.1 mg per milliliter, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and 4.1 is a long way from 200. And does that suggest steroid use?
4 is a lot less than 200, I'll agree with that.
Okay.
I don't know what you're getting at though.
And I apologize, I didn't ask that question very clearly, that's my fault. So it's my understanding you didn't find any anabolic steroids when you tested Scott Spivey's specimens, correct?
That is correct. We only detected testosterone.
Okay, and what does it mean by the levels that you found as far as the testosterone in the urine was 4.1?
To me, that's fairly low in urine for men. Typically, we might see concentrations, greater than, I don't know what our reference comments says. I don't want to. You see wide ranges of testosterone in men, from like say typically 150 up into 1,000 or so, and 4 is fairly low. It's actually very close to our reporting limit for testosterone, which is 2 in this case. So it's very low for some reason.
Okay, and my question, which was a poor one previously, so I apologize for that, but in your notes that you mentioned in paragraph 5, you indicated that WADA recommends further testing when testosterone exceeds 200. So my question to you, 4.1 is a long way from 200, so that does not suggest any kind of steroid use from that test, right?
Possibly. There's some other factors to consider it as well, which you'll probably get into, I imagine.
Yeah, so also in your specific testing, whether you could find steroids, and let me back up. Why did you test for the drugs that you tested for in this particular case?
We were asked to by the clients.
Okay, and who was the client in this particular case?
Back at the MUSC, Medical University of South Carolina, was the submitting agency.
Okay, do you have any knowledge about why they asked you to look for anabolic steroids or the other things they requested?
No.
All right, so it's my understanding that NMS Labs ran a specific anabolic steroid screen on the urine. How many steroids did that screen test for?
Give me just a sec. If I counted correctly, it's 27, approximately.
Okay, and you're referencing the last page of your report where under test 9306 you anabolic steroid screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thanks. Now, did that screen include anabolic steroids, and were any metabolites detected?
No, just the testosterone.
So no steroids at all from the 27 tests that you ran could be found?
It's not 27 tests, it was one test that encapsulates all of those. So correct, we did not detect any other of those steroids besides testosterone in the testing that we did.
Thank you for that clarification.
We'll take a break.
And NMS staff?
Yes. Anybody else hot in here?
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. I need to walk around a little bit. I'm very hot. I may have to take my robe off, but let's get the courtroom a little bit cooler. I don't know why it's hot warmer this afternoon, but it's just warm in here to me. So take about 15 minutes and we'll come back and sure I gave a deadline on the break, so I'll let the lawyers who were scattered come on in. That was kind of a dirty trick, wasn't it?
Yeah, lock the door, Judge.
Maybe we can get more done.
I missed my chance to scatter.
John, you should have left when you had a chance.
Back up to the deposition here.
Yeah, I see your cameraman coming in. I decided to go without the road till the courtroom cools off a little bit.
Labs also recommend blood panel testing for amphetamines, antidepressants, benzos, cannabinoids, cocaine, opioids, and many other drug classes, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And absolutely none were found, correct?
Correct. The only thing we detected was caffeine, which is reported as presumptive positive. So it was not confirmed.
Right. So, Dr. Brower, is there anything in your results that supports the conclusion that Mr. Spivey had anabolic steroids in his system when he died?
We did not detect any anabolic steroids.
Okay, is there anything that you found that would support behavioral changes from steroid use?
I can't talk about behavior from just the toxicology report alone.
Okay, so anything that you saw, would it indicate chronic steroid abuse?
No, I can't determine that from just the toxicology report or testing.
Very good. Okay, let's go off the record for just one quick second, please.
Okay, please stand by. The time on the monitor is 10:34 a.m. Going off the record.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. I'll take it.
Please stand by. The time on the monitor is 10:36 a.m. and we're back on record.
Okay, Dr. Brower, that's all the questions I have for you at this time. I'm going to turn it over to the defense attorneys for any questions they may have for you. Thanks.
Go first, or you want me to?
You're welcome to.
Okay. Dr. Brower, my name is Morgan Martin, and as noted earlier, I represent Bradley Williams and have certainly listened to your testimony and read your report. Just a couple of questions for you. While you testified, I still can confirm that you received the samples that you tested from the Medical University of South Carolina.
Yes.
For testing. And you do a lot of testing for MUSC?
We do a fair amount, correct.
All right. And in the world of toxicology testing of blood, urine, and vitreous humor taken from an individual at autopsy, anything unusual about this case to your knowledge?
Nothing unusual about the specimen submitted.
All right, let me give you a little background so that if any of this impacts your thinking, you can let us know. The deceased in this case had been in a bar from about 12 o'clock to about 5 o'clock this Saturday afternoon. His bar tab indicates that he bought some 12 to 14 drinks. A combination of beer and fireball shots. There's no indication that he drank all of those. There's an indication he didn't drink it all.
But it's clear his bar tab had, again, at least 12 different alcoholic drinks on it. He was there from 1 to 5. He was drinking. And then, as Natasha said, he died about 5:58 or 6 o'clock that afternoon. And he was brought to the Horry County Police Department. There was some crime scene work done, and the coroner took control of him with care about 11 or 12 o'clock. And I think that's when Natasha gets maybe the 5 hours that he was not refrigerated. And then the coroner's office was able to get an autopsy done again on September the 13th at 8:30 in the morning. Would you agree that those time frames are within normal standards and would not be expected to have any appreciable effect on the accuracy of the blood alcohol testing you did?
Yeah, that time frame is fairly standard when conducting autopsies. There's usually a shortage of forensic pathologists. People can't get autopsies right away. So a postmortem interval of, 2 days or so is fairly common in the field. As I stated before, that 5 or so hour period of before being taken to a facility for storage is not uncommon either, and its impact on the blood alcohol and the vitreous alcohol concentration is negligible at best.
So you would believe that the 13 blood alcohol content, as we use it in layman's vernacular, is reliable?
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned in your report some of the effects of blood, of alcohol in the blood and its effect on humans. Can you explain to us your thoughts on that with regards to a blood alcohol of 13?
Yeah, the 0.13, to put that into perspective with something that people are familiar with, the so-called legal limit for operating a motor vehicle is 0.08 grams per deciliter. So the 0.13 is, about 1.5 times greater than that. So there was likely some market impairment. They were feeling fairly good at the time, but they have impaired judgment, reduced motor function. They might have slurred speech, unsteady gait when walking. So if they were to say do like a field sobriety test, they would most likely fail that according to the drug recognition experts. It's possible they could have memory deficits, slurred speech, if I haven't already said that one. Those are all things that are possible. I can't say that's something that individual was experiencing, though, because I was not there to witness it.
But, and I believe you mentioned this, but where you did, you mentioned judgment could be impaired as a result of the ingestion of this amount of alcohol.
Correct. People often have impaired judgment to make poor decisions under the influence of alcohol.
And I'm assuming it would be correct to say that the time frame that we have, well, let me back up, I'll withdraw that question. As a toxicologist, are you familiar at all with the term steroid rage?
Correct. I don't think you need to be a toxicologist to know the term, the quote, roid rage, but yes, I'm familiar with the term.
What is roid rage from your?
I mean, it's generally the myth that people can become, violent and abusive if they use steroids. I don't think it's quite that simple in black and white. Typically, though, people that use steroids might have a lower inhibition to become agitated or irritated. So if a person is, quote, normally, have a short fuse, then if they use steroids, they might have a little shorter fuse. But it's not like you can take a nice calm person and they use steroids and they just turn into like a raving maniac. That's generally what the term roid rage implies. And that's not something that's based in fact.
Okay. But the fact that there were no steroids found in the testing that you did, that would indicate there hadn't been any steroids used in what period of time would that cover?
It would probably depend.
If you can say, I don't know.
It would probably depend upon which steroid we're talking about. They all have different windows of detection, but we had not used any recently. We did not detect any anabolic steroids, and we have fairly low reporting limits, and we did not detect any trace of them.
All right. And do you agree with at least the literature that talks about the fact that the steroid rage is something that can occur over a long period of time and does not require you to be under the current influence of a steroid to occur?
Yeah, I have read that with long-term use and or heavy use of steroids that it could be possible. And again, it's just lowers that threshold for becoming or agitated.
Well, let me double think just a second.
And I don't know.
One last question. Based on your prior testimony, then you would say that from the history you have about the body and the collection and the blood being sent to you, that there is no reason to doubt the accuracy of your findings concerning the blood alcohol reading of Mr. Spivey?
That is correct.
He was clearly under the influence, according to your testing, at the time he died.
Correct. That fits with the toxicology testing in the blood, the corresponding vitreous ethanol result, and the history that is provided. It all indicates that he had consumed alcohol.
That's all the questions I have, Dr. Brown. Thank you.
Dr. Brown, my name is Kenneth Moss. I'm going to try to get the camera going here. You got me? And I represent one of the parties in this case.
Sorry.
I'd like to follow with you a little bit about 3 different areas. First, on the alcohol, blood alcohol concentration that you found in the testing, both in the vitreous fluid and in the heart blood samples that were given in your lab. With the levels you found, would you expect the decedent to have demonstrated or perhaps had lower inhibition, lower that alcohol intoxication?
I'm sorry, could you say that again a little bit louder? I'm having problems hearing you.
I'll try. I want to talk a little bit more about the effects. Would you expect this decedent to have had lower inhibitions as a result of the blood alcohol concentration that you found?
It's possible.
Okay. And let me tell you, the line of questioning that I'm asking you is based upon my layman's search of the effects of alcohol concentration at varying levels on the human body. Okay.
Okay.
And I found I'll be able to show you one of those, and I'm not showing you this because I want you to rely on. I'm showing you just an example of what my question is based on. So I'm going to share my screen for a moment. I found just in the internet search, which, we're all experts with the internet, I found a table that would tell you, at least in one university they published, what you might expect to see at various BAC levels. And I see things in here like at this level here is the level that you found in your testing between 0.11 and 0.15. Is that fair?
It is.
And at least on this table, it suggests what you might see as the effects of that blood alcohol concentration. And so my question to you is there a table or something similar to this kind of table that you would rely on, or you would think would be something that's accurate that we could rely upon? Is there a publication?
I'm sure there are many publications that have very similar tables. Just in glancing through this, it's probably not markedly different.
And so this particular table came from the University of Toledo. It refers to gross motor impairment, judgment, and perception severely impaired. Do you think that's reasonable to assume that someone with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.13 would have judgment and perception severely impaired?
Yeah, and these are things that could occur with individuals. It's not something that would occur in everybody. People have different experiences with alcohol and intolerances and use history. So these are just general guides. So in general, yes, he could have had impaired judgment and control of motor functions and irritability and things like that. But that just needs to be taken into context with observed behavior and witness statements and so forth.
And so if you look at this table, let me ask you, whether it's this table or another table, are the effects of alcohol concentration cumulative? For example, if I look up here at some of the effects experienced at a lower concentration, would I expect to also see those effects in a higher concentration, or are they different?
That's usually kind of the way it works, that you'll have the effects at the lower as well as the higher, and the higher the concentration. So, correct, if you're going to have the, say, impaired judgment at a higher concentration, you'll probably also have some of the effects that you would see listed at the lower concentrations as well.
So if we go back to the lower concentration on this table, it also says judgment and self-control were impaired at the 0.08 to 0.10 level. Okay? What I didn't see in the lower, in the higher concentration, I saw that you might see gross motor impairment. This is motor skills, right? They're impaired at this higher concentration.
Correct.
So if you're in this lower bracket, would you expect to see motor functions inhibited?
You can.
Okay.
And we see that all the time with field sobriety tests when people are just above the 0.08 or the 0.1 where they fail the field sobriety test with the impaired motor function. It's possible to, and again, these are just guides, not gospel at all. So you can have impaired motor function even less than 0.08, and people can be impaired driving at less than 0.08. That's just what our legal system has ruled a so-called legal limit.
Because it's a presumption at the 0.08 level. Is that what?
Correct. Correct.
And at that level, it does, in this table at least, suggest that judgment and self-control are impaired. Do you think that's reasonable to assume that judgment and self-control could be impaired in a BAC of 0.13, such as you found?
It could be. Again, these are just in general, and I can't speak to this particular individual because I was not there to witness any behavior. But yes, people do have poor judgment, even at that type of concentration at 0.08. And we see that every day because people know they shouldn't, say, drive while having drinking alcohol. Yet when they're above 0.08, they do all the time, even though when they're sober, they know better. So their judgment is definitely impaired.
Okay. Let me switch gears a little bit with you and ask you something I saw in your report. the report you provided here, an affidavit of authenticity in this case, and I realize, do you see it? Did it come up in my screen? Doctor, can you see the affidavit of authenticity I provided in front of you?
Correct, yes, I had this notarized yesterday.
And I won't talk to you about the affidavit, but, this is your signature, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was notarized in your presence yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. The attached report to this affidavit of authenticity is the report that was last prepared by you on October 24th, is that right?
Correct.
So this is the last of the 3 reports that Attorney Hanna referred to, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I noted in the report, in the lower portion, that you did make the affirmative findings of alcohol or ethanol, caffeine without dosage, and this is in this lower block findings, right? This area. This is the part of your report where you published the presence of the different substances, is that right?
That's not from NMS Labs. That's coming, I believe, probably from the MUSC. It looks like they have copied and pasted portions of our report to make this document.
Okay. It's this last page that I really want to talk to you about.
Okay.
And is this page from NMS Labs?
This is correct.
Okay. I noticed in here you showed the testosterone level of 4.1. Is that right? Nanograms per milliliter?
Correct.
Okay. And there was a notation down here. And I noticed also in here there was a specific gravity of the urine of 1.005. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I noticed a note down here in this section that refers, can you see the section I'm talking about?
Yes.
What the report seems to say is that the urine sample in here may have been tested. If it says sample with specific gravity lower than 1.01 or 2 dilute and should be recollected. Is that what you notice that?
Correct.
Do you concur with that statement?
That's generally the recollection for people that are living. Obviously, you can't really recollect it when they're deceased.
Understood.
But it's indicating that the specific gravity is low, as is the creatinine, which suggests that the specimen could have been diluted, which is something that can occur with living individuals if they're trying to, dilute their urine specimen to, quote, beat a drug test or something like that.
And how would you dilute your urine specimen?
Adding water to it.
Okay. Adding water to the specimen or adding water, consuming water by the individual?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Adding water to the specimen or trying to consume water by the individual? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
It could have been either, or diuretic use. So there are different ways of, diluting your urine. One could have been adding water after the collection or consuming large amounts of water to, hydrate yourself and dilute your urine that's in the bladder. Or if at autopsy, if they irrigated the bladder before collection, that could account for it as well. But both the specific gravity and the creatinine are on the extreme low end of what we would consider normal.
And so based on both those levels being extremely low, based on what you consider normal, do you believe that you have an accurate analysis for the presence of anabolic steroids, or do you believe that should be retested with a better sample if you can get them?
It's what we were provided, and it's what we test. We do the best with what we were sent.
Okay. But in a medical environment where a living individual is being treated, if you receive a sample, and I'm not sure if that's what your lab does, but if a sample was sent to a lab with such a low specific gravity, do you think there would be a request for a retest?
So if it was, say, a living individual and it was for the purposes of drug testing, this would certainly be a, quote, flag for them that something is amiss, and they might want to, recollect another specimen from that individual if possible. But again, this is a post-mortem case, and it's not possible.
Very well. And the last area I want to ask you about was anabolic steroid use of long terms. Are you aware of anatomical changes that can occur in someone's body with long-term anabolic steroid use?
Not really, no.
Okay, is that within your area of expertise or not something you study?
It's not something I'm an expert in. Testing for steroids in post-mortem cases is fairly rare. In my 16 or 17 years of being a post-mortem forensic toxicologist and having dealt with, 50, 60, 70,000 cases, I think I've had 5 cases that have involved testing for anabolic steroids. It's just not something that's commonly done in post-mortem work.
Well, let me ask you this. If there were a toxicologist that was a professor at the university and that toxicologist opined that the effects of long-term anabolic steroid use could be evidenced by anatomical changes in the heart arteries and perhaps, physical characteristics of the liver, would you be able to dispute those opinions?
No, I'm not a forensic pathologist. That's outside my area of expertise.
Okay. And a similar question, if a toxicologist who was a professor at the university were to opine that the effects of long-term use of anabolic steroids in the brain could last well beyond the period of time that you could detect the use of anabolic steroids in the urine sample, would you have any reason to disagree with that opinion?
I'm not a neuropathologist or forensic pathologist, so that's outside the area of my expertise.
Very well. Thank you for your time and attention. I don't have any further questions. And I would like
Morgan Martin here. I don't have anything further.
I would like it in this record to stipulate that this doctor's affidavit of authenticity is genuine and his record is detached.
Mark, Natasha.
I do have some follow-up questions. Dr. Brower, you provided the affidavit of authenticity just yesterday?
Correct.
And have you talked to any of the parties or the attorneys in this case before today?
None whatsoever.
Well, thank you. Now, let me go back to the questions that were asked about the urine sample. If someone were chronically abusing steroids to the point they had road rage, wouldn't you see metabolite levels that survive dilution?
I'm not certain of that. It would depend upon their use history and when they had last used and how long those drugs or metabolites could be detected.
Okay, and the test that you use, the LC-MS/MS, that's a pretty robust test, isn't it? That is even capable of detecting them even in specimens collected days after death.
It is very selective and sensitive methodology.
Right. So even after all the questions that the defense attorneys just asked you, it's still your opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty in all the tests that you ran, there were no steroids found in Scott Spivey's system.
Outside of testosterone, that is correct. And I did look at the raw data prior to the deposition here, and I did not detect any trace of steroids that were even below our reporting limit.
Okay, and testosterone is not an indicator of steroid use standing alone, correct?
No, all living individuals produce testosterone.
All right, thank you. Now, let me get back to what you talked about as far as impairment. Now, that chart that Mr. Moss popped up there from some website talked about gross motor impairment. Can you explain to me what gross motor impairment is and how it affects the brain's processing?
It's just really just your ability to, accurately, control your bodily movements, which can affect coordination, grasping at things, moving things, moving your finger to your nose, your gait, your walking, and those types of motor movements.
Right, and even multitasking and even driving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if a person with a blood alcohol content of 0.13, you would not expect them to be able to drive in traffic in North Myrtle Beach for 9 miles while being chased at speeds of over 100 miles per hour, not hit anyone, and not wreck, would you?
Object to the form of the question. You can answer it, Doctor, but I'm objecting that you can answer the question.
If what you described was accurate, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that he did not get in an accident at that blood concentration. We see people driving for miles and miles without getting into an accident and pulled over with much higher blood alcohol concentrations. You really see everything. Almost anything is possible with regards to driving and impairment. You see people crashing with very low blood alcohol concentrations as well.
Right, but to your point, you said, according to this chart, the BAC that you found using the heart blood indicated that it was 0.13. So on Mr. Moss's chart, that is 0.11 to 0.15. That's drunk. And I think you indicated gross motor impairment and judgment and perception were severely impaired. So you wouldn't expect for somebody to be able to drive at that high rate of speed without wrecking, would you?
Object to the form of the question.
It's not unreasonable to me that he did not get in a crash. If everyone at that type of blood alcohol instantly crashed the vehicle when they're driving, then we would have our roads littered with, beat up cars and hospitals full of patients. So no, just because someone's at that blood alcohol does not automatically, indicate that they absolutely must 100% guaranteed to, be involved in an accident. That's just not reasonable.
So, Dr. Brower, going back to the vitreous fluid question, are you familiar with the Journal of Analytical Toxicology?
I am.
And that's one of the premier journals in your own field.
It is.
Okay, and you've not heard of a situation where vitreous fluid is sometimes different than the heart blood fluid?
It is different.
Okay, and in fact, in your specific test, the BAC that you discovered or that you found in the heart blood was actually 130, is that right?
That is correct.
And in the vitreous fluid, which is not susceptible as much to postmortem and degradation, was actually 102.
That is correct.
And so that's a substantial difference, isn't it, 28?
Not really.
Okay, well, you served as in the medical examiner's office for, a number of years, correct?
Correct, 13.
Okay, and when you worked there, didn't they often review blood alcohol content?
We did on every case.
Okay, and they also reviewed vitreous fluid?
We did, correct.
Okay, did you ever use vitreous fluid as, and you're telling me that the North Carolina medical examiner never converted vitreous fluid to the BAC?
Absolutely never.
Okay, interesting.
That's not something that is done.
Okay, and you've never read any articles published in the Journal of Analytical Toxicology about this subject?
I'm not saying that people won't try to, but it is improper to have a vitreous ethanol and convert that to a blood alcohol, especially for litigation purposes.
Okay, what's the purpose of doing a second test, a vitreous test? Because it's my understanding that was the whole purpose of doing another test from October 10th and then doing a second report on October 12th. What was your purpose in doing that?
The sole purpose of testing vitreous ethanol is, one, if you don't have any blood available, so that you can see if alcohol has been consumed, but its primary use is as a secondary specimen to confirm the presence of ethanol in the blood. And that would be in cases that we had talked about previously, such as blunt force trauma, or cases in which the stomach contents could be ruptured, like blunt force trauma from a crash, or from a fall from a great height, or gunshot wound to the gut, where the gastric contents are ruptured, and you can have contamination of ethanol into those central blood specimens. So if you had, say, blunt force trauma and you detected ethanol in the blood, you may not know if it's, quote, real or not. Did they really consume alcohol, or was it just contamination from the gastric contents? When you test the vitreous humor, which is a protected specimen because it's encapsulated from the eyeball and not going to be prone to diffusion from ruptured gastric contents, because it's just not possible to happen. It can just confirm that, hey, that ethanol concentration is likely real and not contamination. That's the primary purpose of testing vitreous ethanol.
Okay, and in this case, it was 130 versus 102.
Correct.
Okay, and so in all your testimony, Dr. Brower, would you agree that any information about Scott's actual impairment and what his capabilities are speculative?
It is. When you talk about the effects of alcohol on people, I can testify as to the general effects of alcohol at various concentrations, but you can't say that person absolutely did exhibit those behaviors. It needs to be in conjunction with witness statements and observed behaviors and things like that. I can't talk about anyone's impairment either or lack of due solely from a toxicology report. And our accrediting body, sorry, I'm still sick, strongly encourages not to opine on impairment from a toxicology report alone.
All right, Dr. Brower, those are all the questions I have unless the defense attorneys have anything further for you.
Nothing further from Morgan.
Nothing further for Dr. Brower from me. I do want us to get this stipulation here, may or not may, as to the authenticity of his report that was attached to that day.
Yeah, I've already told you that we stipulated that. I mean, I understand.
Need a break? We keep going?
I think we're ready to keep going, Your Honor.
You have one.
Anybody out there? Got any break? Keep going? Dude, keep going. What about the jury? Keep going. All right. Yeah. Tell you what I decided. We got two more witnesses, both about an hour each. The lawyers sometimes get it right and get it wrong by how long. I'm gonna do one more, so we'll work about another hour. We're gonna adjourn today about 5. Just then roughly 5 tomorrow. Is that right, gentlemen? About 5, thereabouts? 5 witnesses tomorrow.
We've got one, assuming they call both defendants, I think there's only 1 or 2 left.
Okay. Well, young Mr. Martin represented, he thought 4. Tomorrow, I'm postponing one tomorrow. It makes 5 by my math.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll go with that.
You're right, it doesn't make any difference what you
I did tell the lawyers, so y'all know this, is when they do a deposition like that, I can't say move on and hasten it a little bit, so we get what we get. Now, had it been live, it'd been a little shorter. All right, Mr. Moss, this your witness, you call him first?
Yes, sir.
Boy, you finally out the battle
They won't
box.
let me play.
Okay, call your witness.
Dr. Kenneth Strong.
Sure, you can just come down this way.
And we got that deposition was admitted for purpose of today here, that we just saw.
Yes, sir.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, Mark, have us the report.
She's got 2 hands, she needs 5. All right, we're gonna go back, and she's gonna put that we accepted the deposition of the forensic toxicologist for purpose of hearing, and whatever that stipulation is.
Defendant's Exhibit
59.
59.
And you just marked some new exhibits, and the witness you just called's name is?
Kenneth Strong.
And I expect you better spell that for her.
It's SODERSTROM.
And he's been placed under oath. Now, talk about your exhibits.
I've marked 2, the clerk's marked 2, and I have copies for your honor. It's a copy of this witness's CV and report. You just thought you may or may not want a reference. Doctor, did you give us your full name already? You did, didn't you?
I gave you my last name. I spelled it.
Okay. And could you tell us where you're employed and what your position is?
I'm a professor of pharmacology at East Carolina University.
In the Brody School of Medicine?
In the Brody School of Medicine, that's right.
Okay. Now, you're not an MD doctor?
I'm not an MD. I teach the MDs and the other health science students.
You're a PhD doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've been asked to give some opinion in this case, is that right?
That's right.
Now, and I sent you materials that you base that on, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And so the opinions you're going to give, they have nothing to do with ultimate conclusion of fault or liability or immunity. I'm asking opinions about pharmacology and toxicology, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've been asked to give any opinion about whether somebody's legally entitled to any status, immunity or whatever, right?
I don't even know what that means.
Okay. Now, you had a written representation here with me, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like to show it to you. This one's not marked, but I have disclosed it, Your Honor. I want to refer you to that sentence that's highlighted. Could you read it?
The consultant's services are provided independently of their role as a university faculty. All opinions and assessments will be grounded in objective facts without consideration for favorability of outcomes.
Okay, I want to break that down. First and foremost, your opinions have nothing to do with East Carolina University, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then secondly, what did you put in there, this last part about assessments will be grounded in objective facts without consideration for favorability of outcomes? What does that mean?
That means you provided me with evidence. I looked at the evidence, and the conclusions I came to were just based on that evidence and not what I thought you wanted or anybody else. It's what I thought the evidence indicated.
Let's talk a little bit about your credentials. Exhibit 47A is projected, Your Honor, and is this your CV?
Yes.
Could you narrate for us basically your education experience by referring to the paper copy you have or that one on the screen, whichever you feel most comfortable with?
I'm sorry, what would you like me to do?
Well, I want you can confirm that's you.
Oh, that is me, yes.
That's you, okay. And I wanted to draw your attention to the next page, where I was experienced. Now, how long have you been a PhD doctor?
I got my PhD in 1998, and I started working at the Brody School of Medicine in 2001.
Okay, and what is your concentration of study in your doctoral program?
We'll probably stipulate that he's an expert in pharmacology.
Thank you. That will save us some time.
That'll save some time.
But even with that stipulation, I would like to jump over to the next page.
And since we're going to jury, it's not necessary to explain to the jury. I understand I've had experts in pharmacology present before, so
Very
we're so qualified.
Very well.
If he's gonna read the CV, we take it back.
Okay.
Do you know how many publications you've had, Doctor?
I don't. It's a modest number compared to a lot of people, but it's not insignificant.
Well, if I were to submit to you there's 41 on your CV, does that sound reasonable?
Sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. And for those of us who don't publish papers, that doesn't seem so modest.
Well, it took a long time to do that.
Okay. So, based on your education and training and your teaching and research, do you believe you have specialized knowledge in pharmacology and toxicology and the central nervous system effects that can assist this court in understanding toxicology and
Yes.
behavior-related evidence?
I believe so, yes.
And that's what I've asked you to do, is that
That's right.
Okay. And you've given some opinions in your written report, right?
I did, yes.
And those opinions, were they grounded in scientific fact?
They were based on the evidence you provided. There wasn't that much evidence. It wasn't really that much, but it all kind of fell together. It's remarkable the way it fell together.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to your report, which is the one in front of you, marked 47B. And you have, is there a paper copy in front of you? I need to hand you one.
Thank you.
So I've handed you 47B. Do you recognize it?
I do.
Is that a copy of your report?
This is a copy of the report I prepared, yes.
Okay. And did you sign it?
I did.
And at the time that you provided this report, that was when you had completed your analysis and research, right?
That's right. It was a little over a year ago.
Okay. For the court, we moved to admit 47A and B as the CV and the doctor's report.
A is the curriculum B time, Dr. Curriculum. 47B is the report after examining the evidence presented to him by the state.
Okay. Now, you were provided a laboratory analysis report by me, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Do you recall, can you tell from your report, or do you recall what that laboratory analysis indicated about Mr. Scott Spivey?
Indicated a few things. The first was testosterone level 4.1, which is, there are no normal limits. Testosterone levels are all over the map, so that wasn't unexpected. There was BAC of 0.13 and caffeine, and I don't recall anything else right now.
Okay. In fact, there was a negative finding in the NMS laboratory.
Okay,
for
sure,
presence
yes.
of anabolic steroids, right?
That's right. So they tested a series of metabolites of abused steroids, and there are many, many abused steroids. And so the way you detect this is you look for the breakdown products in the urine, and that's what the NMS laboratories did, and they did not detect any of the breakdown products.
Doctors, when it comes to steroids, does that end the analysis?
It doesn't, and that is because of the way that steroids are taken when they're abused. They're taken in courses. And so a person will take them for a week or two until they experience toxicity, and then they take a break. And
What are some examples of toxicity which might cause someone to take a break?
GI upset, arrhythmias. Those are the two that I remember right now.
Okay. And so, if you've got a situation such as this, where you've been asked to look and opine as to whether or not the presence of antibiotic steroids were a factor in this case, in this tragedy, what kinds of information would you want to have in addition to the report from NMS Labs?
An interview with the person, that would tell the whole story, I guess. But a history, maybe people that he worked with or worked out with, if he went to the gym, things like that.
That would be ideal, wouldn't it?
That would be ideal, yes.
We didn't have that in this case, as I explained. So let's take a look at page 3 of the report. And would it be fair to say that the third page of the report narrates what you looked at?
Yes, so it goes through six pieces of evidence that I looked at. Again, really not too much.
Well, can you kind of cite to us what they are?
Let's see, a forensic autopsy, a supplemental report, so this is the NMS Laboratories, bar tab, listing a number of drinks, report prepared by the Horry County Police Department Drug Analysis Laboratory, and so that was analyzing the contents of some capsules that were found in the truck, and that was the first odd thing that came together. So it was odd that there were these abused steroids in that truck, and at first I thought this might be just a red herring. I thought well, that's just kind of a strange thing. I didn't really think too much of it. Let's see, going further, photo of the black truck, labeled Spivey's truck on Highway 9, and a series of 5 witness statements. Those witness statements were interesting.
They were collected by who?
They were collected by the police there,
Okay.
the Horry County Police, and they were very consistent. That jumped right out at me.
Well, look, with specificity, whose statements did you review, Doctor?
Okay. It was Charles W. Boyd, Terry A. Wright, Lindsay McMorrow, Francis E. McMorrow, and Blase Adrian Ward. Not sure I pronounced that properly.
Let me ask you, do you know any of those people?
I do not.
Do you know who they are?
No.
You know any? Have you ever been to Conway before?
I have not. It's a nice place.
And so do you know anybody in this courtroom besides me?
I do not, and I met you this morning.
Okay. And so you reviewed these witness statements. And tell us, how are witness statements, like in these witness statements, how are they relevant to the undertaking of an analysis by a PhD doctor as yourself, and to offering an opinion about the use or effect of antibiotic steroids?
Well, let's see, we just heard the forensic toxicologist talk about how you wouldn't want to make any behavioral conclusions without behavioral evidence. And this was the behavioral evidence that he was referring to. And so I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, let me see if I got it. But demonstrated behavior as provided by witnesses who observed.
That's right.
Is relevant to the analysis.
So, this dramatic event, terrible event, and the remarkable thing was that that they all were consistent. There wasn't any inconsistencies, and I guess I haven't seen too much of this in the past, but when you have accounts of situations, it seems that there are usually discrepancies. It's like, what really happened? This was, I thought, remarkably consistent, which I think was because it was so terrible and so dramatic. There was an emotional component because we remember things that are emotional. That's how we really remember things well.
Well, what did the police lab report conclude about these pills that you described being in the truck?
That they were the abused anabolic steroid, and I'll use the brand name because it's easy to say, Dianabol. And it was a CBA product, so a legitimate pharmaceutical. Came out in the early 1960s. It was pulled from the market for liver and cardiac toxicity in the early 1980s. And it has since been available in other countries, Mexico being a prime example. And that might be where it comes into the U.S. from.
When this drug was used in this country, what was it used for?
It was used for things like wasting, cachexia, muscle loss, maybe associated with age and not getting enough nutrition, osteoporosis. And so, what this type of drug does is it ramps up metabolism, and it will put on muscle mass, and it will make your bones stronger, and essentially it will just rev all sorts of metabolic processes up. And unfortunately, that includes the heart and the liver.
Well, in your research, and I think the lab report called it methandienone, is that right?
Yeah, there's a couple different names for it. This is typical of drugs. You have generic names, you have brand names. Sometimes you have more than one brand name, so it gets very confusing.
Well, from your research, why was the drug taken off the market in the States?
It was taken off the market for cardiac and liver side effects. It was toxic.
What types of side effects?
Liver function, liver toxicity, so your liver doesn't work as well, and cardiac toxicities, including this atherosclerosis. So that's this plaque buildup in coronary arteries.
So earlier, you said when you read the report, and I'm paraphrasing, if I get it wrong, you tell me, but you didn't think a whole lot of these pills being in the truck at first.
I didn't at first. I thought, well, he was 33 years old, so young guy. I'm trying to think of people that I've known. I've known people that have abused anabolic steroids, and the people that I know who have abused them didn't use them for very long because of side effects. But kind of fits the profile. Maybe somebody just gave them to him, and he was going to try them for a while. I didn't immediately conclude that there was a serious abuse issue associated with the anabolic steroid, but I did come to the conclusion that if you're going to have a controlled substance, either you're going to sell it or you're going to use it. And I think it was 26 capsules, and so that's more falling into the use rather than sell category.
Do you remember how they were packaged from the report?
They were, if I remember right, it was like a baggie, maybe a Ziploc bag.
Not a prescription bottle?
No.
And if this gentleman that we're here about was born in 1990, he would have been born after this drug was taken off the market.
That's right, yes.
So,
I think it was off the market in 1983.
So what specifically in your research of this case and the records I sent you changed your mind about any relevance to these steroids?
What brought it all together was the autopsy report.
And how did it do that?
There was a note of a 50% coronary artery occlusion. And there was also some evidence of liver toxicity.
And what kind of evidence is that? How was liver toxicity evidence?
It was cholesterol staining of the gallbladder. That was the liver toxicity. The atherosclerosis, the occlusion of the artery was a plaque buildup, calcification, fibrosis, occluding that artery. And so that's a moderate to severe level, which is remarkably unusual in someone who isn't at least 50.
Is this the portion of, on the screen here, is this the portion of your report where you're referring to that?
Okay, I don't see anything about the
Well, let's talk about
autopsy.
Let's talk about this drug name. This is what you're talking about.
Right, yeah, there's the SIVA product, Dianabol.
And it was discontinued, right?
That's right.
Okay. So let's jump down the report to page. All right. I think you're on page 5, at the top of the report. Do you see that?
Okay, yes, I'm there.
Could you take a look at the top portion of the 5th page? And up at the top, it has a heading of various.
Exogenous anabolic steroids
Yes, sir.
were negative, that's right.
Okay.
And
you said that the analysis is not in there, right?
that's right, they did not detect any metabolites of this abused anabolic steroid that was found in his truck.
Yet you have these anatomical changes that were revealed in the autopsy report.
Correct, that would be consistent with this drug.
So tell us, if you had long-term use of anabolic steroid drugs, how does it affect the body? Could you just explain?
It will change physiology. So the way a steroid works is it alters gene expression. And what that really means practically is it takes a long time to start working, and after it works, its effects will be sustained for a long time. So these are slowly acting but long-term acting drugs. And the problem with this drug was it did what you wanted it to do in terms of muscle mass and osteoporosis and adrenal insufficiency. I see that I've missed up there. But in addition, it's also causing these cardiac and liver problems. So you're getting good effects. It's a good drug if you need to put on muscle mass fast, but there's a price to be paid. And this is true of all drugs. There's a side effect associated with every drug. This is, a particularly severe one.
So, and you're talking about the effects in those comments about, I guess, the major organs of the body.
That's right.
I want to shift to the effects of the brain.
Right.
So could you narrate it for us?
So, so anabolic steroid has characteristic effects on brain physiology, just like cardiac, just like liver, just like muscle, just like bone. If you're having these physiological effects in other systems, you're going to have effects to some extent in the brain also. And the typical changes in the brain associated with these drugs, and particularly this one, is a hypertrophy of the amygdala, which is kind of the part of the brain that is involved in emotional processing. And so you're getting more activity, just speaking kind of generally, in the amygdala, emotional processing, and less in the frontal cortex. And the frontal cortex is associated with executive function, decision-making. And there's been research looking at hundreds of patients, and these changes are subtle. It's not like you would see them in one person, maybe. You see them in a population of people. And so this increased, compared to controls of amygdala, decreased frontal cortex, and changes in the connections between them.
Okay, and how might the change in the connections between them manifest themselves in behavior?
You would have an increase in emotional processing and less control of the frontal cortex over that. So the consequence is increased or a decreased trigger for an emotional response, and a decreased ability to filter that response. So you have this part of the brain amygdala saying, there's this terrible thing happening, or you're interpreting something as negative that's really neutral. This is kind of a characteristic problem. And you don't have the executive part of your brain to evaluate it and to say, it's not really that bad, or this is really not a good idea, we should not do this.
You heard Attorney Hannah ask Dr. Brower about the term, I think, roid rage, or one
Yes.
maybe it was Mr. Martin that asked, one of the attorneys
Yes.
asked.
And I would agree that you might want to avoid that term. What I think might be a valid description of what happened there, and I don't know, and this is one of the things I would like to know, is if it was a road rage, not a roid rage. But I think road rage is kind of more common, and that's a trigger. And so something triggered this. And I think that there was a decreased ability to cope with that trigger.
So there were no metabolites, is that what you said?
There was no metabolites. And so again, the way that these steroids are abused are in courses. You use them until you start noticing bad side effects, then you take a break. And then you come back to it later. And so it's a cyclical sort of thing.
So the effects you described in one's brain, how the side effects of that in the brain, and the processing in the brain, and the ability to reason with your impulses. Is that a fair way to say that?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's not necessarily a drug. So this would be a persistent change that's occurred. And so the behavioral effect would be sustained and long-lasting. And so, just like the increased muscle mass would be sustained during the break, so would all the other effects, including the behavioral effects.
So the fact that you didn't find that in the presence of a tested urine specimen, that doesn't change?
That didn't bother me, no. That wasn't, that made sense. That and the dilute urine, maybe that had something to do with not detecting it.
Let's switch gears a little bit to alcohol. Now you saw analysis of the blood alcohol content of the heart blood, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And you also saw in that same report that they tested the vitreous fluid from the eyes?
Yes.
And you considered both of those things, is that right?
That's right.
In fact, when you were deposed, at that time it'd be fair to say you weren't sure which one of those was the more appropriate or gold standard to use.
I didn't think it mattered. I thought, the evidence here is clear that we've had a significant consumption of alcohol. And it's no more complicated than that. Alcohol is a factor here. And I agree with the forensic toxicologist that there can be, individuals vary greatly in the degree of their effects. And over time, there is a biphasic sort of intoxication that occurs with alcohol. And I don't think the toxicologist mentioned that.
Could you explain it to us?
I don't know if I can explain it, but I can address it. So your initial ascending phase of alcohol intoxication starts with a euphoria and you're feeling good, and your poor judgment manifests fairly early. So that gets started fairly quickly. before your motor coordination really starts. And the evidence for your decision-making problem is you drink 2 beers and that makes you think that you need 2 more beers. And you know before you had your first beer that I'm not going to drink more than 2 beers, kind of what the forensic toxicologist said. I'm not going to get behind the wheel, and then you find yourself behind the wheel. Not a good idea. You're just not making good decisions very early in this ascending course. And then the euphoria goes away and a depressive sort of stage comes in. And it's not fun anymore. If you go really high, then you get this gross motor coordination where you can't walk straight, and maybe you can't even stand up straight. So that would be at a really high level, but you have the decision-making problems. So you peak and you come back down, and so you get it kind of on both sides, but you don't get the euphoria coming back down. You just have, at that point, the toxic metabolites are taking over, and it just doesn't feel good. It's not fun during that stage. Your motor capabilities may come back. There are things that we learn. Driving is an example. Tying your shoes. I tied my shoes this morning and I don't remember doing it. It's a motor program that's ingrained. It's fairly low level after doing it so many times. Driving, we can carry on a conversation on the phone. We can do a lot of things like that, and those types of program behaviors seem to be less susceptible to ethanol intoxication. Fine motor skills, learning something, sensory motor learning, that's gone.
So every individual is different, is that fair to say?
Every individual is different, that's true, and depending on experience. And so there are people who can consume heroic amounts of alcohol who are tolerant to it. These are people who have alcoholism.
In that light, someone who consumed alcohol on a regular basis, who may have more tolerance for it, would they perhaps demonstrate cognitive defects in terms of reasoning or judgment and not have motor control issues?
Yes, I would agree that that's possible. These are different systems and they have different sensitivity to the alcohol. So different parts of the brain respond differently, and it's hard to predict. Alcohol is a very complex drug.
Okay. Well, what kinds of behavior, looking at your report, what kinds of behavior would the witnesses' statements in your review contribute to your opinions?
The witnesses described.
I believe you're on page 6 of your report, Doctor. Okay. You're welcome, if you recall, you're welcome to recite it, but if you'd like to refer to the report, I want you to have it.
Well, they all consistently described, what I would characterize as a road, not a roid, but a road rage incident. Okay. Some conflict between drivers that got started, I don't know where, that's not here, but it was, a tragic event, clearly. And there was bad decision-making, clearly.
Okay. What neural systems are affected in it, or what neural systems come into play in the decision-making about it?
So, the aggressive, the unreasonable, the very violent parts of the brain, or this amygdala. And again, you have frontal cortex that usually, thank goodness, most of us have control over that. We may have the urge, and that's coming from these amygdala sort of brain regions, but we can control it, and there was a loss of that control.
Okay. And does alcohol specifically affect these two portions of the
It will
brain?
do that. It's consistent with alcohol, and it's consistent with long-term effects of anabolic steroid abuse.
As a pharmacologist, and you're both a pharmacologist and a toxicologist, is that right?
I would say so. I would say all pharmacologists are also toxicologists.
Okay. So from your perspective as a pharmacologist, does significant intoxication and likely steroid-associated behavior increase the probability of sudden, irrational, and violent actions?
I think we can be confident that it contributed, yes. That both of those things, the alcohol and the steroids, contributed to this.
Is that consistent with a situation where a person might escalate to using lethal force quickly or unpredictably?
I think it would reduce the chance that you were going to decide and understand and realize that this is a bad decision. It would decrease the probability that you would catch yourself and just not do it. Okay, we've got to tone this down now.
Well, with those substance-related effects, is it cerebral cortex? The
Frontal cortex?
The frontal cortex. If it's not working as it's supposed to, would that, how would a person who encountered someone who was experiencing this know that?
You couldn't talk sense into that. It would be that sort of thing. It's like, you got to calm down, and I think we probably all have encountered somebody that we couldn't just calm down. Somebody just couldn't calm down.
Okay, but if you weren't communicating with them and you were just seeing them and seeing their conduct, how would somebody who experienced an individual like that with those drug-related characteristics, how would somebody interpret?
In a situation like this?
Yes, sir.
It would be, somebody who was agitated and angry, and I would say, agitated is.
Well, if the decedent, in this case, Mr. Spivey, is intoxicated and exhibiting aggressive and impulsive conduct, does it increase the risk that brandishing or discharging a weapon could occur without any warning?
I would say yes, but I would qualify it as it would increase the risk of that behavior being triggered and then not avoided. It's like you have an urge to do this, and then you realize not a good idea. You would have your reason take over and avoid that.
Could I direct you to page 7 of your report, Doctor? You have a section called Overall Conclusions, and I'd like you to walk us through that, if you would.
Okay. So I guess I'll just read it.
You could read a sentence at a time and explain it, or however you feel
I
comfortable.
write better than I talk, so I should just read what I've written here. Cardiovascular and hepatic abnormalities.
You can read a lot faster than she likes to listen. She's
Oh, I'm
taking
sorry.
notes, so just go slow.
Okay. The cardiovascular and hepatic abnormalities noted during the autopsy are both, number one, rare in the population representative of the decedent. Conservative estimate is less than 5%, and that 5% is people who have cardiac problems. Less than 5% have a stenosis that is that great.
And you've actually cited some authorities for
Yes,
this, right?
I cited the papers. I thought it was an odd thing seeing it on the autopsy. That just doesn't sound right in a young man. And then looking into it, it's like that was the pieces falling together.
And the authority you cite for is attached to your report, is, I think, footnote 7 and 8, is that right?
Yeah, I cited all of the literature that I got this from, and I cited good papers.
And now, the fact that the decedent may or may not have had a family history of coronary heart disease, does that in any way change your opinion?
That factors in, and
Can you tell us how?
that would increase the probability that this problem would be manifest. And so a statistic I read was that about 15% of people who chronically abuse anabolic steroids will have this type of problem with a cardiac plaque forming, stenosis forming.
So not everybody would have
Not
it.
everybody gets it, even though they're abusing anabolic steroids. This is a particularly bad anabolic steroid for that. But I would say that 15% that do have the problem are probably those who have the family history. They're going to be more likely.
You mentioned earlier that it accelerated metabolism, is that right?
And I think of it as these drugs as aging, premature aging. They move everything up. Time accelerates.
Okay.
The heart's getting older, brain's getting older, old cranky brain, that sort of thing.
I interrupted you. Please proceed with your overall conclusions. Explain to us what you determined.
Okay. So number 2, a well-established toxicity following anabolic steroid abuse, particularly that of meth and androstenedione alone. I should have just said dianabol. Co-occurrence of rare conditions, cardiac and hepatic abnormalities, and steroid abuse make it more than likely that they were related.
You cited 4 authorities for that proposition, didn't you?
Yes.
And your cited authorities are listed in your...
They are.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. This type of steroid abuse is also well established to contribute to persistent changes that interfere with normal CNS function, particularly in brain regions controlling emotional responses, impulse control, and decision making.
And is that exactly what you were talking about earlier when you talked about different regions of the brain?
This is what I was talking about, yes. Probably not very well, but that's what I was trying to communicate.
And indeed, there's a cited authority for that
Yes.
conclusion as well, is that right?
Yes.
Please proceed.
From the
what we call a reasoned degree of scientific certainty based on your experience and these learned treatises?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Please proceed.
Loss of emotional control and poor decision making are also well established to follow from acute alcohol intoxication. That was also a clear factor in this case, as indicated by blood tests and supported by an extensive bar tab.
Now, the bar tab that you saw, it was pretty high bar tab.
I remember a lot of, there were Miller Lights and Fireballs, not that I know what that is.
So we don't know how many he drank, that'd be fair to say from the bar tab.
He did not necessarily consume all of what he paid for.
Based on his blood alcohol content, he consumed some.
Oh, I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Combined effects of steroid abuse and alcohol intoxication more likely than not contributed, perhaps synergistically so, to the result in lack of behavioral inhibition and expression of the extremely aggressive and violent behaviors described by several witnesses.
So is it the behavior, is it the demonstrated behavior that the witnesses related, is that as important as the anatomical findings, this conclusion?
I think it all ties together. It's all equally important. Again, if it was just the steroids found in the truck and not any artery occlusion, I wouldn't think that much of it. If there was no witness reports of violent behavior, there would be no issue at all.
Conversely, if there was arterial sclerosis and no steroids, you wouldn't link these.
Yeah, that would just be really odd. That would be a very unlucky 33-year-old that is remarkably rare.
Okay. So this last opinion, the combined effect of steroid abuse, in that paragraph you read, is that an opinion that you offer within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty in your field of pharmacology?
Yes.
Doctor, I want to shift gears a little bit with you. Do you recall when you were deposed by Attorney Hannah, she kind of hit you out of left field with some questions about other drugs that you might use and the effects?
Yes.
Did you have any idea what she was asking those questions?
There was some questions about lithium and an antipsychotic drug and benzodiazepines, and I didn't know why, and it's just kind of some interesting questions, especially about lithium.
You know what we call that? A lawyer hires an expert witness, and then the expert witness is in a deposition, and the lawyer on the other side starts asking these questions about their side of the case. We call that, at least I call it, hijacking the expert. It had nothing to do with anything you reviewed, did it?
No, I really had no idea where that was coming from.
And you hadn't reviewed anything about my clients?
No, just those 6 items, very limited amount of information.
I want to talk to you about the questions you got from Attorney Hannah about lithium. Okay? Have you seen this bottle that I've given you?
Yes.
Before? You've seen it before,
Yes,
right?
yes. So this is
I sent you a picture of it.
right, a supplement that.
Tell us what it is.
It's a dietary supplement, lithium orotate, and so this is something that you can get maybe at your drugstore, maybe at a vitamin store or GNC if they still have those.
Or Amazon.
Oh yeah, you can order it online, of course. And so this is a form of lithium, and the scuttlebutt, I guess I'll use that term, is that this is going to help decrease anxiety and make you feel better. And there's lots of supplements that make those types of claims. This is not an FDA-approved drug.
Is it a dangerous drug?
Pardon me?
Is it a dangerous drug?
I wouldn't say it's a dangerous drug, not at this dosage.
Well, let's talk.
Actually, you could consume this entire bottle and it wouldn't be up to an antipsychotic dose.
Well, I think you gave me a figure of what that dose, how that dosage in that. What is the dosage in those pills?
These are 5 milligram lithium. I don't know if they're capsules or tablets. I haven't looked at them.
If someone had a therapeutic dose of lithium on the lowest end, what would the lowest end lithium dosage be at the therapeutic level?
Low end for treatment of bipolar is about 1,000 milligrams a day.
And that's 200 times, 200 of those pills.
That's right.
Would equal 1 lithium, the minimum lithium dose for somebody who had a bipolar disorder. Now, you don't know anything about my client's medical concerns, right? And you didn't know why you were these questions.
No.
But this particular lithium factor, in any way, I submit to you, because you don't know, that if my client were taken, would it have anything to do with an impulsive reaction by my client?
I wouldn't know. I think this is, and I might be kind of flip here, but this is a placebo, and placebo is very effective drug, remarkably effective, especially in humans. And so placebo is a sugar pill. And if you think it's going to do something, our brains have a way of making things happen that we believe are going to happen. And so I think that these types of drugs fall into that category.
Would a person who had a well-balanced diet benefit from the diet as much as that supplement?
Diet is way more important.
Very good. So if that's the lithium you were being asked about, do you see how it should be related to this case in any way?
I really don't. And so, of course, I was thinking of lithium citrate is the salt form that's given for bipolar at a much higher dose, and that's a very toxic drug, and that's a serious drug, and a very effective drug. We're lucky to have it.
But nothing that you reviewed had anything to do with lithium, did it?
No.
And so you had no idea why you were asking the question?
I did not, yeah. That took me from the side, and that and the benzodiazepine and the antipsychotic, and I was thinking, why am I being asked about this antipsychotic drug?
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Do you recall after that I sent you a clinical synopsis from Dr. Hannah Cloak?
Yes.
And it referred to some of these other drugs.
It did, so all of them were there. And so then it made sense.
And how did it make sense?
It made sense that the person that you're representing was taking these drugs, this as a supplement, the other drugs as anxiety treatment.
And did you notice anything about the dosage levels?
Fairly low doses, and so a antipsychotic drug is a very good sedative across the board.
The sleep aid?
It's a sleep aid, that's right, at low dose.
Okay. Your indulgence? Doctor, I'm not going to ask you any questions at this time. In addition, the court may have some, or these attorneys may have some, and I may as response to theirs.
Mr. Martin, anything?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Tinsley? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Dr. Soderstrom, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You and I had the pleasure of meeting when I took your deposition by Zoom about 6 months ago, is that right?
I remember, yes.
Okay, and I believe you told me at that time this is the first time you've ever been an expert witness. Is
That's
that
correct,
right?
yes.
So the first time in a courtroom.
That's correct. Yeah, this is the first time I've been in a courtroom. That's absolutely correct.
And I believe you know Mr. Moss, maybe you teach his
I met
daughter.
him this morning. He called the chair of my department looking for somebody to explain the NMS Labs report. And I'm the guy to do that sort of thing in our department. And so he was referred to me.
Okay, and you're not a medical doctor, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you would agree with me that a pathologist that actually did the autopsy of Scott Spivey would certainly be more qualified than you to render an opinion about whether the heart had any impact as a result of chronic steroid abuse, right?
Well, maybe. If somebody is going to claim that a 50% occlusion of the coronary artery isn't related to steroid abuse, I would have to disagree with that.
Okay, but she didn't render that opinion like you
Right.
did, correct? Okay. And you've never performed a forensic toxicology,
That's true.
okay? And your research, I believe, I saw that big list of things that you wrote about. And isn't it true, Dr. Soderstrom, that most of your research is on songbirds and I believe THC effects on brain development?
Right. So,
Okay. But it's not human forensic pathology, right?
Well, it's, of course, we're trying to understand humans, and the reason we use birds, it sounds crazy, but they learn how to sing when they're young, like we learn how to talk when we're young. And so my research is really focused on development and how the brain changes during development.
But it's not about steroid abuse, is it?
Well, I've done some steroid research.
You have, I believe, in your deposition, you told me most of your research came from internet forums, is that right?
Yeah, so, well, in terms of figuring out how this drug is typically abused. So that's, I think, how you find out how abuse steroids. You talk to the guys at the gym, and there are these internet forums, and it's remarkable the amount of information you can get from that source.
Remarkable. I think you said that earlier. In fact, I think you said you looked at little evidence, but it was remarkable how it all fell together.
Well, then I was talking about, how the steroid was found in the truck. Didn't think much of it until seeing, now we have a autopsy that shows a coronary artery occlusion and liver toxicity.
I'm going to get to that. I'll get to that.
So it all kind of came together. That's what I was talking about there.
Yes, sir. Now, you've also never clinically treated a patient for steroid abuse, never personally assessed a person that had roid rage, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've never assessed a person who is being chased at 113 miles an hour by somebody with guns out, have you?
I have not.
First time. Okay.
Well, I would say that I still haven't.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Dr. Soderstrom, isn't it true that you've been hired by this defense team over here by Mr. Moss, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
we have an agreement.
So everything you've reviewed in this case has been solely based on what Mr. Moss gave you?
That is correct.
You didn't get anything from the
Nope.
plaintiff's side, did you?
That's absolutely correct.
Haven't received
You're right.
anything from me or Mr. Tinsley, right?
Nope.
You haven't talked to his mama, his daddy, his sister, nobody in his family to find out his medical history, have you?
Nope. I have. There are, a lot of things I don't know about in this case.
That's right. And in fact, you never even asked for these records, and you don't know anything about Scott Spivey's medical history, do you?
I have no idea.
But you've come to a conclusion based on some things you saw in a report about his heart, that he's a chronic steroid abuser.
That's right.
Okay, got it. So, let me just keep going. You've never seen his medication list, any medications, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And I believe you even admitted to me that you have never seen a picture of Scott Spivey's autopsy photos, correct?
That's correct.
And you never even seen a picture of his family photo album to see that he doesn't even look like a steroid abuser at any time, right?
Well, I don't know what a steroid abuser would look like.
Well, actually we do, because in that deposition you also told me that you would expect a steroid abuser to be big and muscular and have a large overture in his shoulders, right?
If I were to, predict, and this would be a risky prediction, I would say this is probably somebody that works out at the gym and is interested in physical fitness and appearance. That would fit. That would, why would somebody abuse steroids? That's why somebody would abuse steroids.
So you would conclude if somebody that doesn't look like they've gone to the gym would not be a steroid abuser, right?
I would say that's probably, that reduces the probability.
Very good. You also, remember, provided, I know that you were provided with like 5 witness statements, right?
Was it 5 or 6? It was one of those 2.
But you weren't provided with deposition testimony of either Mr. Boyd or Mr. Williams, were you?
I was not.
Okay, so I assume you weren't provided with any of the secret recorded conversations that Mr. Boyd made on his phone, right?
No.
And the only witness statement you reviewed, the only evidence you reviewed is what Mr. Moss hand-selected to give to you to review to come to this opinion.
That's right.
Now, let's talk about those pills in the truck. Isn't it true, Dr. Soderstrom, that your entire opinion is assuming that those pills that were found in that truck belong to Scott Spivey?
Yes.
And isn't it also true that you don't know if Scott Spivey possessed those pills or if somebody put them there in his truck? Do you?
I don't know, but I think the probability is it's likely that they were his and that he put them in the truck. I would say that's true.
Did you know that Weldon Boyd, the man that shot Scott Spivey, went up to Scott Spivey's truck unsupervised at least 2 times before the police got there?
I had no idea about that.
Were you aware that Officer Vescovi, one of the first officers on the scene, showed Weldon Boyd and Kenneth Williams a note that said, act like a victim in front of the camera.
I had no idea about that. I think you asked me that question during my deposition.
And you're aware that then you know that Officer Viscotti got terminated.
I didn't know about that, no.
So if it were later determined that those pills found in Scott Spivey's truck didn't belong to him because he wasn't a user, then that would totally change your opinion, wouldn't it?
Well, I just can't imagine why somebody would do that, because they would have to know that he had this coronary artery disease. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Because if it was just the steroid in there again, that it would be an odd thing, but it wouldn't be one odd thing after another odd thing after another odd thing. That, together.
We're going to get to that. Now, let's talk about no steroids found in Mr. Spivey's system. So you understand that the toxicology testing was done, and they did a urine test, and they ran it through, I think the toxicologist said about 30 tests, 27, 30 tests.
They do one test, and they are looking for 30 different metabolites of various anabolic steroids.
And there was nothing found, nothing about anabolic steroids, correct?
And that, that doesn't bother me in terms of the other evidence for long-term abuse.
Well, wouldn't you expect somebody riding around with a big old pile of steroid pills, they would be taking them?
Yeah, and probably a couple weeks prior.
But there was nothing found in Scott's
Correct.
system, was there?
There was, well, and the urine was dilute. I think there's clear evidence for steroid abuse, steroids are abused cyclically, and the lack of chronic exposure doesn't indicate a lack of abuse.
Well, let's talk about what you just said about the heart, okay? I believe your entire opinion relates entirely on your reading of the autopsy report, right?
That's right.
Okay, and I think you're blocking it up to like 3 things, because he had coronary artery disease, liver abnormalities, and gallbladder staining. You think that's why he was a chronic steroid abuser?
Those are very characteristic side effects of the drug that was found in his truck.
Okay, but you never looked at his past medical records to see if there's some other explanation other than that conclusion.
That's correct.
Could be metabolic syndrome, right? That could explain it, couldn't it?
I would say that it would take longer to form that level of blockage.
Okay, what about poor lifestyle and poor diet? That could cause those 3 things that you just mentioned.
That would speed things along.
Right. And most importantly, genetic predisposition could explain all 3 of those things that you just relied on to form this opinion.
It would speed things along. But in a 33-year-old, it's extremely rare to have that level of coronary artery blockage.
I believe you called it unlucky earlier, correct?
Right.
And would it surprise you to know that Scott has a family history of heart attacks, early heart attacks, heart stents, and a documented family history of high cholesterol and even kidney disease?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Right, because that's a better explanation
Well,
than that this man was a chronic steroid abuser, right?
So, keep in mind that not every chronic steroid abuser gets coronary artery occlusion. About 15% do. And, my thinking would be it's that 15% that have these family backgrounds and are more likely to have the issue become a problem.
Okay, you also relied on a VAC of 0.13.
Yes.
Okay, and you know that was drawn from the heart almost 60 hours after Scott died. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also noticed that the samples were taken more than 3 days later, right?
3 days later. I see that about 3 days later. I knew that there was a time difference, but looking into like what the toxicologist said, that's not uncommon that there would be a lag in between the sampling and the testing.
Okay. Dr. Soderstrom, Going back to your opinion on behavior, you said you only looked at 5 witness statements, right?
That's right.
You weren't given Frank McMurray's deposition or Blaze Ward or anybody else's, correct?
Deposition.
Yes, sir.
So that was different than their witness statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I only saw the witness statement, I guess.
So you really don't have a lot of evidence. I think your own words where you looked at little evidence, right?
That's true.
Okay. So your opinion is that the behavior described in those witness statements was consistent with road rage?
I would say road rage.
Road rage or road
Yeah,
rage?
I would say road rage. And I would say that, you know, the behavioral problems there were made more likely by alcohol for sure, and probably synergistic with persistent changes in behavior due to steroid use.
And I believe you admitted that you were not aware that this is a 113 mile per hour chase, correct?
That's true. I didn't know about that.
So when you rendered this opinion, you did not consider the psychological impact of Scott Spivey being chased, did you?
No, I did not.
So you didn't consider that maybe what you thought you were thinking or seeing was really actions of Scott Spivey that were driven by panic, or maybe even a fight or flight response?
I would say what happened was consistent with that type of fight or flight sort of situation.
And you would agree with me that if someone's trying to flee and going that fast and can't get away, that they may feel trapped, right?
I would say that might be true, yeah.
Okay, so the same behavior that you're attributing to Scott Spivey could equally be explained by normal human fear, perhaps somebody that is being chased and was even terrified, right?
I suppose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, I think I mentioned this before, but you were never provided with recordings that Weldon Boyd made himself, that were made on his phone after the Spivey shooting.
That's right.
So were you aware that in one of those recordings, Boyd stated, when referring to shooting Scott Spivey, "I fucking loved it and I had a blast"?
Didn't have any of that sort of thing. I am unaware of that.
Right. Because you weren't given these, right?
I was not given anything to that effect at all.
And were you aware that Boyd told his own grandmother that he was back in his element when referring to shooting Scott Spivey?
I don't know anything about that.
So the person who made these statements, Mr. Boyd, was expressing excitement and
I'm not
joy.
going to object on discontinuing my questions because the witnesses definitely testified what he relied on, what he was asked to do. And here we are again, I'm an expert to talk about my crime.
I think it's the outside scope of expertise as well, so let's move on.
Certainly.
You've made a very nice cross-examination.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Mr. Moss asked you about some questions we talked about the medications that Mr. Boyd was on, correct?
Right.
Okay, and those medications, I believe you testified about what happens when someone's taking Seroquel, Zoloft, and Klonopin inconsistently or irregularly. Tell us what happens.
Well, if they're given for antipsychosis issues, and my understanding now, I've gotten a little bit more information since when you were asking me these questions before, the dosages were lower. So, what was being treated is not schizophrenia, it's anxiety. And so the antipsychotic is being given at a lower dose as a sedative.
Okay, and isn't it true when you're taking these antipsychotic medications, I believe you told me it can affect emotional regulation, impulse control, and risk assessment capabilities?
I think, as I recall, you were asking me what would happen if somebody was taking these drugs and abruptly discontinued them. And what I implied there was these were drugs being used to treat a psychosis and at a high dose. And If you are being treated for schizophrenia, you don't want to stop your drugs abruptly, because all those bad things that you mentioned may happen.
And you also confirmed that inconsistent use of these antipsychotic drugs, especially benzodiazepines like Klonopin, can lead to, I believe your words were, you agreed with me, unpredictable behavioral states, even altered states of consciousness?
The benzodiazepine is going to be a CNS depressant. If you stop taking a benzodiazepine that you've been taking for a long time, you will have a rebound. And so why would you take a benzodiazepine for a long time? If you were psychotic or had anxiety to the point that you were having behavioral trouble, and so you knock that, that drug would just decrease CNS activity. You'd be putting the person kind of to sleep. When you would, if you were to completely stop that quickly, you go back into maybe a rebound phase of whatever problem it was that you were giving the drug to alleviate to begin with.
Okay, and that would be evident in somebody with a history of anger issues and anger management issues.
Well, so usually a benzodiazepine is given for anxiety, and it's not given for regular use. If you're given a benzodiazepine for regular use, it's somebody that needs to be knocked down. So usually the way a benzodiazepine is given is as you need it. If you're having an episode of anxiety, you take it. Or if you couldn't stop thinking about things and couldn't get any sleep, you might take it. So it's more a PRN, or as needed sort of medication.
Okay. Let's move on to the lithium that Mr. Moss asked you about, and if I may approach you.
Sure.
So this lithium right here, this is just stuff, it's a dietary supplement,
That's right? Yes.
Okay, and he asked you a lot of questions about if Mr. Boyd were taking that over-the-counter dietary supplement. But I want to ask you about prescription lithium. You're a pharmacologist, you teach this, right?
Yep.
So over-the-counter lithium, those dietary supplements that Mr. Moss was asking you about, that doesn't require blood work to be prescribed for that, correct?
That's right, and that's...
And so let me show you some text messages from June 2023 from Weldon Boyd, where he indicates that I am on the way to the lab in Myrtle now to get blood work for lithium. And got blood work done today, so lithium starts soon. Let me show those to you.
All right. Yeah, that would be consistent with lithium for the treatment of a bipolar type of issue.
And if they're prescribed that for this bipolar, that would be the reason he's getting blood work for lithium, correct?
Objection, this doctor has no knowledge of that. He's saying no, he has no knowledge of that.
If you know, go ahead and answer.
So, if somebody is being treated with lithium at a high dose, it's very important to get blood work done because it's a narrow therapeutic window drug. It is a very toxic drug, and you can overdo it really easily. And so you have to kind of titrate the dosage of lithium. That's why you get blood work done when you're starting it.
So no question, those text messages where you see that Mr. Boyd is getting tested for lithium is definitely not that dietary supplement, correct?
I don't know. It suggests that it wasn't this lithium that...
Correct.
But maybe did he... I don't, Did he overdose on this? I can't imagine he'd been overdosing on it. You'd have to take the whole bottle.
So, Dr. Sotomayor, So to Strom, I apologize. You were not given Mr. Boyd's prescription records or medical records, right?
That's right.
So you cannot tell this court, based on the one-sided materials that you were given, that the opinion that you described for Scott Spivey doesn't apply equally or more to Weldon Boyd.
Yeah, I don't know anything about any other person than the person that was in the autopsy.
Just one moment, I beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Got some read your record on it? Doctor,
Yes.
do you know how long can the effects of anabolic steroids last in the brain after they stop taking them? Days or weeks?
Yep, even longer.
How long?
Persistent, years.
So this disconnect, if you will, between these two regions of the brain, that can, where your frontal region is not inhibiting impulses and the other regions can last for years?
That can be a long time, yeah.
Okay. Now, this demonstrated conduct that we talked about, Attorney Hannah talked about driving at 115 miles an hour. And she asked you if that's consistent with fight or flight. Do you know anything about this case, do you?
I know very little.
You don't know if there was any reason that this gentleman was cornered for you?
I suspect there was a trigger, and I've always kind of wondered about this trigger. I don't know what started it.
You have no idea, do you?
I have no idea.
And so you have no idea whether or not fight or flight could even be in play here, do you?
I don't know.
And this driving of less than 113 miles an hour, you have no idea why he was driving that fast, do you?
I don't. You know, all I have are the witness statements that are consistent, and you know, based on those statements, you know, there was an aggressor, and that was the person in the black truck.
So, and Ms. Hannah deposed you, right, by Zoom, and at that time you gave her all of your information, right? She has your report, she has your opinion, your CV, she knew how to contact you. She never sent you anything from Mr. Spivey's records.
That's correct.
Please
yes.
review this and address repeat this.
I would have dealt with that material had it been provided, yes.
In fact, I provided you some supplemental information from NMS Labs, is that right?
That's correct.
And what, there was a more detailed report, right?
Right.
And with respect to this issue about whether or not this alcohol concentration could have been accelerated or increased post-mortem, did you find anything that was revealing about that?
I did. That was a huge document, but there was a needle in that haystack, and that was, they tested for volatiles. And among those volatiles were...
Could you explain what volatile is?
Volatile is something that will turn to vapor at fairly low temperature, like ethanol's volatile. And a lot of oils are volatile. And so isopropanol is a alcohol that was detected, and acetone was detected. So these are volatiles, and these volatiles are produced, let's see, how did that work again? Were those detected or not detected?
Well, let me ask you this way. Do you recall anything in the lab report that made you think the decomposition or accelerated?
So, yeah, you would expect volatiles to be present if it was microorganisms that were increasing the alcohol content, and those volatiles were not detected. I think I have that right now.
Let me show you this document, Doctor. Your Honor, the Honor has this already, as does opposing counsel. I don't want it to be a court exhibit, but I want to show it to the witness. Have you seen this before, Doctor?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a description from a nurse practitioner of treating this person that I believe you're representing for anxiety.
Okay. And could you read with me the next to the last paragraph? last sentence starts with instead. You see that?
Oh, goodness, my eyes are not that good.
Instead, I recommend it.
Well, no, I see Mr. Boyd has been complying with treatment recommendations. You mean before that? In my clinical assessment and treatment of
Let me
Mr.
help
Boyd?
you. Next to the last paragraph, I'm looking down in.
So is that this one? That's next to the
May-
last,
may I
if you
see yours?
consider that, sure.
Right down here in this paragraph.
Okay.
I'll refer you to that paragraph.
All right.
And
So,
you reviewed it before today, right?
I'm sorry, can you say
You
that one?
reviewed it before today, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed it specifically in conjunction with my question about that dietary
About the-
supplement. didn't you?
yes.
So what did the clinician say in this clinical synopsis?
That this was being given as a supplement with the idea that it would help anxiety.
But it says, instead, I have recommended the use of lithium forte, an over-the-counter nutritional supplement to help alleviate symptoms of generalized anxiety disorder. Is that what it said?
That's right.
Now, you said it was a placebo,
That's my personal opinion.
but you also said that placebos are very
It's
effective.
remarkably effective, yes.
Is this dietary supplement a therapeutic level of lithium?
No,
You see anything to make you think that my client has a therapeutic level of lithium?
I have not.
You've not been asked for that opinion, have you?
No.
Do you think it's fair for someone to ask you a question about my client's medical condition or record when you haven't talked to my client?
Is it fair? I suppose.
That's kind of an unfair question, because
I'll withdraw it.
it's done the same thing the other way.
I'll withdraw it. All right. Let me show you this document. It's also been produced, Your Honor, but I don't want it to be a court exhibit. You haven't seen this document before, I don't believe.
I have not.
Take a moment, scan it, and tell me if you see lithium on it anywhere.
I do not.
And what does it say at the top? It's a pharmacy record, isn't it?
Cherry Grove Drug, LLC.
And what period of time is it for?
Let's see, looks like July 2020 to May of 2025.
Okay, and we're talking about
5 years.
almost 5 years.
Yeah.
No lithium, right?
No.
Thank you, may I have that copy? When you called earlier today, a conversation with me when you talked about this kind of conduct in the age group you might see it in,
Yes.
we're talking about steroids, right?
Right.
And the effect in the brain.
Yeah.
What do you recall telling me as an example?
Example might be teenager. This is kind of the last period of development where we don't really have this type of executive control, and this sort of behavioral problem that's typically going to be a teenager.
Okay, and we were talking about Mr. Spivey, weren't we? He's demonstrating behavior of driving at excessive speed.
Okay.
in traffic.
Okay.
Is that normal in your opinion for a 33-year-old adult?
Right. That I would say is not right. Typically, we've matured and we have control by that time.
Let me go back to this pharmacy record, doctor. Take a look. These other conditions that Attorney Hanna asked you about, that if you had therapeutic doses of some of these medicines like benzodiazepines or seroquel, clonopin, they would require dosages that were consistent with therapeutic treatment, right?
They would, and I don't, off the top of my head, I'd have to look into what the standard dosages were, and I don't know, just looking at this, if these fall into that range or not.
Very well. But you don't know that they do either.
That's true.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I'd ask that this witness be excused if, and therefore, more for you.
Very well. Doctor, thank you for coming. Safe travels back to Greenville.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just one housekeeping matter. I have 2 exhibits I did not mark. If I may mark those now.
Sure. Mark those. Does he have them? Yeah. 2 documents she gave you, is what she's wanting to make sure she has.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
One more thing.
I'd like to mark an exhibit as well. We decided we didn't want to put this in court.
Okay. For a minute, that's it. The pharmaceutical record?
Well, no, it's going to not.
Clinical synopsis. Very well.
I'd like to first. I don't know the number.
Judge?
He's going to introduce clinical synopsis and evidence, which y'all exchanged because we talked about it in pre-trial conferences.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sure. All right, while he gets that mark for his number, tell me what your last issue is.
You had previously entered an order related to Hannah Clock's records. They just opened the door, they introduced the records, and so I think at least we're entitled to look at them at this point in time, based on your order.
No, I haven't opened the door for him. This gentleman's opened the door for him. Ms. Hannah's opened the door for him by trying to hide that from an expert. I asked him specifically about the lithium vortex dietary supplement that she tried to aggravate from the deposition. This is by design, and it's not proper.
Whether it's proper or not, Judge, he handed the witness the summary of Hannah Clock's medical treatment that those records represent. And so, based on your order, if they put it in issue and he handed those records to that witness and made it an issue in this case, I think we're at least entitled to look at them. I'm not saying we're publishing them. I'm not saying we're doing anything else, but we're at least entitled to know what else is in this gentleman's medical records.
I'd like to publish a statement from this document.
I've read that in a pretrial thing. I don't need to publish it. I mean, here's the thing. I'm going to take your motion under advisement. I'm ready to stop today. I'm tired. So we can do that tomorrow. I appreciate y'all want to keep pushing on, but I'm out of gas, and so I'm ready to adjourn for the day, and I don't want to do anything other than do that. So yeah, I'm not ruling against anybody. Under advisement, and he may publish it tomorrow if he likes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's start 9 o'clock sharp. We're adjourned.